This story takes place in a world that has been destroyed by the apocalypse and a zombie invasion. Our main character, Nathan, is betrayed by his best friend James and his girlfriend Rachel. Meanwhile, a huge zombie monster emerged from the rift, growled menacingly, and together with the others, continued to destroy the city. Everywhere the dead were crushing each other and chasing after the people who were running and desperately calling for help. At that moment, Nathan was knocked down by his former best friend. Then his ex-girlfriend grabbed a can of oil and poured its contents onto the prone hero, smiling contemptuously. Rachel said that they would definitely see each other again in the next life. And James added that he would take everything from the main character. Then the scoundrel mentioned a certain mysterious stone, on which was carved the 6 great underground worlds. The hero desperately wanted to get his thing back, but he no longer had the strength. Meanwhile, the green-haired guy was already freeing the demonic bear from the relic. James reminded that Nathan's sister was dragged away by zombies because she refused to give him the stone. After this, the young man, with a mad smile on his face, marked the enemy, noting that his sister's blood could still be useful. Hearing this, the protagonist became furious, and with all his heart wanted to punish the scoundrel for what he had done. At the same time, people rejoiced at the appearance of the demonic bear, and decided that the strongest wielder of this power would be able to help them. Meanwhile, the boy and girl had already jumped onto the paw of the huge beast, and continued to mock Nathan, wishing him to burn in the fire. Then a giant demonic bear, controlled by humans, rushed towards the monster to fight it. The attention of all survivors was riveted on the 2 giants who began a deadly battle among the ruins of the city. Yet no one noticed the bright flash of flame that appeared right above the protagonist, the scorching fire instantly engulfing Nathan. While he was still conscious, there was a determination in his mind that if the next life really existed, he would never let it go. At that moment, Nathan's right eye suddenly flashed with a bright golden light. Then the hero heard a voice, as if coming from inside, which suggested starting all over again, and from these words his heart began to beat with renewed vigor. At the same time, his unusual eye began to emit streams of shining energy, similar to tongues of flame. The next moment Nathan woke up in horror. To his surprise, he was completely intact. There were no wounds or traces of fire on him. However, the young man was especially preoccupied with the question of the mysterious voice that sounded in his head. He then quickly glanced at the date on his phone. It showed July 1st, 2028, meaning he had gone back 3 years before the apocalypse began. To recover a little, Nathan went to the bathroom to wash up, still finding it hard to believe that everything had started over again for him. Looking in the mirror, he noticed that his right eye had turned golden. The hero assumed that this was a fire seed left over from his death in the flames. After some time, the young man got himself together and went outside, wanting to make sure that he had actually made it back. He couldn't believe that in just 3 days, everything around would be destroyed, and most of these people would die or turn into mindless zombies. With the coming of the apocalypse, many will begin to turn into monsters, and although some will gain strength, the city will still turn into hell. Moreover, he remembered that his girlfriend Rachel and best friend James would not hesitate to betray him and thus contribute to his death. As soon as the hero thought about this, Rachel called him. It surprised him a little, but he still answered. The girl asked with displeasure why Nathan hadn't picked up the phone for so long, assuming that he intended to break up with her. Nathan didn't like that she threatened to break up every time. Before, he tried to please her, but now he wanted to put an end to it. Therefore, the main character calmly stated that he himself wanted to leave, since he was tired of everything and no longer intended to serve anyone. Without waiting for Rachel's answer, Nathan ended the call, knowing he needed to hurry and get things done while he had the chance. Rachel herself was furious at the sudden breakup and threw the phone on the bed. She was also angry that her ex-boyfriend had the audacity to simply hang up and blacklist her number, making it impossible for her to call back. James asked if Nathan had figured everything out, but the girl found it hard to believe, since she considered the main character to be dim-witted. James noted that it was necessary to take the ancient family heirlooms filled with spiritual energy, because something serious was coming. Then Rachel remembered that Nathan also had an antique trinket, that the relic was in the possession of the hero's sister, Shelley. She promised that when Nathan calmed down and crawled to her with apologies, she would ask him for the artifact and bring it to James. Meanwhile, the main character himself was already holding in his hand a small, ancient stone with hieroglyphs barely visible due to centuries of dirt. Shelley was extremely surprised that he so suddenly asked for the relic, and even traveled 30 kilometers by taxi to her school for this. The girl also noticed that Nathan's right eye looked unusual, but he suddenly asked his sister if she trusted him. Shelley was surprised by this turn of events, but still replied that of course she trusted her older brother. The girl then reminded the protagonist that they always helped each other. After this, she hurried forward and hugged her brother, continuing to say that she trusted him unconditionally because she knew that everything he did was for her good. After hearing this, Nathan asked his sister to go to school right away, pick up her things, and then immediately return home with him. The girl immediately agreed without asking any unnecessary questions, turned around, headed towards the school, and said that they would see each other in 2 hours. The hero was shocked that Shelley did not inquire about the reason for his request. In response, the sister merely noted that she simply believed her brother. Soon the girl left, and Nathan, looking after her, thought only that this time he would do everything possible to ensure that she survived. The hero clutched an ancient family heirloom tightly in his hand. Unexpectedly, while examining the stone, he noticed that it had clearly changed since their last meeting. But he could not understand the reason for these changes. Lost in thought, Nathan didn't even notice how mysterious energy began to emanate from his golden eye on its own. The next moment, a stream of power rushed straight into the relic, which greatly surprised the hero. The stone began to greedily absorb this energy. Moreover, the inscription, previously barely discernible, now flared with bright hieroglyphs, as if burning from within. When the relic absorbed enough energy, its aura began to rapidly expand, as if trying to absorb Nathan. Soon the hero found himself in another world, in the center of which stood a multi-story building in a traditional style, from which massive chains stretched. An unprecedented force slowly descended from the sky, and thanks to it, the hero was able to discern that bloodthirsty monsters and demons were imprisoned on each floor. They were all clearly unhappy with the man's appearance and tried to break free to attack him. What they saw seriously frightened Nathan. Suddenly, bright lightning flashed in the sky and began to strike directly into the building. The rumble of thunder and explosions echoed throughout the entire space, and it soon became clear that the discharges affected only monsters and demons. Nathan, who had already dropped to the ground, could not take his eyes off what was happening. To his amazement, the hero realized that the lightning served as a restraining force, preventing the tower's prisoners from breaking out and causing harm to the human world. He was distracted from these thoughts by a mysterious female voice, which he had already heard once. Turning around, the main character saw an unusual girl quietly approaching him. He immediately asked who she was. The stranger with fox ears and tails introduced herself as Serenity and greeted him with a smile as the warden of the Underworld prison. She then told that tens of thousands of years ago, the Eternal Emperor gathered 12 immortals. Their forces were united in a tower that suppressed the power of demons, the 6 great hells. Over time, immortals, ferocious beasts, and fallen gods began to be imprisoned in this prison to protect the human world. Here, prisoners were subjected to scorching torments from heavenly lightning day and night for many years. Serenity explained that the pardon token, now in Nathan's hand, was the only key that could open the doors. After this, the demoness asked if the hero wanted to go inside and check on his prisoners, promising to tell him everything in more detail along the way. Nathan, looking at the ancient family heirloom, felt that he had no right to refuse. Then the hero, together with his new acquaintance, entered the tower, the entrance to which resembled a real portal to another dimension. The young man passed through the magical barrier without difficulty, but suddenly stopped when he saw what was happening inside. Suddenly, several glowing clots rushed towards them, looking very dangerous. Serenity warned the new overseer. However, Nathan seemed to understand perfectly well what he needed to do. Concentrating, the hero released a stream of fiery energy from his eye. Once the danger had passed, Serenity noted with admiration that his strength was impressive. She also explained that the flame in his eye was actually a fire seed that allowed him to restart his life. Serenity couldn't just watch him die at the hands of the scoundrels. At the moment of death, Nathan's despair and anger awakened his fire ability. Now Nathan understood how he was able to be reborn. Moreover, he was glad that he managed to awaken this power before the apocalypse began. The hero hoped that from now on everything could turn out differently. Not wanting to waste time, the protagonist asked the demoness to take him further. Serenity readily agreed to carry out the overseer's order. Along the way, she continued to explain that the 6 great hells were divided into 5 levels, and the doors showed the limits of possibilities. While only one door was accessible to Nathan, looking behind it, the young man was amazed at what he saw. He immediately realized that the huge demon in front of him was the same beast that James had ridden in his past life. The imprisoned monster clearly didn't like being looked at as if he were in a zoo, and so he growled loudly. The main character froze for a moment in fear, unable to move. However, the demonic bear soon softened noticeably, realizing that before him was a new warden, whom the prisoners had been waiting for 1,000 years. Nathan didn't expect such a reaction and was stunned, and Serenity was outraged that the shameless bear was so fawning on his owner. Nevertheless, both demons, as if competing, tried to show how happy they were about the appearance of the main character. Suddenly, an ominous voice came from the darkness, saying that the 1,000-year-old demon kings, after sitting in prison, had turned into dogs. He added that there was nothing special about the Warden, and if he wanted to achieve obedience, he should make heavenly lightning strike him for another 1,000 years. As Nathan approached the next cell, he thought that this prison really was filled with legendary creatures. He looked closely at the third prisoner, who was unwilling to engage in conversation, and felt that his appearance seemed familiar. Soon the demon finally turned to face him, and the hero realized who was in front of him. He assumed that this was the legendary Lei Genzi, and this meeting left a strong impression on him. Serenity was surprised that the Warden was able to recognize the demon at first sight, and decided that nothing less could be expected from such a person. The girl continued to explain that in this world, monsters are divided into many ranks, and now she and the main character were at the lowest. Now the only thing that worried the young man was that this prison turned out to be even more dangerous than he expected. Even the general-level beings looked extremely powerful, and it was hard for him to imagine who resided at the top. However, the hero quickly pushed aside his fear. It didn't matter to him who these monsters were, because one day they would become part of his power. To open new doors and rise higher, he needs to absorb more souls. Soon the hero returned to the familiar world, but he continued to think that in 3 days, when the gods descend to Earth, his hunt would begin. After some time, Nathan arrived at Antique Street, thinking that in a past life, this is where someone found the thread of immortality. The hero carefully examined the seller's goods, thinking that if his memory served him correctly, the treasure must be somewhere nearby. Fortunately, the energy emanating from the antiquities could not be hidden from his gaze, strengthened by the fiery seed of the lower world. At the same time, the head of the Song family, Axel, James's father, was walking down the street, accompanied by Elder Huang, an antique appraiser. Among the people, Nathan immediately attracted the attention of Axel, who became curious about what the young man was doing in this place. The man told his son that he should be friends with useful people. James replied that he communicated with Nathan because he was easy to manipulate. While Juan was discussing how understanding antiquities was his skill, Axel recalled the dream he had after the worship ceremony. In a dream, he was told to go in search of certain items. Especially for his son, Axel invited Elder Juan for a reason. Soon, the elderly man noticed a curious thing at one of the merchants. His attention was drawn to an inconspicuous jug. However, he was out of luck. Someone had already picked up the jug and asked the seller the price, intending to buy it. The merchant was delighted, deciding that another gullible customer had fallen for his trick, and mentally anticipated a good profit from the deception. The merchant replied that in front of them was a gourd flask from the Ming dynasty, and that it was worth no less than 10,000. The protagonist was surprised by such a high price, and decided that it was too expensive for such a trinket, and began to carefully examine the jug. Unexpectedly, the young man announced that there was a crack on the vessel, which the seller had tied with red thread in an attempt to hide the defect. Therefore, in the hero's opinion, the flask was a fake, and was not worth more than 100. These words angered the merchant. He snatched the goods from the guy's hands and demanded not to waste his time. At this point, Elder Huang asked permission to look at the jug, and Axel and the appraiser began to carefully examine the vessel. In fact, Nathan staged this scene only for the sake of the red thread with which the unscrupulous merchant covered the crack. No one could have imagined that an ordinary-looking thread was a magical treasure, a thread connecting immortals. The protagonist quietly put it in his pocket and decided that now he could enjoy the show. In her past life, Shelley was captured by the Song family, and they not only stole the relic, but also used the girl's blood in a sacrificial ritual. As Elder Huang continued his inspection, he noted that the jug emitted a faint spiritual aura, indicating that it was genuine antiquity. Axel was about to buy the artifact when he heard Nathan's voice, asking if he had also come to admire the antique. The man was surprised that the main character was interested in antiquities, and then remembered his son's words about the boy having some kind of family heirloom. Suddenly, Nathan loudly declared to the whole street that the Song family was very rich, and therefore it was strange that its head was haggling over some flask. Passers-by heard these words, and soon someone recognized the famous appraiser, and people believed that the vessel was truly ancient and expensive. Very quickly, a crowd of people gathered around wanting to buy the flask at a price much higher than the one originally quoted. However, the seller was only delighted by the excitement, and suggested an auction, declaring that the item would go to the highest bidder. Everyone immediately started placing bets, and in the end, Axel got the jug he wanted, but he had to raise the price by another 70,000. He wasn't at all happy with the purchase. The man understood that the vessel had originally cost only 10,000, but because of Nathan, the price had skyrocketed. Soon, the hero turned to Axel and asked if he was really interested in the relic of his family. The man confirmed this and asked to see the item. Then Nathan, without hesitation, took out the ancient stone from his pocket and showed it to Elder Juan. The elderly appraiser was shocked and immediately thought that he had a real treasure in front of him. He asked permission to examine the stone more closely. However, the young man hastened to put the relic back in his pocket, explaining that he could not allow anyone to look at the family treasure. Axel, even more interested, began to ask for more time to examine him, insisting that his son James was a friend of the hero. In response, Nathan coldly remarked that he did not know any James. The man hastened to stop him and asked what he wanted to get in return. Without thinking twice, the protagonist replied that he needed money. He set the price: 1 minute of inspection, 10,000, 5 minutes, 50,000. Axel was furious at the insolence and the inflated price, but still agreed to pay. Having heard his consent, Nathan immediately handed the stone over to Elder Juan, while Axel himself, with displeasure, transferred the money to the specified account. While the elderly appraiser examined the valuable relic, the hero checked his banking app and was pleased to see the amount received. He had a little more than 50,000 in his account, so the young man decided to stock up on food and water first. The prison of the 6 underground worlds had enough empty cells in which to store supplies, and everything placed there remained unchanged. Using the online app, Nathan quickly ordered everything he needed and even purchased the necessary goods, as well as various animals and livestock. Given the scale of the purchases, it was no surprise that the money soon ran out, which left him a little upset. After this, the protagonist informed Axel that the paid minutes had expired and offered to extend the inspection time. In response, the man asked if he would like to sell the relic, but the hero stated that he wanted to receive at least 10 million for it. Hearing this, Axel and Elder Huang were shocked and did not even try to hide their shock. Noticing their reaction, Nathan snatched the stone and pointed out that the relic had been in his family for thousands of years, so it wasn't that much of a price. After this, the main character headed away, as he had other things to do. Elder Huang admitted that the relic was indeed ancient, but he valued it at a maximum of 500,000 and suggested bargaining. Axel, however, lost his previous enthusiasm for the purchase, thanked the elder for his help, and said that he could go. After this, the man called his son and told him to gather the clan members, and then immediately find Nathan along with her sister and the relic. Axel was furious, and therefore was ready to take drastic measures. Moreover, his ancestors told him to find blood for sacrifice. Nathan seemed to sense an impending threat, but he was pleased. Everything was going exactly as the young man had planned. Soon the hero met with Shelley. As they agreed, Shelley, having already packed her things, was ready to go where her brother said. Nathan took his younger sister's things and explained that they would go home first, and the girl was happy with this decision. Suddenly, Shelley's class teacher, whose name was Beatrice, ran up to them in a worried voice and asked them to stop. The teacher began to ask why her student was suddenly leaving, since tomorrow she had an exam on which her future depended. In response, Nathan explained that he was the one who asked Shelley to do this, and then added that his sister would have to leave the school. Beatrice was outraged. She heard that their parents died and her brother was taking care of her, but she did not expect that Nathan would be irresponsible. The woman then stated that she would not allow Shelley to be taken out of school, because she had a wonderful future ahead of her that could not be destroyed. The boy tried to explain that his sister would be temporarily missing classes, but Beatrice didn't listen and said that school couldn't be dropped out. Nathan was stunned by these words and did not know what to answer. The teacher noticed his reaction and realized that she had gone too far with her emotions. She felt awkward, but she still continued to insist that the students should not leave just like that. However, the protagonist interrupted her and said that he considered her a good teacher. So as a token of gratitude, he decided to give her one piece of advice. He advised Beatrice to return home and collect as much food, water, medicine, and weapons as possible to survive the coming events. The woman was extremely surprised, but she thought that since the hero spoke so confidently, it meant that he probably knew about the approaching end of the world. After that, our heroes left. Leaving the class teacher alone, Beatrice watched them and hoped that everything would be okay with Nathan. Soon Nathan and his sister were already home and packing their things. The girl assumed that something serious would soon happen. The protagonist did not lie and confirmed her guess, promising that he would be able to protect his younger sister. Nathan then handed the relic to the girl and said that he needed to go out for a while. He also asked her not to open the door to anyone. Shelley obeyed her brother, but asked him to come back quickly, adding that she had already prepared food for them. After leaving the apartment, the young man thought that as long as the relic was with his sister, he would always be able to sense its location. To his surprise, Rachel was already waiting for him at the exit. At that moment, the girl was talking on the phone and asking James to go to Nathan's house. James was very pleased with the information he received and asked her to somehow detain the protagonist until their arrival. Meeting the guy at the entrance, Rachel asked if he missed her, and then added that James would join them soon. However, Nathan did not answer, and only moved the girl aside so that she would not interfere with his passage. Rachel was shocked by this behavior. She demanded to know what it all meant, and asked if he really decided to break up with her. In addition, the girl asked him not to act like a child, and not to be jealous without reason. Despite her words, Nathan rejected her again, and stated that the very thought of them being in a relationship disgusted him. He then coldly demanded that she stay away from him, and Rachel became furious and called him ungrateful. Then the hero mockingly noted that the girl had dropped her dignity on the floor, and that she should quickly pick it up before someone stepped on it. However, Rachel was not about to end the conversation, and loudly asked him where he was going, ordering him to come back and talk to her. The protagonist briefly replied that he was in a hurry because he was planning to sell his house right now, and showed documents to prove it. Rachel was extremely surprised, because this was the only house the guy owned, and it was supposed to become the home for the newlyweds. Rachel didn't understand what was happening. The young man had suddenly become cold, and now he was also selling the property he had inherited from his parents. Nevertheless, the offer interested her, and the girl asked how much he was willing to sell the house for. Without hesitation, the protagonist declared that he would sell it to his ex-lover for $1 million without bargaining. Rachel was shocked by the low price, and suggested that the guy might have gotten into trouble and now needed money. Nathan then asked her point blank if she was going to buy the house, as he was already on his way to see a realtor. Rachel, of course, wanted to buy it, but admitted that she did not have the entire amount with her. She could give part of it now and the rest later. Then she thought about the fact that the hero would die soon anyway, which meant that even if she gave him $1 million, this money would very soon return to her. Therefore, the girl, without hesitation, accepted Nathan's conditions. Rachel suggested that they immediately go to the real estate agency. There, Rachel called her mother and asked her to borrow money and not to worry, explaining that she was just buying a house at a good price. The girl's mother was extremely unhappy. Her daughter was dating a poor guy, and was now spending all their savings to buy his house. However, Rachel asked that the required amount be transferred to the specified account as quickly as possible, and assured that this relationship would end very soon. After some time, Nathan asked if everything was ready. Rachel replied with a satisfied smile that she had already sent the money. At the same time, the girl thought that the main character would not have time to spend these funds anyway, since he had very little time left to live. The hero was very pleased, because he understood perfectly well that when the apocalypse came, houses would cease to be worth anything. However, without this $1 million, Rachel will certainly lose all chances of survival. As agreed, immediately after receiving the money, he signed the necessary papers. Then Rachel invited the hero to celebrate this event. Meanwhile, a group of guys armed with baseball bats were heading towards Nathan's house. James and his henchmen intended to break into the hero's home in his absence and talk to his sister. Meanwhile, an unsuspecting Shelley, as promised, was diligently preparing dinner for herself and her older brother. The girl was so carried away by the process that she did not notice how the relic on her neck began to glow brightly, as if warning of approaching danger. After some time, a group of intruders led by James was already standing at the right door and preparing to enter the apartment. First, the guy knocked loudly and turned to Shelley, asking to let him in, adding that he was a good friend of Nathan. Hearing this, the girl immediately went to the door and was surprised by James's unexpected visit. Looking through the peephole, the protagonist's sister asked why he had come if her brother was currently absent. In response, James smiled slightly and stated that he was well aware of this. He then added that Nathan had gone to buy ingredients and asked him to come early so the girl could open the door quickly. Shelley, unaware of the impending danger, had already reached for the handle to let the guest in. However, at the last moment she remembered the words of her brother, who had recently strictly ordered not to open the door to anyone. The girl then apologized to the uninvited guest, and, without explaining the reasons, suggested that James wait for her brother to return. Hearing this, the guy instantly became angry, began to furiously pound on the door and complain about not being trusted, demanding an explanation. Shelley was taken aback by such an inadequate reaction, but again only apologized without revealing the reasons for her refusal. Meanwhile, one of the scoundrels realized that no one would open the door voluntarily, and took out a set of tools. The young man began to select a suitable master key, assuring James that such doors could be opened without much difficulty. Anticipating the door would soon be opened, James turned to the girl again and asked if she had the ancient family heirloom with her. Naive Shelley honestly confirmed that Nathan had recently given it to her for safekeeping. The next moment the lock clicked, and with a satisfied grin, James opened the door, declaring that now he had nothing to worry about. Immediately after this, several armed scoundrels with clearly bad intentions burst into the apartment, which greatly frightened the girl. One of the guys quickly grabbed Shelley, and James said that things could have turned out differently if she had voluntarily opened the door earlier. The villain then took the relic from her and taunted Nathan, saying that he would soon be on his knees begging for forgiveness. Shelley, who managed to escape for a short time, asked why James did all this, since he and the main character were best friends. In response, the guy said that he was friends with Nathan only because he considered him an idiot who could be made a scapegoat if necessary. Hearing this, the girl was shocked, because before she had not suspected that James was such a vile person. The smug guy also added that it was thanks to the main character that he met Rachel, whom he really liked. Shelley didn't want to listen to any more of this and demanded to be let go. But the next moment James hit her in the face with all his might. He then ordered her to be quiet, threatening to hit her again, while his friends watched the proceedings with obvious satisfaction. After this, the villains had dirty thoughts about the girl, and they stretched out their vile hands towards her. And suddenly, at that very moment, a bright light flashed, and a female voice addressed the guys with a question whether they had ever heard of a lake of wine. A moment later, all the men suddenly found themselves waist-deep in warm water, surrounded by beautiful girls. All the guys were extremely surprised by what was happening. The strangers happily served the guests, and several of them were already cutting a juicy piece of meat. James was the first to be honored to taste meat from the hands of the beauty, who called him king. The girl then asked the king if he liked the meat she offered him, and James, delighted, asked for more. The mysterious stranger was delighted, and took his words as the highest praise. However, suddenly an ominous aura appeared around her, and her eyes glowed bright red. She reported that he had just eaten his own meat. At that very moment, the villains finally realized that something terrible was happening around them. They were horrified by the blood that filled the water. But even more terrifying was the realization that some of them had their hearts cut out alive. Looking back, instead of beautiful girls, they saw lifeless skeletons hanging from the trees. It soon became clear that this was all the work of Serenity, who, with a frightening smile, suggested that the villains try other parts of each other's bodies. The bandits who broke into the protagonist's apartment were affected by an illusion created by Serenity, and were now dying of horror after what they had experienced. Shelley, who was watching from the sidelines, was also scared, as she had no idea what was happening. The villains thought they saw a ghost, but James insisted that they had all killed people before, and therefore should not be afraid of such a creature. Then the guy took out of his pocket that very same family heirloom of Nathan's, deciding that it was in it that the monster was hiding. James, unable to contain his emotions, began to loudly curse at the stone, threatening to break it, and assuring that then the monster inside would definitely die. Suddenly, the relic seemed to react to the threats. It glowed with a bright light and released ominous energy, which frightened the guy again. The next moment, a demon's clawed hand burst out of the stone and attacked the man. James's face was left with several deep scratches that caused him excruciating pain. The boy dropped the relic in surprise. The stone bounced across the floor with a loud thud several times and rolled toward the front door. It was at this moment that the owner of the apartment returned home, and Nathan immediately picked up the valuable artifact, which brilliantly fulfilled its mission. The boys, seeing the young man, were shocked by his sudden appearance and the fact that he took the stone in his hands without fear. In addition, Rachel also arrived here, and seeing James's condition, the girl became very scared for him. Alarmed, Rachel ran up to her lover and started asking if he was okay. James didn't spend much time explaining the situation and ordered his accomplices to take the relic from the main character. The next moment, a group of guys rushed towards Nathan, who stood calmly in place and was not at all afraid of them. At this time, a worried Serenity warned the hero that the relic's spiritual power was exhausted, since Lei had broken out. However, Nathan stated that it was now his turn to protect his sister and the family heirloom, as he wanted to test his own abilities. A stream of scorching flame erupted from the protagonist's golden eye and rushed towards the villains. The villains were instantly engulfed in flames. They experienced unbearable pain, and no matter how hard they tried, they could not extinguish the flames. Some even ran into the shower and stood under the streams of cold water. But this did not help at all. The fire continued to devour their clothes. Soon, everyone who was touched by the flames, and James, who was watching what was happening, was overcome with horror and did not understand how this was possible. Then the excited guy, trembling with fear, turned to the main character and asked if he really knew how to use magic. Rachel was also scared and demanded that Nathan stay away from them, reminding him that they were his good friends. The protagonist was amused by these words, because just recently James had broken into his house, taken his sister hostage, and intended to steal the relic. James pretended not to understand what Nathan was talking about, and tried to explain that everything that had happened was just a misunderstanding. Then, hiding the knife behind his back, he asked Rachel to talk to him, as she was his girlfriend and was soon to marry him. Rachel turned to Nathan and reminded him that he really was going to marry her. Moreover, the girl stated that she didn't even need a ransom. Then, in a soft voice, she asked him to tell her where he got such magical power from, promising to love him forever. However, at that very moment, James pulled out a hidden knife and rushed towards Nathan with a scream, intending to kill him right then and there. However, the protagonist did not succumb to the sweet words of the lying girl, so he was able to react in time and use his power again. Nathan calmly watched what was happening and wondered why he had the ability to control fire. The young man came to the conclusion that there were too many dirty creatures in this world, and therefore he intended to burn them all to the ground. Meanwhile, a large number of people had gathered at the Song family temple to perform the obligatory service and honor their ancestors. Axel stood before the altar and respectfully addressed the spirits of his ancestors, asking them to bless the Song clan. Then the man said that the wind and rain were gradually increasing in strength, step by step gaining strength. Immediately after these words, the stone tablet on the altar began to radiate energy, and from this flow, a spirit emerged. He told the man that in order for him to descend to earth, he needed an artifact of spiritual energy and the blood of a young girl as a sacrifice. Axel assured the spirit of his ancestors that he would fulfill the order, and that his son would soon prepare the required gift. Then the spirit added in an ominous voice that the end of the world would come within 3 days, so we needed to hurry. These words struck Axel, and he wanted to know the details, but the spirit had already disappeared. Only then did the head of the clan realize the seriousness of what he had heard, which caused him great anxiety. Without wasting a moment, Axel turned to his subordinates and ordered that food supplies be purchased immediately, as the day of the trial was approaching. In addition, he ordered to contact James and tell him to urgently bring people to sacrifice them to the ancestors. At that moment, the gates leading to the temple grounds swung open with a roar, greatly frightening those present. Nathan walked inside with a confident gait. The hero threw James's body to the ground and stated that the head of the Song clan should not worry so much, since he himself came here. Axel was furious that the young man dared to barge into his family's ancestral temple, as if it were some kind of public place. In a fit of anger, he ordered his subordinates to immediately kill the protagonist. Everyone immediately rushed to carry out the order. Several men with bare hands rushed towards Nathan, intending to teach him a lesson for his insolence. However, the main character remained absolutely calm. The next moment, the guy suddenly opened his eyes and released the accumulated energy. It felt like time had slowed down, and he could clearly see cores of heat in the heads and chests of the people rapidly approaching him. The next second, the protagonist rushed forward, dodging blows with lightning speed, burning his opponents with scorching flames. Just a few seconds later, the young man calmly walked towards Axel, who was stunned by what he saw. With a smile on his face, Nathan greeted the head of the Song clan, while behind him, his enemies were burning alive and writhing in pain. Axel was furious that the guy would do something like that in the ancestral temple, but it turned out he had a backup plan. The next moment, the man pulled a hidden pistol from his belt and pointed it at the protagonist, intending to kill him on the spot. However, Nathan had nothing to fear. He could clearly feel the core of heat inside the weapon, and knew that he was capable of incapacitating the enemy. To do this, the hero only needed to snap his fingers and use his power. And then the pistol in Axel's hand was blown apart by a small explosion, with shrapnel wounding the man himself. Nathan, watching the blood ooze from the wounds on the clan leader's hands, remarked that he shouldn't have been playing with firearms. He then thought that although his abilities were still only in the first stage, he was already able to control 10 gallons of fire at once. Meanwhile, the wounded Axel quickly crawled to the altar and addressed the spirit of his ancestors, calling the protagonist a fiend along the way. The man told the spirit that the Song family was on the brink of destruction, and asked for it to show holiness, as the lineage of their clan must not be interrupted. Hearing this, the spirit became angry, and loudly declared that he, the ancient fiery constellation named Inko, intended to cut off the source of evil. After this, the spirit directed several streams of fire directly at the main character, who clearly did not expect this. At this time, Axel noticed that his hands no longer hurt, which surprised him greatly. Moreover, all his subordinates also felt good. The head of the Song clan realized that the advantage was now on his side, and declared that the righteous God was destroying evil, meaning that Nathan's end was near. The next moment, the protagonist saw in front of him the spirit of the Song family, which had taken physical form and had become truly enormous. Initially, the young man only wanted to steal a few ancient items and make money, but he did not expect to encounter such an opponent. Inho had no intention of engaging in conversation with the hero, and, intending to rid the Song family of the threat as quickly as possible, attempted to crush him with his foot. Luckily, Nathan managed to jump to the side and avoid the crushing blow. However, Inho did not stop and immediately attacked the young man with his hand, not giving him time to react. The next moment, a deafening roar echoed throughout the area. Axel was delighted, and was sure that now the main character would definitely die. However, his enthusiasm quickly faded when he saw the sequel. It turned out that Nathan was completely unharmed, and was now looking at his opponent with a satisfied grin, with a demon bear standing next to him. Nathan, towering on the back of the ferocious beast, turned to Axel and asked who he had already managed to bury. Not long before, Serenity reported that the Firestar Lord had been accumulating power for over 1,000 years, and was one step away from descending to Earth. The girl was sure that if the main character managed to capture and absorb this spirit, he would significantly strengthen his fire abilities. The great token of crime is currently lacking in mental strength, but if the young man takes a risk, he will have a chance to win. Serenity added that he could extract some of his own soul power and infuse it into the token, then call upon one of the prisoners for help. Nathan agreed that he was theoretically capable of doing this. But if he didn't manage to restore his soul in time, the demon would be able to escape from the prison. The young man already had his own plan, so he confidently stated that anyone could take the risk, but definitely not him. The next moment, the hero concentrated energy in his golden eye and directed a bright beam straight at the relic. The protagonist addressed the prisoners and said that he had placed hellfire in the token, and if he died, this fire would destroy the relic. He added that without the token, no one in the world would be able to open this prison, and then the prisoners would never see the light of day again. Nathan demanded that they help him return alive, immediately after which the hero separated parts of his soul and sent them to the relic. In the world of the 6 great hells, a bright beam of light suddenly appeared in the sky, illuminating a multi-story prison. The prisoners, seeing this from the windows, realized that the path to freedom was before them, and began loudly demanding that the Warden release them. Nathan's silhouette appeared in the sky, summoning the spirit of the Black Demon Bear, the guardian of Mount Luogia in the Southern Sea, to fight alongside him. The cage holding the bear began to rise slowly, allowing him to be released for the first time in 1,000 years. Serenity warned him not to do anything stupid, and to remember that the main character must not die under any circumstances. After this, the demon and the hero, without holding back their rage, attacked Inho, intending to protect Shelley and carry out the order. The black bear rejoiced, enjoying his newfound freedom, while Inko tried to comprehend what was happening. For a moment, the demon bear was even surprised by how bright and clear the human world turned out to be, almost forgetting the purpose of his summoning. Then Nathan quickly brought him to his senses, ordering him to get down to business immediately, since his mental strength would not last long. However, the demon hastened to assure that he had always been loyal to the Overseer, and therefore the summoning had turned out to be the right decision. He then attacked Yingho with full force, declaring that the lower fire spirit was no match for the mountain god. Inko tried to summon the flames again, but the ferocious bear struck him in the face. The demon was unhappy that the weak fire spirit continued to resist, and therefore had no intention of sparing him. Soon, Yinghuo began to gradually disappear, his true body having crossed the boundary, and he could no longer use his full power. Suddenly, a rope wrapped around the fire spirit's neck and pulled him to the side. It turned out that the protagonist had foreseen the escape attempt in advance and used the rope that bound the immortals. A moment later, the spirit was completely pinned to the ground and could no longer escape either the bear demon or Nathan. Axel, who had been watching everything from beginning to end, couldn't believe that the Firestar Lord had been defeated by the protagonist. Suddenly the man noticed the jug he had recently acquired, and the clan leader remembered that the jug was tied with a red rope. Nathan confirmed that thanks to Axel's righteousness, he was able to obtain the rope that binds the immortals. Axel looked at the captured spirit of fire with tears in his eyes, reproaching himself for the defeat he had allowed himself to suffer. Furthermore, the ruler of the Firestar had already begun to transform into pure energy, gradually losing his true appearance. Soon all this power was compressed and transformed into a small crystal, which Nathan so desired to obtain. The hero then turned to Axel and offered to discuss a deal, one of the conditions of which was James. Nathan asked the man directly how much he was willing to pay to save the Song family's descendant. After some time, Nathan and the demonic bear disappeared, and the head of the Song clan was already hugging his son. Axel stated that money was meaningless, because the end of the world was approaching, and the most important thing for a person was to preserve life. The man then ordered his subordinates to sell all the real estate, buy food and water, and transport it all to a bunker in a country villa. In addition, he ordered to contact Elder Huang and buy back all the old things of the Song family. After this, the angry man vowed to do everything possible to turn the protagonist's life into a living hell. Meanwhile, Nathan was calmly strolling around the city as if nothing had happened, and buying supplies in the stores. At that moment, the main character received a message on his phone stating that almost 30 million had been deposited into his bank account. The young man thought that if he had time, he could have learned much more about the Song family, but now speed was the priority. Then the hero went into the pharmacy and said that he would like to buy 1,000 Shangqing tablets. The girl was surprised, since it was a means for removing poisons, but Nathan did not explain anything, and only asked if they could sell them to him. The girl replied that delivery of such a volume of medicine could take 2 days, and the hero promised to pay an extra 20% if he received the order tomorrow. After this, the young man continued walking, and along the way he thought about the fact that there were only 10,000 Shangqing tablets in Feikui. Nathan couldn't help but be surprised that on the eve of the end of the world, the most important material for him would be such an inconspicuous medicine. Then the young man remembered how in his past life he had become seriously ill and even thought that he would die. At that time, he regretted not having stocked up on Shangqing pills in advance, as they accelerated the awakening of abilities and effectively suppressed the zombie virus. After this, the girl decided to go to the pharmacy to find medicine and help her brother, despite the fact that he asked her not to leave the house. Nathan remembered with pain that his younger sister was gone forever then, as she was soon captured by the Song clan's people. While thinking about this, the main character didn't even notice how he was already at home, but now he has nothing to worry about. The hero was determined not to let the same thing happen to Shelley again as in his past life. The Song clan already knows about the approaching end of the world and is therefore actively stocking up on food. However, they had no idea that the most important resource in the early stages would be people with awakened abilities. That's why the protagonist believed that by obtaining the Shangqing pills, he would be able to master many abilities and become like an entire army. Without wasting any time, Nathan picked up the family heirloom and began absorbing the fire spirit's energy to enhance his skills. The next moment, a huge stream of raging energy burst out of the stone, taking the form of a lotus flower. Serenity congratulated the guardian on absorbing the fire spirit and reported that the youth's hellfire skill had successfully improved to the Scarlet Lotus level. The girl also added that Nathan's abilities had been upgraded to level 2, and he could now control the shape of the fire much more precisely. The boy immediately tried it out, creating a fire sword in his hands, and noted that the spirit of fire turned out to be much more useful than he had previously assumed. Suddenly, a demonic bear approached the young man, continuing to rejoice at having finally escaped from the cage. However, the protagonist quickly grew tired of the prisoner's excessive attention, so he pushed them away and asked them not to disturb him while he thought. Then Lei approached him and warned him that it was better not to call him, since he would not help anyway and would simply escape from prison. In response, Nathan stated that as his abilities grew, he would be able to open new chambers and summon more powerful evil spirits. Therefore, he does not need the services of the Child of Thunder, and one day the time will come when Lei will beg him for a summons. After this, the hero returned to the human world. Nathan looked at the moon and thought that tomorrow would be the penultimate day before the end of the world. The next day, Nathan wasted no time in going to the jewelry show because that was where he found the very thing he needed. At first, the main character wandered around the hall for a while, carefully examining the exhibits, until he finally found what he was looking for. The ore hidden behind the glass contained a huge amount of special ability energy, which should have been enough to improve his skill. In a past life, one lucky person obtained this raw stone and leaped far ahead, gaining countless benefits. Meanwhile, an auction was taking place in a separate, spacious hall, with people actively placing large bids, eager to acquire valuable items. The next lot turned out to be a stone with colossal potential, containing jadeite worth at least 5 million. Then the bidding began. The price was initially 3 million, but it was quickly raised to 4. Unexpectedly, one of the guests increased the bet to 5 million, and those present were surprised. However, they quickly realized that nothing less could be expected from Theo, since he represented a large investment group. It seemed like the bidding was over, but suddenly a bid of 6 million was made, and Theo, surprised, turned to the side and saw Nathan. Soon, the administrator approached the hero and timidly informed him that the auction had a membership system, and that a black card was required to participate. Nathan didn't argue and showed his gold card, asking if the man had any more questions for him. The administrator allowed him to continue participating, reflecting on the fact that this unknown guest had a gold one, which was quite unexpected. Meanwhile, the presenter announced that the young man had placed a bid of 6 million and asked if anyone was ready to continue bidding. Theo, without hesitation, raised the price to 7 million, but then Nathan, without the slightest hesitation, increased the bid to 10 million. Everyone present was amazed, because this amount significantly exceeded the actual cost of the unprocessed stone. The girl next to Theo tried to calm him down, suggesting that the young man was only pretending to be rich. Unexpectedly, Theo turned to his rival and asked his name. The hero calmly stated his name. After this, the man praised the main character and said that he would remember him, since he gave the impression of being a very cool person. After some time, Nathan was already taking the thing he so desperately needed. The young man was incredibly happy, because this ore guaranteed him a brilliant future. Then the protagonist was about to leave the hall and overheard that the next lot would be a glazed glass fan. However, suddenly behind him, cries for help were heard. People were shouting that a real monster had appeared. Nathan turned around to see terrified patrons trying to escape from an entity emitting ominous energy. Taking a closer look, the protagonist spotted a monster. It was a huge snake with a human head, and it seemed as if the entity had emerged directly from the fan. Then Nathan assumed that the monster had come for him, because the fan was next to the unprocessed stone and had absorbed some of its energy. In addition, Nathan believed that the approaching end of the world would inevitably be accompanied by supernatural phenomena. Meanwhile, Theo, not wanting to simply run away, grabbed a collapsible club and rushed towards the monster, intending to defeat it in a fair fight. However, his hopes were not fulfilled. The monster easily knocked the weapon out of his hands without even slowing down, and continued moving towards Nathan. However, Nathan had already stopped the monster. The creature tried to break free, but the hero's strong grip instantly stopped all attempts. Deciding not to delay, the young man began to concentrate energy in his golden eye in order to quickly end the problem. The next moment, a bright flame completely engulfed the monster, intending to burn it to ashes. Very soon, the otherworldly creature disappeared, and in its place a small energy crystal formed, which Nathan immediately absorbed. However, the protagonist felt that the cultivation level of this evil spirit was low, so it only received a slight boost. Theo, still unable to believe what he saw, fell to his knees, trying to comprehend what had happened. The man then admiringly called the protagonist a true master, and expressed a desire to bow to him as a mentor. Meanwhile, a crowd of people had gathered near the house where Nathan lived, and everyone was surprised by the number of boxes and cages with animals. The neighbors knew that Nathan had bought all of this, but they couldn't believe that he had become so rich. Someone suggested that he was going to open his own business. However, one grumpy woman believed that Nathan was just a cocky boy who would definitely have no luck with his plan. She was skeptical about the idea that he was going to open his own business. She was sure that he was not capable of running even a store. Suddenly, one of the girls asked Aunt Zhang if it was true that she had previously wanted to rent his family's warehouse and open her own supermarket there. The woman said that she was not at all interested in this crappy place. Meanwhile, the main character had already approached his house, not paying attention to those around him. Suddenly, one of the loaders turned to the young man and informed him that everything ordered had already been delivered, after which he asked him to check the goods. The worker also added that another truck with cargo would arrive tomorrow, but there might not be enough space for it here. Hearing that another truck would arrive the next day, Aunt Zhang was furious and couldn't believe that Nathan had actually become rich. The woman did not understand how the orphan had managed to achieve such prosperity. She was irritated that he was going to open a supermarket in this place. All this time, Aunt Zhang's grandson needed to go to the toilet, and so he couldn't think of anything better to do than relieve himself right in Nathan's warehouse. The boy, not at all embarrassed by the fact that the owner was nearby, went inside and began to do his business. When he managed to relieve himself, he breathed a sigh of relief. Surprisingly, the woman not only did not scold the child for such an outburst, but on the contrary, was pleased and even praised him for his independence. Then she turned to Nathan and said that the baby was still very young, so she hoped that the young man would not object. However, the main character had a different opinion. He grabbed the child by the clothes and roughly pulled him aside. After this, the young man, without hesitation, threw the boy straight to Aunt Zhang, which greatly shocked her. The child began to cry loudly, and the woman began to scold the protagonist, claiming that the baby just wanted to play a little. In response, Nathan briefly stated that he was serious, and therefore advised the woman not to contact him. The protagonist then locked the warehouse from the inside, as he no longer intended to talk to the inadequate neighbor. Meanwhile, the capricious child, seeing other children playing with firecrackers, also wanted to blow something up. Hearing this, the woman instantly calmed down and thought about something. She came up with a plan. Soon, she took the boy by the hand and led him along, promising to buy him lots of firecrackers and put on a real show in the evening. She thought with a smile that if a spark accidentally fell into the warehouse and a fire started, it would be completely inopportune for Nathan. Meanwhile, Nathan, having examined the boxes, the hero realized that everything necessary had already been delivered, and this could not but please him. Without wasting any time, the young man used the relic to contact the demon suppression tower and ordered all of his belongings to be collected. At that very moment, a huge portal opened in the middle of the room and began to suck in all the boxes in the warehouse. The load instantly moved to the entrance of the prison, which made Serenity very happy. She decided that now she could finally eat her fill. After this, the main character told the girl to find empty chambers and place all the supplies there. Serenity noted that since he had a lot of animals, they could allocate a plot of land, and if he fed them the tower's aura, the meat would become even tastier. However, Nathan was still worried, because the end of the world was approaching, and he did not know how long the catastrophe would last. Suddenly the bear noticed that he should start cultivating the land, because in times of crop failure the most important things for living beings are soil and seeds. The protagonist had already purchased a sufficient quantity of seeds, but he was worried about the condition of the land around the tower. Then Nathan suddenly stood up and returned to the human world, because he realized what exactly he had to do. Soon the protagonist found himself in the suburbs, looking around. He wondered whether the demon tower could accommodate a large amount of land. He didn't spend much time guessing and decided to test everything in practice. Using his ability, the hero began to absorb the soil and direct it to another world. Meanwhile, Serenity watched in horror as a huge mass of earth fell from the sky towards her. She warned that Nathan's spiritual power was insufficient, making the space around the tower too small for him to bury them all. Looking around, Nathan estimated that he had already collected at least 20,000 jins of land, but he still doubted whether this was enough. He understood perfectly well that after the end of the world, everything that covers the earth will become unusable, and fertile soil will become valuable. That is why the protagonist felt that he could not waste a minute, and firmly decided to immediately increase his spiritual strength. Nathan began to diligently absorb the energy of the fire spirit, and it took some time. Meanwhile, Aunt Zhang, as she had promised her grandson, bought a large number of firecrackers to put on an impressive show. Suddenly, a joyful grandson ran up to Aunt Zhang, holding something in his hands, and asked his grandmother to look at it. The woman was surprised to realize that it was a mirror and asked where the child got it. However, a small child, surrounded by an ominous aura, stated that there was someone in the mirror. Aunt Zhang was surprised and did not understand what he was talking about. Meanwhile, the boy had already brought the mirror right to her face. The next moment, the woman saw with horror in the reflection the image of a terrible monster, which was looking straight at her. She was so scared that she could barely stay on her feet, deciding that there was a real ghost in front of her. She asked her grandson to immediately remove the mirror. However, the child seemed to go crazy, and continued to persistently point the mirror at his grandmother, claiming that she liked to look at herself in it. Aunt Zhang was in a panic and begged for it to stop, but the mirror had already begun to emit a dark energy. The next moment, the same monster began to crawl out of it. Baring its sharp fangs, it headed towards the frightened woman. Very soon, an ominous energy seemed to penetrate Aunt Zhang, causing her to begin to behave unnaturally. At this time, the possessed child laughed, finding what was happening funny, and suggested that his grandmother play something else. Suddenly, the dark energy left the boy, but this power had already passed to the woman. Now she, looking at her grandson, asked him to come closer. The boy tried to run away as quickly as possible, but the otherworldly entity grabbed him and did not allow him to carry out his plan. Meanwhile, that night, strange phenomena were occurring throughout the city. Numerous spirits and ghosts were wandering the streets of the metropolis. In the morning, one of the workers at the port warehouse, while going about his business, looked at the sky and guessed that a downpour would soon begin. He also noticed a ship approaching the port, and remembered the news that a strange fish had been caught on one of the ships at sea. Sailors said that her body was covered in pus, and many sharp fangs protruded from her mouth. At this time, another warehouse employee entered the room and informed his colleague that it was almost time, but he received no answer. Then the man explained to his boss that he had come for supplies, and suddenly he noticed that his colleague's hand had acquired a strange color and was shaking violently. He looked like he was in a lot of pain, so the other man asked if he was okay and if he needed help. He then suggested that his colleague simply had a cold and advised him to ask his superiors for leave to recover. Suddenly he was distracted by the loud footsteps of people in black suits who were rapidly approaching them. Suddenly, One of the people who came asked if the Shangqing tablets were still in this warehouse, but the man explained that the goods had already been purchased. Then the man with the scar on his face ordered his subordinates to immediately take everything out of here, but the warehouse employee demanded that they stop. To avoid listening to his objections, the man roughly pushed him away. He lost his footing and fell right onto his sick colleague. After this, the leader again ordered that all goods be removed as quickly as possible. But just as he was about to leave, one of the warehouse workers suddenly grabbed his leg, and the man himself lost his balance and began to fall. Looking at the one who was holding him, he saw that the worker's skin had changed color, and long, sharp claws had grown on his hands. The men in black suits, armed with everything they had at hand, prepared to fight back against the possessed man. They brutally beat the warehouse worker and freed their boss. The man with the scar was extremely disturbed by what had happened and looked at the victim with bewilderment, not even imagining what had happened to him. However, he himself soon became ill. But despite the concern of his subordinates, he insisted that they first needed to take the medicine. It was at this moment that an unfamiliar voice was heard, asking if they were talking about him. It turned out that it was Nathan. The main character stated that all this goods belonged to him, since he spent his own money on them. Then Nathan noted with a slight smile that although the end of the world had not yet come, these people were already in a hurry to die. In response, the man with the scar said that the entire logistics port belonged to his boss, and he could sell them the goods at a good price. However, Nathan briefly replied that he had no intention of selling anything. Moreover, he added that he was giving them 10 minutes to leave the place voluntarily. Otherwise, he would not be held responsible for the consequences. Then the main character noticed a warehouse worker lying on the floor and was surprised to realize that zombies had already begun to appear. However, the men in black suits were not going to tolerate such arrogant attitude from Nathan. So the men in black suits decided to grab the main character, but Nathan disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. It soon became clear that the young man, using his abilities, had quickly climbed to the very top of a tall mountain of boxes. Looking into one of the boxes, Nathan wondered if all the goods in this warehouse really belonged only to their boss. The gang leader didn't understand what the mysterious young man was getting at. Meanwhile, Nathan, preparing to use the ability, stated that he intended to use the enemy's knowledge against him. The next moment, the protagonist activated his power and moved all the goods to another world. The next day, the owner of the cargo, Sally, who lived in a luxurious mansion, received unpleasant news. The woman was extremely dissatisfied that her subordinates not only did not return the medicine, but also allowed the rest of the goods to be stolen. The man with the scar on his face timidly made excuses and explained that the person who stole everything had some kind of superpower. There were many boxes in the warehouse, but after the hero threw them out into the street and closed the doors, all the contents suddenly disappeared. After hearing this, Sally was first surprised, and then demanded to know the name of the person who dared to rob them. One of the subordinates replied that he had already checked the recipient's details indicated in the documents, and found out that this person's name was Nathan. The woman suggested that the young man possessed an ability similar to a vault, and therefore he should be captured at the first opportunity. However, her thoughts were interrupted by a subordinate who suddenly became very ill and could barely stand on his feet. Suddenly the man collapsed to the floor and began breathing heavily, his appearance clearly indicating that he had completely turned into a zombie. Sally, seeing this, calmly stated that the virus had already penetrated the brain, and even taking the Shangqing pill would now be useless. Therefore, the man had to be thrown out into the street and burned. But under no circumstances should the zombie be grabbed or come into contact with his blood. At that moment, the infected man began to rise to his feet. Then he suddenly rushed at the woman. However, the owner of the mansion kept her cool and immediately used her ability. A strong gust of wind blew open the large windows behind her, causing tree branches to rush into the room. They mercilessly pierced the zombie, not allowing it to reach its target. Then the branches began to retract back into the street, taking the zombie with them, and outside, the infected's body was torn to pieces. The man who was watching what was happening was so shocked that he could not utter a word. Sally herself remained calm and warned that this was only the beginning. She ordered them to continue searching for medicine and stock up on weapons. In conclusion, the hostess ordered that all the workers be gathered and mentally prepared for the approaching end of the world. Meanwhile, Nathan at home handed his sister a pack of Shangqing pills and told her to take them. He explained that water and air are no longer clean, so only mineral water should be used for skin contact and drinking. Shelley agreed to follow all the rules, but she was curious about what was really going on. The main character suggested that we first go to one place and take a walk. The girl admitted that she was leaving her apartment for the first time since returning from school, and added that she had a bad feeling. The hero suggested that this was due to the fact that bad people were beginning to show their true colors. Suddenly, a voice came from behind the door of one of the apartments, complaining of hunger and that all the food had run out. It was Aunt Zhang, eating the remains of her grandson. The woman was outraged that the neighbors owned everything and gave her nothing. Suddenly, a loud sound came from above, which made her furious. She repeatedly asked her neighbors to keep quiet, as it was preventing her from sleeping peacefully. She decided that people were deliberately annoying her, and in a fit of anger she ran out of the apartment, intending to teach her noisy neighbors a lesson. Meanwhile, Nathan and his sister were already getting into a taxi, but the heroes did not notice that guests had arrived. Rachel's mother looked around and asked her daughter if the apartment complex was safe. The girl replied that even if it was unsafe here, Nathan was a very strong man, and from now on, her home would always be near him. The woman believed that the money spent on a first-class plastic surgery was well spent, because now her daughter has become very beautiful. Rachel herself thought the same, because she was sure that Nathan liked her appearance. Otherwise, he would not have been so kind to her before. The girl was sure that the main character would bow before her again, and then they would even be able to command the rain and wind. Moreover, Rachel kept insisting that as soon as she appeared in front of Nathan, he would certainly become her obedient little dog. At that moment, the girl's mother noticed that the guy was leaving somewhere in a taxi, and in order not to miss the chance, Rachel asked her mother to get into the car immediately. Rachel couldn't let the other girls take this young man out from under her nose. Soon our heroes arrived at the fake city zoo, which is where Nathan wanted to go for a walk with his little sister today. However, they suddenly heard one of the visitors indignantly saying that the animal had attacked his son. Hearing about the aggressive animals, Nathan assumed it had something to do with the end of the world. During the trip, the older brother explained a lot to his sister, and so the girl gradually began to understand what was happening. The hero understood that he had not revealed the whole truth, because he did not want his sister to know about his painful experience in his past life. Shelley then suggested that they should probably go into hiding to survive the end of the world. In response, Nathan noted that this would only help temporarily, and that for real survival, they needed to gain strength. The young man believed that with the onset of the apocalypse, anything could happen, which meant that Nathan should also become strong like him. Shelley was surprised and admitted that she really wanted to become stronger so she wouldn't be a burden, but she doubted she could. That's why the hero decided to take his sister to the turtle zone without explaining anything to her yet. Meanwhile, Rachel and her mother also reached the zoo. The girl did not understand why Nathan came here. Rachel suddenly stopped at the llama enclosure because she needed to put on lipstick before meeting the main character. At the same time, she completely did not notice the ominous looks of the animals. It was obvious that they were already influenced by the approaching end of the world. At the same time, Nathan and his younger sister were walking past a lake where turtles were swimming. It was then that Serenity informed the caretaker that she could already smell the strange creatures, which was getting stronger with every step. The bear also noted that he never liked fighting with such creatures because they were stubborn and lived much longer than him. After wandering around the vast zoo grounds for a while, Nathan was pleased to think he had finally found what he was looking for. The young man and his younger sister headed towards a large turtle, which was sitting quietly on a rock and basking in the rays of the bright sun. Nathan mused that she had been living here since the zoo was founded, which meant that she had been here for over 100 years. When he read the name on the sign, he felt a little awkward. The turtle's name was Tiny. In a past life, 3 gods tried to seize her abode, but the turtle refused to leave the house and even bit the gods. They fought with her for several days, but were unable to penetrate her shell, and then the hero regretted that he had not entrusted his sister's life to her. Nathan then walked closer to the huge turtle, bowed respectfully and intended to talk. As expected, she didn't react in any way, and the protagonist immediately realized that she was just pretending, and therefore decided to resort to radical measures. Having demonstrated his strength, he declared that after the walk he was hungry, and now would like to drink some turtle soup. The turtle said that since ancient times, elders have been bowed to with respect, and therefore she is curious why the hero does not observe decency. In response, the young man gave his name and introduced his younger sister, who was amazed that Tiny could actually talk. The turtle was embarrassed by her name, and hastened to justify herself, explaining that she had received it by accident from the zoo director. She also added mysteriously that hundreds of years had passed since then. But compared to the 3,000 years of her life, this was only a moment. Serenity and the black bear immediately told the caretaker that if he could absorb the spirit of this turtle, he would extend his life by hundreds of years. Then the main character turned to the turtle and said that he had come to ask her to protect Shelley, and the guy was ready to fulfill any condition. In response, the turtle noted that after the appearance of the blood moon, All living creatures are alarmed and her turtle clan will certainly suffer. Then Nathan suggested that if Tiny was talking about turtles swimming in the pond, then he could move them to the demon suppression tower. Upon hearing about the demon suppression tower, the giant turtle was extremely surprised. The hero did not waste time on long explanations, and instead demonstrated to her the tower itself and his ability to control it. The tortoise immediately remembered the god's words that this was the only opportunity for Xuanwu to ascend to the stage where the furious thunder rumbled. After this, she suddenly declared that it was now clear to her what the cause and effect of her appearance here hundreds of years ago had been. She then turned to Nathan and asked if the protagonist was capable of properly running this prison. She also questioned whether it was worth helping Nathan at all if the hero physically could not withstand the weight of her 3,000 years of life. Without waiting for an answer, Tiny suddenly rushed down at great speed, falling straight towards the main character. Nathan raised his arms up and focused all his energy into his legs, preparing to hold up the giant turtle. The next moment, a deafening roar echoed throughout the area, and a heavy body fell to the ground. Rachel heard this roar and it made her feel a little uneasy. However, suddenly someone tore the wig off her head. Turning around, the angry girl saw that the llamas had taken away her wig. An enraged Rachel was about to teach the animal a lesson for ruining her wig. However, the llama quickly cooled her ardor by literally spitting in her face. The next moment, several aggressive llamas attacked the girl, deciding to punish her for her inappropriate behavior. She and her mother could do nothing but cover their faces with their hands to protect their eyes. Rachel was seething with anger and intended to take revenge on the animals, but her mother asked her to leave the llamas alone because now they needed to find Nathan. Meanwhile, there was a noise coming from the side, which meant that the main character was probably somewhere nearby. Rachel and her mother moved deeper into the turtle habitat, but they could not find Nathan. Then the girl decided to go even further, despite the stench that hung around. The girl's mother was in such a hurry that she didn't even notice how she stepped on a clutch of turtle eggs, crushing several of them. The woman did not regret what she had done at all, and was only outraged that the disgusting substance had stained her shoes. Without thinking, she began to wipe her shoes on the turtle's shell, declaring that this was all animals were good for. After this, the mother and daughter continued their journey deeper into the grove, completely unaware that the turtles were no longer ordinary either. Rachel thought happily that all they had to do was go around the big tree, and they would definitely see Nathan behind those leaves. The girl was sure that Nathan would be touched to learn how she, fragile and tender, made her way through the thickets out of deep love for him. After walking a little further, she was frozen with horror. Right in front of her stood a huge turtle, looking at her with clearly unkind eyes. The next moment, the reptile sank its teeth into the girl's hand. Turtles' teeth are usually small and sharp, and their bite is extremely strong. The turtle squeezed Rachel's hand tightly, and she lost her balance in surprise and fell to the ground. The girl tried her best not to scream, afraid that Nathan would notice what she looked like. However, her mother couldn't hold back her scream when someone bit her leg. It turned out that the woman was attacked by several turtles at once. The mother and daughter, having become victims of aggressive reptiles, now thought only about salvation and the unbearable pain from the bites. Rachel tried to run away, calling for Nathan to help, but running along the sandy shore in high heels proved extremely difficult. As a result, the girl lost her balance and fell into the water, which seemed strange and disgusting to her. Meanwhile, Nathan continued his confrontation with the huge turtle, which was intent on crushing him with its shell. The black bear approached the young man with an offer to call on him for help, so that together they could defeat the turtle and then eat its meat. However, the hero refused help. He continued to resist, making incredible efforts. His body was already trembling from exhaustion. The turtle stated that they should stop resisting, as all creatures were destined to live and die. Then Kroha added that the young man should have entrusted the demon suppression tower to her, because then she herself would have protected him and his loved ones. However, Nathan didn't listen to her words and tried to focus on the task at hand. The turtle continued, arguing that something as sinister as the tower was beyond the protagonist's power and that he could not be held responsible for it. The Sanskrit language that enveloped the young man from all sides seemed to suck the life force out of him. Even Serenity and the black bear felt extremely ill. Despite the apparent hopelessness of the situation, Nathan did not give up and took the turtle's words as an outright lie. Suddenly, the protagonist's body was filled with energy. Then Nathan, turning to the turtle, asked if she had heard of one truth. The young man stated that the truth is that he who does not move forward is actually moving backward. The next moment, the protagonist managed to straighten up and rise to his feet, despite the enormous mass of the turtle. However, the confrontation did not end there. Now Nathan needed absolutely all his strength to take the final step. Having gathered himself, The young man with a sharp movement threw the giant turtle aside. The little one was shocked by what had happened, and did not understand how Nathan had managed to free himself from the influence of her Sanskrit. Meanwhile, the guy had already taken out a rope capable of binding immortals and tried to force the turtle to stop resisting. The bear urged the young man, urging him to kill the turtle immediately. Serenity supported him, reminding him that because of her, the caretaker almost lost his way. Finally, Nathan gave the old turtle a condition. Either she obeyed him, or she would die right then and there. Then the hero, without waiting for a reaction, with obvious pleasure decided to continue his arguments. Having received another strong blow to the head, Tiny began to beg the protagonist not to hit her anymore. At the same time, she explained with displeasure that she had only used the Taishan technique to stimulate the restructuring of the young man's bones. After this, the turtle turned to Shelley with a request to stop her brother, because in her opinion, he was too cruel to animals. At this point, Nathan thought about the turtle's words and admitted that his abilities had indeed improved thanks to the bone remodeling. The hero's thoughts were interrupted by Shelley, who felt sorry for the animal and asked him to let Grandpa Turtle go, believing that he was not so bad. When Nathan felt the touch of his sister's hand, his anger immediately began to subside. The huge turtle immediately noticed this and was surprised that despite his inner rage, the protagonist was able to control it without difficulty. The animal then quickly shrank in size, and along the way asked Shelley to simply call her Tiny. In addition, the turtle reported that it had the ability to recognize evil intentions, so it no longer had to worry about safety. Hearing this, Shelley was genuinely happy and thanked Tiny with all her heart, telling him her name along the way. Meanwhile, the protagonist stood silently to the side, and the bear demon regretted that they would not be able to try the turtle soup. However, Nathan then decided to play it safe, since he couldn't calmly leave his sister with an uncontrollable monster. Looking seriously at Tiny, the young man asked if he understood what he had to do. The turtle confidently replied that she knew everything and understood everything. Moreover, she justified the words she had said earlier. Reptile acknowledged that the demon suppression tower was an ancient and sinister place, and therefore only a person with great luck could control it. Then the turtle began to shrink, and as if in a sign of submission, entered the tower. Soon, Tiny found herself in prison, and declared that her spirit would be imprisoned in this cage, meaning that she was completely at the hero's disposal. Nathan explained that the turtle's true body would accompany Shelley, but if something went wrong, the black bear would consume her soul. After this, the hero was absolutely sure that his little sister was safe. Suddenly, loud sounds came from the depths of the forest, which greatly alarmed our heroes. Without wasting a second, the protagonist climbed a tall tree to look around and understand what had happened. What he saw shocked him. Nathan noticed a herd of animals rushing through the forest, their eyes glowing brightly, indicating infection. The hero thought that such a rare diversity of species was a great success, so those who had not yet mutated needed to be transferred to the tower. After this, the hero quickly climbed down from the tree and headed towards the pond where the turtles were swimming. To save them from infection, Nathan immediately used his abilities and transported the animals to another world. The little one was very grateful to him for not allowing these turtles to die. Then the main character had to safely leave the zoo and deliver his sister to a safe place. Taking Shelley's hand firmly, he began to quickly and silently jump from tree to tree, avoiding collisions with animals. However, suddenly the hero heard a loud voice behind him addressing him. Stopping and turning around, the guy was surprised to see Rachel and her mother. The girl continued to call Nathan and claimed that she was his beloved. The shocked protagonist asked what they were doing there. Despite his question, Rachel continued to insist that she was ready to make peace because she knew how much he loved her. With a mad expression on her face, she declared that she forgave him for his past rudeness, and therefore he should be grateful to her. However, Nathan had no intention of helping Rachel, and, despite her pleas to come back and continue the relationship, he quickly left the place. The girl did not understand why the main character suddenly began to treat her like that, because in her opinion, she was very beautiful. Suddenly, Rachel heard the growling of aggressive animals behind her, which scared her greatly. Without wasting any time, the predators rushed at their victims. A frightened Rachel tried to drive them away with screams, but it was all in vain. Meanwhile, the protagonist continued to search for a safe place for his sister, while simultaneously transferring healthy animals to his other world. Nathan was pleased with the variety of species he had collected, but now he had to focus on finding a place to sleep. He soon came across the zoo's administration building, and Nathan realized that everyone inside had long since fled. Then he decided that he could stay there for now, since the zoo was located in a remote suburb, and there was no one around except predatory animals. Shelley agreed it was a good place, suggesting her brother still had unfinished business. and said she could take care of herself. Nathan asked if his sister was afraid to be here alone, but Shelley reminded her that Tiny was next to her. The girl also added that she had already made an agreement with the turtle, and it would teach her to develop her abilities. The protagonist was delighted by these words and praised the girl for her determination. Nathan then turned respectfully to Tiny, intending to ask her for a favor. The turtle noted with satisfaction that the young man should not behave so politely, and then assured him that she understood perfectly well what she had to do. At the same moment, a mysterious barrier began to form around the administrative building, serving as protection for those inside. No matter how hard the aggressive animals tried, they could not break through the barrier. Seeing the result, Nathan breathed a sigh of relief, deciding that at least one problem had been temporarily solved. After this, the guy, without wasting time, went about his business. Shelley asked her brother to be careful and promised to wait for him here. Soon the hero had already left the zoo and quickly headed to the city, wanting to complete everything he had planned as quickly as possible. Along the way, the young man noticed that chaos had already gripped the city, with abandoned cars parked on the roads. The zombies were the cause of what was happening. But despite the terrifying picture, the main character felt neither fear nor surprise. Looking up at the sky, Nathan saw that it was completely covered with black thunderclouds, and the huge moon was painted blood red. After some time, the huge metropolis was completely plunged into chaos. Loud explosions were heard everywhere, causing fires. People desperately tried to escape from the zombies chasing them, but unfortunately, not everyone succeeded. Breaking news reports showed hospitals already overflowing with people showing signs of food poisoning, bruises, and red eyes. In addition, due to the abnormal weather, a storm is approaching the city, so it was recommended to stock up on everything necessary and not leave home. Hearing this, Beatrice was extremely surprised, and did not understand the reason for what was happening and what was going on in the city in general. She felt like it was all like the end of the world, and wanting to know more, she decided to look for information on the internet. What she saw shocked her. Her eyes widened in horror for a moment. Users posted videos of zombies attacking people. Some did not believe that what was happening was authentic, considering it to be just high-quality cosplay. In addition, one of the users, who was interested in astronomy and loved to photograph the moon, managed to capture a strange creature. According to him, this monster was getting closer with each passing hour. Upon learning of what was happening in the city, Beatrice began to become very worried and felt slightly unwell. Then the girl noticed that for some reason her hands were covered in bruises. The sudden dizziness only confirmed that she was ill. Without wasting any time, she decided to take the medicines that were lying nearby on the table. Luckily, there was enough medicine, so she hoped not to worry about her health. The girl remembered Nathan's advice to take the pills more often and hoped that it would help. However, she suddenly felt a strong pain, indicating the rapid progression of the disease, and then her vision went dark. Realizing the seriousness of her situation, Beatrice grabbed a handful of pills and quickly swallowed them in the hope of improvement. After this, the exhausted girl lost consciousness. Meanwhile, the main character stood on the roof of one of the multi-story buildings and thoughtfully watched the chaos below. Looking at the time, Nathan remembered that in his past life, at exactly midnight, a powerful god descended into Faekun. The hero also remembered that the god had first appeared in the Imperial Mansion, and that his landing had caused colossal destruction and general panic. Then Nathan decided to calmly wait for him here, already anticipating that by destroying this deity, he would be able to gain a huge amount of power. Through meditation, the young man was able to form a lotus flower within himself, which began to absorb a large amount of energy. In addition, Nathan began to absorb previously unfamiliar energy that was around him. The young man realized with delight that his abilities had reached the peak of the 3rd level, and that his red lotus had also undergone a new mutation. Nathan never expected that by imprisoning the turtle, the anomalous power would directly rise to the top of the 3rd level. Now the main character was completely ready to face any danger, and was confident that he would be able to overcome it. The young man looked fearlessly at the blood-red moon, which seemed to be getting closer to the earth with each passing hour. Suddenly Nathan heard someone start breaking down the door leading to the roof, and the hero immediately prepared for the worst. Soon the door swung open, and several men came out onto the roof, extremely unhappy that someone had managed to get onto the roof of the mansion. One of them turned to the manager in bewilderment and asked how this guy managed to get up here if the elevators and corridors were closed. However, the manager took his subordinate's words only as an excuse and threatened to withhold his salary for that month. The man had no choice but to accept the punishment and apologize, even though he was not at fault. The manager himself believed that such people were only suitable for this type of work. Meanwhile, the main character was completely oblivious to the approaching people who were intending to drive him off the roof. Looking up to the sky, everyone present saw an ominous phenomenon. Lightning began to flash in the blood-red clouds. Soon everyone witnessed how the hands of a creature began to burst out from a huge crack in the sky, trying to break out. The next moment, a deafening cry from the monster was heard, and he fully revealed himself to the people. Then, from the rift, a huge monster with several pairs of hooves easily descended onto the roof of the Imperial building. It was a soldier-level bull demon and posed a huge threat to humans. The manager, seeing the monster, called him a demon in horror and could hardly stand on his feet from fear. He then angrily ordered his subordinates to protect him immediately, threatening to fire him. He even hastily promised to raise their salaries. However, it was too late. The bull demon cut the man down with one blow right in front of his employees. The witnesses were frozen with horror, and for some time could not move from the spot. Their trembling bodies did not obey. When the men finally came to their senses, they realized that they needed to run as quickly as possible before the demon dealt with them too. Unfortunately, the ferocious monster had already chosen its next target, and had no intention of letting anyone go. Despite the impending danger, Nathan stood calmly in place and looked fearlessly at the enemy. The bull demon had no intention of wasting time on a long fight, and decided to simply crush the protagonist with his hoof, like the others. The next moment, the monster stepped with all its fury onto the spot where the young man stood, and a powerful explosion was heard, demonstrating the force of the blow. But it turned out that the protagonist easily stopped the attack. Nathan asked if he really hoped to crush him with such force. After this, the young man created a fiery sword from energy for a counterattack, and offered the demon to use it for training. The bull demon was extremely surprised that the guy somehow understood his speech, and even stopped his attack for a moment. Suddenly, Nathan jumped sharply, pushing off from the roof of the Imperial building and soaring high into the air. Nathan soon landed in a safe place and began to monitor the demon's actions. People watching what was happening could not believe that this was an ordinary person, and sincerely hoped that he would be able to destroy this monster. Meanwhile, the ferocious monster declared that he did not expect to meet a worthy opponent, and was glad to have such entertainment in this world. Brandishing an iron axe, the monster declared that it intended to enjoy killing Nathan. However, the protagonist did not receive a single wound and managed to deftly jump right onto the enemy's huge iron axe. Nathan grinned widely and declared that he was going to chop off one of the monster's legs, as he had too many of them. After this, the protagonist quickly rushed forward, believing that it would be better for him to cut off one of the demon's arms. However, the monster intended to literally devour the young man right then and there, and had already prepared its sharp teeth for this. But Nathan jumped high into the air to complete his plan, while the monster kept its furious gaze on him. Meanwhile, the main character had already swung his sword and was rapidly heading towards his opponent. The next moment, Nathan rushed through the enemy with lightning speed, cutting off his arm with one blow. The shocked bull demon, looking at the splashes of his own blood, asked how he dared to do this to him. In response, the hero advised his opponent to relax, adding that he still had 5 legs and 1 arm. The demon bull was extremely dissatisfied with the threats coming from the protagonist's mouth, and did not understand what to expect next. Meanwhile, the young man had already attacked the enemy, not giving him time to recover. The spear deeply pierced the monster's flesh. In the end, the bloodthirsty monster was cut into pieces and could only think about why this happened to him. Meanwhile, the hero rejoiced at his victory and noted that the enemy turned out to be much weaker than he expected. Despite this, Nathan remembered well that this was only the first demon. The boy then calmly turned to the bull demon and offered to give him his spiritual power instead of continuing to suffer. The demon was about to object, declaring that he would fight to the end. But at that moment he noticed a tower of demons behind his enemy. The demon bull saw the other monsters imprisoned in this prison, who were looking at him with a sly smile. Suddenly the monster began to experience strange sensations. Then the monster literally burst from the inside, which the main character did not expect at all. After this, the demon's spiritual power headed to the top floor of the tower, but Nathan had no idea what was happening. Despite all attempts to completely destroy the demon, he did not want to give up. But as soon as the hero looked at the tower, he was immediately overcome with horror. As a result of this battle, the protagonist's spiritual power increased by 5%, and he also became more proficient in using fire. The guy then guessed that it was about 7 o'clock in the evening, which meant he should be thinking about the approach of other demons. However, the men who witnessed what was happening began to thank him for saving them and asked what was going on. The young man briefly replied that the end of the world had come and advised them to take care of themselves. Then Nathan jumped from the roof of a multi-story building, and the people were left alone among the remains of the demon bull and did not understand what to do next. Suddenly, everyone noticed how their colleague was desperately trying to lift the demon's huge axe, but he was unable to do so. Soon the man laughed loudly and declared that this weapon was a real treasure, since it was used by a monster. At the same time, the man was enveloped in an ominous aura. In the end, the maddened man still managed to lift the hilt of the weapon. Meanwhile, everyone present noticed that the remains of the monster's body had, for some reason, turned into a blue liquid. People were wary of the unknown liquid, so they tried to avoid letting it come into contact with their shoes and clothes. Meanwhile, the guy who was trying to pick up the demon's weapon was increasingly falling under the influence of the aura, which is why he quickly lost the rest of his consciousness. Finally, the distraught man turned his gaze to his colleagues. Seeing this, the men were very scared and did not know what to do. Soon the madman nevertheless attacked his comrades, growling loudly like a wild animal. After this, loud human screams echoed throughout the area. The Song family's villa remained relatively quiet, as if the end of the world had not affected its inhabitants at all. Suddenly, a worried subordinate approached the head of the family, who was in a bomb shelter, and reported that another person had fallen ill. Axel, studying ancient relics, calmly ordered his subordinate to send the sick man to the isolation ward. The young man, having received the order, hastened to carry it out, since he had to report who exactly was sick. The head of the Song family immediately realized that they were talking about his son, which made him very worried. Then the man, together with his subordinate, wasted no time in heading to the isolation ward, where there were already many infected people. Finally, running up to the right cell, he looked inside and asked his son if everything was okay. James, who had not yet recovered from his skirmish with the protagonist, felt extremely ill and begged his father with all his might to help him. Then Axel turned to his subordinate and demanded to know where the medicine was. He was extremely unhappy that they still hadn't been found. The young man replied that only one person had taken 2 Shangqing tablets, which had only succeeded in reducing his temperature. Soon, Axel, without entering the isolation ward, threw the necessary medications to his son and told him to take them immediately. James grabbed a handful of pills with a trembling hand and swallowed them in the hope that it would help him recover. After some time, the young man sighed with relief and, although he remained extremely exhausted, reported that he felt better. Axel was very happy about this and ordered to find more of these pills. The guy replied that the Song family only had 3 boxes of this medicine left. Then the man became furious, reminding them that he had long ago ordered a stockpile of similar drugs to be made. Axel ordered that the necessary pills be obtained at any cost, even if it meant using weapons. But he said that there was no more medicine, since a man named Nathan had bought it all up. Upon hearing this name, Axel became furious. The subordinate then added that there was too much chaos on the streets at the moment, so it was impossible to use the underground tunnels. Axel thought with regret that his family was doomed, because in addition to the medicine, Nathan also possessed unusual abilities. The next moment there was a loud explosion, which easily knocked down the iron door of the isolation cell. Axel looked away in surprise, not understanding what could have caused what happened. Soon the man saw his son, who looked healthy and felt well, but his body was enveloped in a mysterious aura. James happily reported that he was fine, and the discomfort seemed to have left his body. He also stated that he had now become very strong, and to demonstrate this, he suddenly hit a concrete wall, destroying it. Axel was amazed by what he saw, and already happily assumed that his son had acquired abilities. James continued to loudly assert that he was fine, and now had superpowers that brought him pleasure. The man suggested that taking the pills would give him superpowers, but he thought it was too good to be true. Therefore, he ordered that these drugs be given to other infected people, and that their condition be closely monitored. In addition, the man ordered that after the experiment was completed, they go to the warehouse where Nathan kept a supply of medications. Axel assumed that once he gained control over the life and death of people with abilities, he would definitely become king. Beatrice had already woken up, but continued to lie on the sofa and think about her condition. The girl didn't expect that a common cold remedy would be so effective. Almost all the symptoms of the disease had already disappeared. Suddenly she felt a strange sensation, and the hand that held the pills began to emit light, which greatly surprised the girl. Beatrice looked at her hand again, but now everything looked as usual. The girl did not understand whether she imagined it. The girl's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a loud, unexpected knock on the door, which immediately made her wary. After this, the girl heard a familiar voice behind the door asking for help. Then the girl, without thinking, ran to the door. Her friend named Cheryl said that almost all the residents of their house turned into zombies and are now killing everyone in sight. In addition, people who are affected by zombies also turn into them, so she could not get home and begged for help. Beatrice was extremely surprised by what she heard, but without hesitation she decided to let the girl into the apartment. However, the chain on the front door got stuck, and the girl tried to solve the problem as quickly as possible, not understanding what could have happened to the lock. Meanwhile, Cheryl heard the loud roar of zombies approaching down the stairwell, which made her very scared. Then she began to beg her friend to hurry up and open the door faster. Beatrice was shocked when she looked out onto the landing and saw a crowd of zombies slowly climbing the steps. The monsters were getting closer and closer. But Beatrice still couldn't open the door, so she asked her friend to wait a little. Cheryl stood in front of the closed door again, watching the merciless monsters approach her. Finally, Beatrice managed to open the door, and then the girl immediately told her friend to go inside. As soon as Cheryl ran into the apartment, Beatrice was shocked by what she saw. There were large bleeding wounds on her friend's back. Alarmed, Beatrice immediately turned to her friend, asking if she had noticed that she was wounded. In response, Cheryl, with a sly smile, made it clear that the apartment owner had managed to expose her. Then Beatrice immediately remembered the words of a friend about how a person who has suffered from a zombie turns into a zombie himself. Cheryl, with a wild look in her eyes, said that judging by the conversations on the internet, if you take the Shangqing pill, there is still hope for salvation. The girl then pinned her frightened friend against the front door, preventing her from escaping, and demanded to know if she had the medicine at home. Suddenly, zombies began to break down the front door, wanting to feast on human flesh. The monsters were becoming more and more persistent, and it seemed that at any moment they could break inside. Cheryl was extremely unhappy with what was happening, and feeling her condition worsening, realized that she had already lost too much time. Then the girl pushed Beatrice out the door straight into the clutches of bloodthirsty zombies, hoping to buy herself a little time. Beatrice desperately knocked on the door and begged to be let back in. Meanwhile, the zombies were already approaching her. For a moment, Cheryl thought about what she should do, and it seemed like she was about to realize her mistake and open the door to her friend. However, the girl was suddenly overcome with rage, and then she admitted that she had always hated Beatrice because she was born into a richer family. The girl continued to knock on the door, and through tears asked why her friend was doing this to her, since she had always helped her. In response, Cheryl laughed loudly and declared that her friend had indeed helped her before, so now she should do it again. Behind the door, the screams of a friend were heard, mixed with the growling of zombies, who seemed to have already caught up with their victim. The girl was very pleased and only hoped that the monsters would eat the girl to the last piece. However, Cheryl's joy was short-lived as she suddenly felt intense pain coming from the wounds on her back. Looking in the mirror, the girl realized that she needed to find the Shangqing pills as soon as possible. Otherwise, she would soon turn into an ugly creature. Without wasting any time, the scoundrel began to look around the stranger's apartment in search of a box of medicines. Soon she noticed a table in the living room on which stood a small box of medicines. After reading the name of the pills, Cheryl was very happy, because this was exactly what she was looking for. The girl was sure that she was now saved. However, when she opened the box, she found it empty. She did not understand where the pills could have disappeared to, and assumed that Beatrice had eaten them all. Luckily for her, the girl found a receipt that showed her friend had purchased a large quantity of these pills. For some time she carefully searched the entire apartment, looking into every corner, but this did not bring any results. Because of this, the girl began to get very nervous, realizing that with every minute spent she had less and less time left. She panicked, not understanding where the necessary medications could be hidden and why she could not find them. Meanwhile, Cheryl's condition worsened. She felt weak, and her hands changed color, becoming more and more like zombie hands. Out of despair and hopelessness, the girl could not contain her emotions and screamed loudly. Suddenly, Cheryl's attention was drawn to a musical ringtone that sounded very close to her, but it was an alarming sign. The girl was very surprised, because she knew that this was the melody that sounded when Beatrice called her. Cheryl was shocked, and didn't understand how this was possible, but she still accepted the challenge. Thanks to the video call, the girl saw that Beatrice was completely safe and sound, which could not help but shock her. Then Cheryl, in a trembling voice, asked if her friend had really died and how she had managed to survive. In response, Beatrice merely showed her friend a handful of Shangqing tablets and asked if these were exactly what she had been so desperately looking for. Seeing the medicine, Cheryl asked with both despair and anger whether her friend really had all the pills. However, Beatrice did not answer directly and only briefly asked if the girl wanted to receive this medicine. Hearing this question, Cheryl felt hope and decided to act immediately to save her life. The girl tearfully began to apologize, claiming that she had simply lost her way because she was very scared when the zombies attacked her. She even began to bow low and beg Beatrice to share the medicine, insisting that she was a kind person. At the same time, the girl thought that Beatrice would never abandon her in trouble, and immediately after receiving the pills, she would definitely deal with her friend. Watching her friend humiliate herself and ask for help, Beatrice coldly demanded that it stop. The girl then asked if Cheryl really hoped that she would trust her again. Beatrice always considered her just a child who did not receive proper upbringing in childhood, so she always tried to support her. After these words, she suddenly fell silent for a moment, listening to the zombies growling echoing throughout the stairwell. The girl wasn't at all worried about what was happening, so she continued asking if her friend had decided to take off her hypocritical mask. Cheryl, whose condition worsened due to illness, admitted her mistake and began begging a friend for help. Hearing this, Beatrice could not hold back her tears, but replied that she was not that naive, after which she wished her friend to go to hell. Then the conversation ended, and Cheryl collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath, no longer able to fight the illness that was taking over her body. The girl was quickly losing her mind, and the last thing she said was the admission that she did not want to die this way. Soon, a loud human scream was heard from the direction of the stairwell near Beatrice's apartment, which died down almost immediately. Lost in thought about what had happened, the girl did not notice how a zombie began to approach her. Beatrice quickly came to her senses, noticing the bloodthirsty monster, and suddenly she used her newly acquired ability. The girl's body literally became transparent, thanks to which she avoided the zombie attack and quickly ran away. As Beatrice walked down the stairs, she remembered how the moment Cheryl pushed her out the door, she had decided her life was over. Then the girl was very scared of the zombies that quickly surrounded her, and did not even notice how strange changes began to occur in her body. Only after some time, realizing that she was still alive, she opened her eyes and saw that the zombies were in no hurry to attack her. Looking at her hands, the girl could not believe that her body had become transparent again, which meant that what had happened earlier had not been a hallucination. Taking advantage of the moment, the girl quickly ran away, thanks to which she was able to hide from the bloodthirsty monsters. The monsters did not see their victim, but they heard her steps well, but did not even try to pursue her. After some time, the girl stopped in a safe place to catch her breath and think everything over. Beatrice had already realized that the zombies couldn't see her because her body was transparent, but using her ability quickly drained her body's energy. The girl realized that she couldn't stay in this state for long, so she ran again so that the monsters wouldn't be able to find her. Soon, Beatrice ran out into the street, thinking that she needed to leave this place immediately. The girl ran with all her might, and felt that her ability was about to stop working. After a while, she had to stop again to rest, and it was at this point that her ability stopped working. Beatrice could clearly hear the loud growling of zombies, which seemed to come from all the surrounding houses. Because of this, Beatrice became very nervous, and did not understand what to do now and where to go. Suddenly, someone from afar called out loudly to the girl, instantly attracting her attention. Looking in the direction of the familiar voice, the girl saw her acquaintances, Uncle Chen and Sister Wendy. Without wasting any time, the girl ran towards them, telling them along the way that everyone needed to hide. However, Beatrice suddenly stopped, realizing that she could no longer trust people as easily as before, even acquaintances. Wendy was quick to reassure the girl that they shouldn't worry as they weren't infected. The woman then said that they had been walking around the apartment complex, but after reading a message in the residents' chat, they decided to hide there. Hearing about the group of residents, Beatrice was very surprised, and immediately took out her phone to check on her. Uncle Chen also reported that many people were trapped in the building, and even more died. At this time, a young man named Mark suddenly began to cry and say that he could not contact his parents. Wendy was also very worried and wondering what they should do now, fearing that the situation would soon get much worse. Beatrice was horrified by the thought that the entire capital had plunged into chaos, but quickly came to her senses, noticing the approaching danger. The girl, without wasting any time, loudly addressed her acquaintances and warned them that zombies were approaching them. Turning around, the people saw that several monsters had already turned their attention to them, and the only obstacle between them was the fence. Suddenly, the zombies started saying that they wanted to get home and demanded that the guard open the doors for them, otherwise they were going to file a complaint. Mark, overcome with horror, hurriedly retreated, and at that time Uncle Chen grabbed the girl by the hand and demanded that she leave as quickly as possible. The zombies were extremely unhappy that they were not allowed into the house, so they began to get angry. At the same time, the enraged monsters tried their best to break down the iron fence in order to enter the residential complex. Seeing this, Beatrice loudly asked the guard to go to the security room and get the stun gun there. Meanwhile, the zombies had already overcome the obstacle in their path and were heading towards Mark. The young man, noticing the approaching danger, finally came to his senses and hurried to run away to take advantage of the girl's advice. Soon he ran into the security room, where there was indeed an electric shock device. Immediately after them, a zombie burst into the room. But the frightened Mark attacked the monster with all his might, hitting it on the head. This caused the zombie to fall to the floor with a crash and stop showing any signs of aggression, but the young man still remained on guard. Beatrice, watching what was happening, praised the guy for a successful blow and was glad that no one was hurt. Mark was also happy that he managed to survive, and rashly decided that now no zombies were scary to him. However, suddenly everyone heard the loud sound of heavy footsteps. It turned out that one of the zombies had brought a large crowd of his own kind with him. Seeing this, Beatrice was frozen with horror, because she had already hoped that the danger had passed. Mark also did not expect this. Suddenly, the zombies, noticing their victims, took off and ran towards the people, intending to tear them to pieces. Seeing this, the girl loudly ordered her acquaintances to run away immediately. However, Beatrice soon stopped abruptly, noticing that the path ahead was blocked by another group of zombies. It then became clear that the people were already surrounded, and all the survivors realized with horror that they no longer had any hope of salvation. It was at this moment that a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky, resembling a huge crack in space. Right on the territory of the residential complex, a huge monster, resembling a spider with the head of a demon, jumped out of a rift. The monster's landing immediately caused a small earthquake, causing thick clouds of dust to rise and the road to become covered in cracks. The monster noticed the frightened Beatrice, but was in no hurry to deal with people as quickly as with zombies. Soon the entire area of the residential complex was covered in a thick web, and the demon loudly declared that all the spoils belonged only to him. Beatrice was caught in the web and completely immobilized. Wendy also asked for help and begged the monster to let her go. Then the monster fell silent and froze on the huge web, as if waiting for something. Meanwhile, Beatrice was wondering what kind of monster it was, and why it suddenly appeared from the sky. The girl then looked up and became very worried that other similar monsters might soon emerge from the rift. After this, Beatrice remembered Nathan's words. The girl realized that he was talking about the beginning of the end of the world, knowing in advance about everything that was happening. However, the girl's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by an approaching spider demon. Meanwhile, Nathan stood calmly on a high pole and looked down, where a large crowd of zombies was visible. The events were closely watched by survivors hiding around the corner, who did not miss the opportunity to film the main character. By using the crystal, the hero was able to slightly enhance his anomalous abilities. The young man then decided to continue on his way, thinking that zombies also evolve and become stronger. Suddenly, one of the survivors approached Nathan and, thanking him for saving him, said that he had been broadcasting live the whole time. Hearing this, the protagonist snapped his fingers, after which a small explosion was heard in the survivor's hand. The young man didn't immediately understand what had happened. It turned out that Nathan had used his abilities to blow up the boy's phone. After this, the young man silently headed into one of the shops, and people watched in bewilderment at what he was going to do. Nathan looked around slowly and thought that the entire store had already been looted and the goods taken away, so he had to go to the warehouse. There were only a few boxes of canned goods, instant noodles, and other food. Without wasting any time, the protagonist used his abilities to quickly transport all of these products to another world, to the Demon Tower. Nathan then calmly walked towards the exit, while the survivors continued to watch him in complete bewilderment. Suddenly, one of the guys turned to the main character with a request to help them again. Nathan stopped silently and quickly handed the people a few packages of instant noodles and told them to be careful. People were very grateful to the hero and began to discuss how lucky they were to meet this man and who he really is. However, one of the survivors had a different opinion. The young man believed that Nathan was not a good person at all. The guy especially didn't like that the main character took all the food for himself, leaving them only a few packages of instant noodles. The second guy reminded him that it was Nathan who saved their lives, but the survivor stubbornly objected that no one asked the hero to do that. He then added with irritation that the protagonist had also smashed his phone, claiming that the broadcast could make him very famous. Moreover, he sincerely did not understand why he himself could not acquire such power. Suddenly, the survivor loudly declared that if he had superpowers, he would definitely become a great hero and save everyone. The others supported him, because they were also unhappy that the main character did not help them until the very end. However, a moment later, one of the survivors called on his comrades to calm down, and noted that, no matter how you look at it, it was Nathan who saved their lives. The other guy was extremely dissatisfied with what he heard. He thought that his friend was ready to settle for just one pack of noodles. At that moment, a stranger suddenly appeared behind him and asked where the man he was filming had gone. When the boy turned around, he saw a man talking to him. The survivors noticed a group of armed men who quickly surrounded them, led by James. The Song family's subordinates immediately began beating the survivors, trying to beat the answers they needed out of them. Eventually, one guy told them which direction Nathan had gone, but he had absolutely no idea why they had been attacked in the first place. James smiled slightly, holding a pack of instant noodles in his hand, and asked the man why he thought they were being beaten. The guy assumed that the attackers simply wanted to take their food, and therefore stated that he was not at all against giving it up voluntarily. The next moment, James kicked him mercilessly on the head, making it clear that his answer was wrong. After this, the scoundrel, continuing to smile, silently gave a sign to one of his subordinates. James had a zombie with him, whose body was still alive, despite the fact that it could not move. The frightened survivor did not understand what awaited him next, and in a trembling voice he asked what exactly this villain was going to do. In response, James showed a living zombie head and, laughing, said that he was going to conduct a small experiment. Then he suddenly brought this head to the prisoner, which scared him to death. The zombie immediately grabbed the man, and he began to scream loudly, the virus instantly penetrating his body. James watched the proceedings with a satisfied smile and advised the victim not to be nervous, explaining that he would be making a contribution to science. Meanwhile, his subordinate calmly watched what was happening and noted how quickly the zombie dealt with the person. The monster, without showing a drop of pity, devoured its still living victim. Finally, James stopped what was happening by cutting off the zombie's head, and he considered his goal achieved. After this, the villain impaled the monster's head on a dagger and extracted the crystal, which was precisely the reason for this experiment. Without wasting any time, James immediately used the item and felt his abilities become stronger. He came to the conclusion that by using a few more of these crystals, he could overcome the barrier and become even stronger. His subordinates added that they had already mastered the method of mass production of these crystals. James stated that killing Nathan was more important to him now, and there was no need to worry about the crystals, since there were still plenty of level 2 zombies in the city. After this, he ordered his men to get rid of the survivors so that they would not spill the beans. One of his subordinates waved the weapon that was literally growing out of his hand with cruel joy, and blood instantly flew in all directions. People saw that the attackers also had superpowers, and then they finally realized that they would not be able to get out of here alive. The survivors realized that in the eyes of the gifted, they were no different from pigs or dogs, and therefore there was no point in counting on mercy. As they watched their comrade get hacked to pieces, they bitterly wished that Nathan had just left right after saving them. Soon, one of them began to blame the protagonist for all the troubles, claiming that he, instead of helping, simply abandoned them here. Meanwhile, the Song family's subordinate swung his weapon a few more times, after which the screams finally died down. James then informed his subordinates that the noise had stopped and ordered them to leave, reminding them that they still had a lot of work ahead of them. It was at that moment that an object flashed across the sky at great speed, leaving behind a bright, glowing trail. Soon, a powerful explosion was heard in the distance, and the men assumed that the sound could have been caused by the collapse of a multi-story building. After this, James quickly got into the car, ordered to move in that direction, and noted that Nathan was most likely somewhere there. Soon the group was already rushing to the site of the explosion, expecting to meet the main character there. Meanwhile, Nathan was getting closer and closer to the point where his new opponent had landed. The hero estimated that he had about 2,000 meters left, and decided that at his speed, he would quickly reach the desired place. Then the main character ran out from around the corner of one of the houses, and already realized that the target was right ahead. However, upon seeing his opponent, Nathan was so shocked that he was momentarily speechless. The guy noticed a huge demonic spider that had entangled the entire residential complex in its web. Moreover, at that very moment, the monster was trying to eat Uncle Chen alive, whose leg it had already pierced with a sharp claw. Wendy was very worried about her relative and could not believe that he would now lose his life. Meanwhile, Beatrice desperately tried to get out of the web, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not break the bonds. Suddenly she remembered her ability to become invisible and decided that it could help her in the current situation. Beatrice tried her best to activate her power, but she still didn't understand how to do it correctly. It was at that moment that the girl heard Wendy's plaintive voice, who, overcome with fear, asked to save her and her grandfather. These words gave Beatrice determination, and she then began to feverishly remember how she had obtained her superpower. The girl soon remembered that her strength had manifested after taking the Shangqing pills, which, fortunately, were still in her pocket. Without wasting any time, the woman tried to get the medicine, but by that time the demonic spider had already grabbed Wendy and was about to devour her. The girl's hands were bound by webs, so she managed to pull out only one pill and tossed it to her mouth in the hope of catching it. Fortunately, she managed to carry out her plan. Now Beatrice could only mentally pray for the medicine to work faster. At the same time, the demon had already opened its mouth, intending to swallow its victim. Soon the girl felt a surge of energy and immediately tried to use her superpower. However, at that very moment the demon felt a sharp pain. One of his paws was damaged. The reason for this was Nathan, who intended to attack the monster in order to save Wendy from the terrible fate of being eaten. Wendy immediately rushed away in search of a safe place, while the hero remained standing in place, waiting for the enemy to attack. The young man remembered that this demon's shell had a certain resistance to fire. Meanwhile, the monster, having noticed the main character, was already anticipating what he would taste like and wanted to devour him as quickly as possible. The demon rushed at Nathan with lightning speed, trying to grab him, but Nathan easily jumped to the side and prepared a counterattack. The guy stepped towards his enemy and swung a huge fire axe. The next moment, there was a loud explosion, but it did not harm the demon. The monster released a network of strong web at Nathan. At that very moment, the web burst into a bright flame and began to burn rapidly, which noticeably discouraged the spider demon. Soon the guy heard strange sounds coming from the multi-story buildings around him. They gradually became louder. A few moments later, Nathan saw hordes of red spiders begin to crawl out of all the doors and windows, responding to the demon's call. Very soon, Nathan found himself surrounded by small spiders, who posed no less a danger to him than their leader. Meanwhile, James and his subordinate were casually racing through the city streets, knocking down zombies that fell under the wheels of the car. One of the people from the Song family clearly took pleasure in killing monsters, and from time to time he obtained crystals for it. James himself was also pleased and assumed that by absorbing 8 of these crystals, he would be able to raise his abilities to the next level. Suddenly, one of his subordinates, with an alarmed voice, drew his attention to what was happening ahead. It turned out that the villains had almost reached the right place, as a huge web began to appear in their path. As they moved further, Song's men noticed a passage in the web and immediately assumed it was Nathan's work. One of the subordinates felt uneasy and asked James if they were really going there. At that moment, another noticed a large red spider and warned his comrades of the danger. This alarmed the men, so one of their subordinates had to take out his gun and also use his ability. Eventually, James decided to intervene personally, and the boy mercilessly attacked the suddenly appearing enemy with his bare hands. After a powerful blow, blood gushed out of the monster's body and splashed onto James himself, which he found disgusting. However, he assumed that there might be crystals inside, and so he tore the enemy apart, but found nothing. Suddenly, the man began to lick the spider's blood from his hands, as he felt that it contained the same energy from the crystals. He was distracted from this activity by a sudden explosion. Raising his head, James and his subordinates saw a huge spider that was being attacked by someone. It turned out that Nathan was the cause of the explosion. Overcome with rage, he quickly rushed at the demonic spider. James was quite surprised, but assumed that the hero was fighting the monster for the enormous benefit he would receive after killing it. Hearing this, one of the subordinates asked what they should do next. Then James, continuing to watch the hero, decided that it was worth waiting until the young man attracted the attention of all the opponents. He intended to take advantage of the moment, absorb as much energy as possible, and then destroy the demon and deal with Nathan at the same time. Meanwhile, the main character, not yet aware of the enemy's plan, was completely focused on the battle with the demon. To withstand the onslaught of so many enemies, the hero was forced to use his abilities and create a fire wave. Nathan made wide swings with his weapon, spreading tongues of flame around him and pushing back the spiders. Then the guy decided to go on the offensive and rushed forward with lightning speed, continuing to wave his weapon. Despite the danger, Nathan used his abilities in time and burned the web with fire, thereby clearing his path. After this, he asked the monster whether it really intended to devour him using its little spiders for this purpose. Unable to withstand such an onslaught, the demon finally collapsed to the ground, exhausted, but still alive. Thanks to this, the main character was able to distract himself and pay attention to what was happening below. He was extremely surprised to see James and his subordinates. The men were actively destroying small spiders. Finally, the monster's shell was broken and green blood gushed out. James took sip after sip with obvious enjoyment, feeling himself getting stronger with each time. Meanwhile, Nathan watched what was happening and could not believe that James also became the owner of superpowers. The hero remembered that in his past life, this scoundrel had indeed achieved impressive results. One of the subordinates was amazed at how strong his boss had become, and believed that Nathan would no longer be able to escape. James agreed with this, but suggested taking their time and continuing the spider hunt. At this point, Nathan calmly addressed the enemies, stating that they were behaving disgustingly, and that their tastes were even worse than those of zombies. The villains were surprised by the hero's appearance, but one of them suddenly wondered where the spider demon was now if the hero was here. Then Nathan calmly pointed his finger at the monster, which was quickly approaching the villains, and asked if they were looking for him. Afterwards, he began to retreat to a safe place, and added that since James loved to eat spiders so much, He should apologize to their mother. The monster saw a terrified James and his subordinates standing among the corpses of small spiders, covered in their blood. The enraged demon loudly called his cubs and ordered them to tear the enemies to pieces. A frightened James could only desperately fight off the attacks and hope that he would not die today. Meanwhile, Nathan watched the proceedings and noted that his former best friend deserved to be in this situation. James, upon hearing this, became furious and demanded that Nathan wait for him, claiming that he also had superpowers. In response, Nathan smiled and praised his opponent, adding that he would like to discuss something with him. However, the hero's speech was suddenly interrupted by a spider demon that appeared in front of him and growled. Then the protagonist decided that he had to finish off the monster first, and asked James to wait and try not to die before his return. The guy was extremely unhappy that the hero underestimated him so much, and even began to tremble with rage. At that moment, one of James's subordinates ran up to him and excitedly announced that he had run out of ammunition, so they would have to retreat. However, James immediately stated that retreat was impossible, as they needed to kill Nathan. Suddenly, the main heir of the Song family was overcome with furious anger, and his subordinates did not understand what was happening to their master. Meanwhile, James's body began to change right before our eyes, gradually increasing in size. Then, a maddened James sank his teeth into the spider and tore its head off, causing green blood to spray everywhere. After drinking this liquid, the guy laughed loudly and noted with satisfaction that he had become stronger again. After this, he strictly ordered his subordinates to continue catching spiders and bringing them to him so that he could become stronger. Suddenly, without even looking, James caught the spider that was trying to attack him with one hand. He then crushed the monster with ease and threatened his subordinates that he would do the same to them if they ever spoke of retreat again. The people of the Song family were amazed by their master's strength and promised to kill as many spiders as it took to defeat Nathan. Meanwhile, the main character was completely focused on the battle with the spider demon. However, his blow was not effective enough, and the hero realized that the reason for the failure was the excessive hardness of the monster's shell. That is why the demon was not going to stop the fight, and did not give the enemy a second of respite. Suddenly, from the strange movements of the monster, it became clear that it had something in mind and was going to use the web. The next moment, the demon pushed off powerfully and jumped high into the air, ending up above Nathan. Choosing the right moment, the spider released a giant web capable of covering not only the main character, but the entire street. A few minutes later, the hero was completely encased in a thick cocoon of webbing, preventing him from even moving. The monster was extremely pleased with his victory and carefully examined his prey, wanting to enjoy the sight of the man. However, Nathan himself only wondered how the monster dared to come so close to him, because it was extremely risky. The demon was angered by his opponent's self-confidence, but the protagonist's words still made him wary. The next moment, a small spark flared up inside the cocoon, and soon the entire web caught fire, and along with it the demon himself. The monster couldn't believe that the hero had managed to turn the trap against him, but he couldn't change anything. Nathan watched his opponent burn in flames and waited for the right moment to deliver the finishing blow. Finally, the protagonist approached the enemy and declared that there was only one road to heaven, but the monster would not take it, but would go to hell. Suddenly, the demon's insidious voice was heard nearby, informing him that the hero had fallen for his trick. Hearing this, Nathan, without turning around, grabbed the demon's soul, which did not expect this, and was amazed at where he got such incredible power. The monster's soul desperately tried to escape, but the hero mercilessly crushed the enemy's essence, thereby finally achieving victory. He then absorbed the energy contained within it, immediately after which the protagonist reached the 4th level of his superpowers. Suddenly he felt a new energy begin to spread in some demonic prison. The hero himself did not fully understand what was happening, and this frightened him a little. In addition, he felt a strong heat in his eye. Suddenly, an image of a city appeared before his eyes, and his attention was drawn to the bright flames that rose even higher than some of the skyscrapers. Besides this, Nathan noticed other lights, but they were blue. The guy assumed that these were demons that had already fallen from the sky. The hero then concluded that his new ability allowed him to intuitively see powerful anomalous energy. Now the young man understood why the ability was called Fire Gaze, and decided that it was indeed extremely useful. Suddenly, Nathan turned his attention to the girls, who were completely exhausted after their encounter with the spider demon. The hero was shocked when he saw Beatrice, because he remembered that she was his younger sister Shelley's teacher. However, the main character did not have time to think everything through properly, as his attention was drawn to loud sounds nearby. The source of the noise turned out to be James, who had been continuously drinking spider blood all this time. The guy felt an incredible surge of strength. He loudly declared that now everyone must die, and he needed to become even stronger. Soon, the man moved on to the second level. His muscles noticeably increased, but his mind was already beginning to be clouded by the thirst for power. James knew that abilities were divided into 10 levels, and considered it a real blessing. He anticipated that upon reaching the 10th level, he would become a god, and claimed that he had already embarked on this path. Suddenly, James noticed Nathan nearby, who was calmly watching him. Unable to contain his murderous impulse, the boy rushed at the hero with lightning speed, believing that he now had enough strength to fight him. With malice in his voice, he stated that Nathan had always been worse than him in everything, and this case would be no exception. Moreover, James proudly announced that he had already reached the second level of his superpower, and the hero would be unable to do anything against it. However, the next moment a strong blow to the face made James suddenly fall silent. The blow was so powerful that James flew far back, turned over several times in the air, and fell heavily to the ground. While the guy was trying to come to his senses and catch his breath, Nathan slowly approached the defeated enemy. James didn't understand how this was possible, since he had already reached the second level of superpowers. In response, Nathan asked what level James considered himself to be, and thanked him for the fact that his family had given him a lot of money at the time. Hearing this, James began to deny what was happening and repeat that all this was impossible. The alarmed man reached for the remains of the spiders to drink their blood again and become even stronger. The protagonist watched this with a slight smile and did not even try to stop the enemy. Suddenly, Nathan noticed that James had always been a cautious man, but this time he had clearly rushed. The scoundrel did not understand the meaning of these words. The hero explained that in the past, he would have first conducted an experiment and looked at the results before swallowing demonic blood. James decided that his opponent was saying all this just to prevent him from becoming stronger, and demanded that Nathan shut up. He insisted that he was following the path of God because he was the chosen one and had to become stronger. In response, the hero only grinned at the mention of the path of God and suggested that the enemy take a closer look at this very path. Suddenly, James seemed to find himself in another world, where he was completely alone. He saw a huge tree and was amazed by its grandeur and beauty. However, the man again decided that the protagonist was simply afraid of his strength and was therefore trying to distract and confuse him. In the end, the villain declared that he was ready to continue the fight with Nathan and threatened that this time he would not remain unharmed. Without wasting any time, James swung his fist and rushed at the main character, but suddenly the man stopped abruptly. He imagined that he was standing on the edge of an abyss, and below, demonic creatures were reaching out their hands to him, wanting to grab him. Then he heard many dark voices calling him to come down to them and merge with them. This scared James to the core, and he even started asking for help. He soon noticed that his hands were gradually turning blue, which alarmed him even more, since he had no idea what was happening. Nathan, watching this, realized that his opponent was being devoured by the zombie virus. The hero was surprised that James had not noticed this earlier. The guy himself was in shock and couldn't understand why this was happening to him, since he had superpowers. Nathan then explained that absorbing too much zombie energy causes a form of indigestion, but it is still possible to escape. Hearing this, James began to ask how everything could be fixed and began to beg the protagonist to help him. In response, Nathan said that the way to salvation was to take Shangqing pills. James was shocked by this answer, because he did not expect at all that the main character would actually help him. Nathan then added that he should take several tablets a day, as they calm and cleanse the body. Hearing all this, James could not contain his emotions and burst into tears. He asked for pills and promised to carry out any orders in return. However, Nathan responded with surprise that he did not demand anything in return, because, according to him, they were true friends. James was glad to hear this and already believed that he could survive. But the next moment, a powerful kick hit him. By doing this, Nathan wanted to speed up his end, without waiting for the disease to completely take over his body. The hero then reminded that James had intended to harm not only him, but also his sister, and despite this, he had already spared him once. Now Nathan came to the conclusion that this man does not know gratitude and, on top of everything else, is driving himself into the grave. Then he was about to leave, taking the Shangqing pills with him. However, he suddenly showed a small box of medicine and asked if these were the same pills the guy was talking about. James immediately confirmed that they were the ones in question, and immediately reached for the medicine. However, Nathan noted that one box would not be enough to save himself, and James was shocked to hear this. The hero then replied that at least a ton of this medicine was needed to painlessly strengthen his gifted subordinates. Besides, if he and James were still close friends, he would not hesitate to give him the medicine he needed. After these words, Nathan headed towards the exit again, and finally said that he deserved to die from illness. James became furious. He gathered all his strength and rushed at Nathan, wanting to take revenge on him for everything he said. However, suddenly someone struck James in the head with a powerful blow and pierced his head with an iron rod. Nathan was surprised to see that it was Beatrice who had struck. Only after making sure that the danger for the main character had passed, she exhaled heavily and began to tremble with excitement. Then Nathan turned to the girl and admitted that he did not expect such an act from her. Beatrice replied that the reason was their recent conversation. The girl remembered her friend who betrayed her, and therefore understood what the main character felt. She believed that the young man did not want to kill the villain himself, so she did it instead. Moreover, Beatrice, still worried, thanked him for his advice to buy pills a few days ago. After that, the girl began to beat James's body. She had heard that after killing a strong zombie, crystals would fall out of it. Soon Beatrice's efforts were crowned with success, and a shiny object flew out of the villain's head. The girl was delighted with the find and immediately wanted to take a closer look at it. Nathan was extremely surprised that the man with superpowers who turned into a zombie actually had a crystal core. Beatrice then handed the crystal to the protagonist, but he confidently refused and declared that this thing belonged to her. The girl did not refuse, and again thanked the guy for everything he did for her. After that, she squeezed the crystal tightly in her palm, still not understanding how to use it. The girl felt her energy increase, but she knew she shouldn't overdo it, lest she turn into a monster. Nathan noted that the girl's ability was very interesting and expressed confidence that if she studied it properly, it would help her survive. Suddenly, the girl turned to the main character, and, although she had known him for only a short time, declared that she wanted to make a deal with him. Then Beatrice remembered the spider demon and asked if the guy really hunted such monsters. The girl then looked at the sky and suggested that over time there would be more and more such creatures, which meant the hero would have to hunt them. Nathan was amazed by her observation, and Beatrice continued, noting that the young man would not be able to destroy all the monsters alone. That is why, in her opinion, she could help him in this matter. The hero was stunned to realize that the girl was offering him her help in hunting demons. The girl then asked for a chance to prove her worth, explaining that she was capable of searching for resources and even using herself as bait. Upon hearing this, Nathan asked her point-blank why she was so eager to take on this job. Beatrice, without hesitation, decisively answered that she needed to become stronger in order to survive. However, her confidence quickly wavered, because she thought that the protagonist might be uncomfortable with her proposal and refuse. He then stated that he wanted Beatrice to go to the hospital and kill the monster there, and he needed a trophy as proof. The girl agreed to these conditions without hesitation and immediately set out on her journey. Finally, Nathan warned her that the monster in the hospital was as strong as a spider, but Beatrice confidently replied that if she couldn't deal with this monster, she wouldn't be able to survive, which meant she would find a way to complete the task. After this, Beatrice left, and Nathan remained standing there and thinking about everything he had heard. The main character liked that the girl was so ambitious, so he decided to help her a little. Using his ability, Nathan directed a flow of energy towards the girl, and she didn't even notice anything. Now everything was under the hero's control. Nathan didn't mind having an assistant, so he wasn't going to let this girl out of his sight. Nathan smiled and thought that it was better not to put off solving the problems that had arisen, but to deal with them together. Meanwhile, at the Song family villa, Axel was deeply grieving for his only son and did not hold back his emotions. The subordinates reported that Nathan had become very strong, but they managed to find out where his sister was hiding, and this could be used for revenge. Hearing this, the man instantly became enraged, and now his thoughts were occupied only with the punishment for the main character. The villain ordered his men to kill the girl and take away all the Shangqing pills, which she probably had in abundance. In a very short time, Axel gathered a small army and ordered them to follow him to attack the survivors and take everything of value from them. The man was sure that no matter how strong Nathan was, his little sister was just an ordinary girl and would not be able to protect herself. Moreover, the villain knew that the main character was now in the city center, so he was convinced that he would not have time to come to his sister's aid. Meanwhile, an unsuspecting Shelley watched the news as terrorist attacks were reported across the city. Alarmed, Shelley looked out the window and saw a huge blood-red moon that boded no good. The girl watched this through the window with concern and wondered if everything was okay with her brother. But Tiny asked the girl not to worry. Then he asked if Shelley had thought about what ability she wanted to learn. The girl replied that she had 3 amulets that could give her anomalous power, but she did not know which one to choose. Finally, the girl made a choice, deciding that it was this ability that would help her brother the most. At that very moment, streams of energy began to swirl around the room, on which mysterious writing was visible. The little one praised her for her choice and noted that she was a truly kind person. Then the turtle suggested that they begin the learning process. The girl immediately began to receive a colossal amount of information, which overwhelmed her, so Tiny asked her to take her time and concentrate. Shelley immediately took Tiny's advice to heart, which made it much easier for her to absorb the information. The turtle continued her story, explaining that the talismans with abilities were given to her by the Great Master. Before his departure, he ordered that they be kept for the Man of Destiny. That's why Tiny had never studied these techniques, and now didn't know how much information Shelley would be able to absorb the first time. Suddenly the turtle stopped speaking, as she sensed danger approaching from the street. At that moment, several cars with armed men drove up to the zoo's administrative building where the girl was hiding. Axel turned to his 3 superpowered subordinates and ordered them to stand in the front row. The man then loudly announced to the rest of the fighters that they should immediately attack the building. Everyone immediately began to carry out the order, being confident that it would be very easy to capture one girl. Axel thought of Nathan with a smile, and declared that he wanted to tear the boy apart to sacrifice him for his dead son. Meanwhile, armed men had already rushed to the front door, intending to knock it down and get inside. One of them was convinced that the door would not withstand the impact and rushed forward without hesitation. To his surprise, he was thrown back with a loud crash and felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. Another soldier mocked his comrade's failure and prepared to show how to properly knock down doors. This time, 2 people rushed to the doors at the same time to make sure they opened them with one blow. However, the next moment the situation repeated itself. The soldiers were thrown far back, and they fell helplessly to the ground. The men were in severe pain and couldn't understand why they couldn't break down the doors, even though they had previously been able to break down iron doors. Axel was extremely dissatisfied with the result, and demanded that his subordinates hurry up. Then one of the commanders ordered to break the windows, since they couldn't open the door. The soldiers immediately began to carry out the order. But, to everyone's amazement, even the windows remained intact, despite the powerful blows. People didn't understand what was happening. One of them suggested that the glass might be tempered. However, another objected, noting that this was just a zoo building, not a presidential palace, and therefore there could not be such glass there. To avoid further angering their master, the fighters decided to use explosives capable of destroying even a bank safe. They quickly covered the door with explosive material, not at all worried that the building might collapse from such a large amount of charge. A few seconds later, the soldier pressed the red button, and at the same moment a powerful explosion occurred, which was supposed to open the passage inside. However, to everyone's surprise, the door remained undamaged. The zoo's administrative building was protected on all sides by a barrier. The soldiers were shocked and could not understand how such a powerful explosion had not caused any damage to the building. They also did not know what this mysterious obstacle was and how it could be overcome. Suddenly, one of the gifted ones approached the commander, and asking him to step aside, explained that this was the action of a superpower. Then people understood why the soldiers couldn't open the door for so long, and decided that only superhumans could handle this task. The gifted villains quickly organized themselves and simultaneously attacked the barrier protecting the building. After the barrier was destroyed, one of them approached the building and looked around, wanting to understand what was being so carefully guarded here. Then, without hesitation, he kicked down the door and walked inside. Once inside, the boy used his superpower, confident that his lightning would be able to reveal everything hidden in the building. They didn't care how hard Nathan tried to protect his sister, because after their attack, there would be nothing left alive here anyway. The next moment, a blinding flash of lightning flashed inside the building, causing everyone to flinch in surprise. The men decided that their comrade had already sorted everything out, and therefore were quite pleased. However, silence reigned in the administrative building. It seemed that their friend was about to come out. However, no matter how much the boys hoped, their comrade never showed up, which is why they began to suspect something was wrong. Then one of them ordered the soldiers to stay put and guard the head of the Song family. After this, the gifted ones intended to go inside themselves and check what had happened. Soon they crossed the threshold and found themselves in pitch darkness, not even suspecting what awaited them there. In order to see at least something, the archer used his ability that allowed him to find a target. Thanks to this, he quickly found Shelley, who was on the second floor, and the man immediately reported this to his partner. He then drew the bowstring and prepared to shoot, confident that the girl would not be able to dodge. It seemed like the arrow was about to fly off, but suddenly Tiny landed on his nose, instantly attracting the boys' attention. The boys were extremely surprised and did not understand where the little turtle came from. The guy angrily threw Tiny aside, outraged that she had interfered with his plan. However, Shelley had already disappeared by this time, and in the meantime, Tiny turned to the villains and asked them not to hit him, explaining that he was just a turtle. Moreover, He asked her not to use physical force here anymore, warning that otherwise she would have to defend herself. To ensure that his words did not seem empty, he decided to demonstrate the seriousness of his intentions. The next moment, a powerful stream of water burst out of the zoo building and literally knocked off their feet all the men who were on the street. The gifted ones managed to hold on, but they were shocked and did not understand at all what was happening. Soon one of them saw their unconscious comrade floating out of the building on the waves, with Kroha sitting on him. The turtle stated that he was calm and peaceful by nature, and did not wish harm to anyone. However, the men did not even intend to listen to her words. One of them immediately ordered to open fire on the turtle. At that very moment, the armed men pulled the triggers and began shooting at the enemy. The bullets flew towards Kroha at great speed, but the shells began to crash into an invisible barrier, which easily stopped them. The next second, bullets began to bounce off the barrier and ricochet back towards the soldiers, injuring them and killing some of them. However, one of the gifted, albeit with difficulty, managed to dodge thanks to inhuman reflexes. The boy then tried to rush at the turtle to stop it from attacking its comrades, but he was unable to break through Tiny's strong barrier. Suddenly, the archer decided to come to the aid of his comrade, and putting all his strength into it, fired a powerful shot. As soon as the arrow touched the barrier, there was a loud explosion, and tongues of flame engulfed the baby. As a result, the protective barrier was destroyed, which the turtle did not expect at all. Meanwhile, the men rejoiced, deciding that they would now finally deal with the enemy. And suddenly their enthusiasm disappeared. In a matter of seconds, Tiny became enraged and assumed his maximum form. The angry turtle grew to an impressive size, and was determined to get rid of the annoying people once and for all. By this time, her shell had fully recovered. The boys were shocked by the size of their opponent, and seemed unable to believe that the turtle could be so huge. With just the power of her mind, she gathered the fragments of the destroyed barrier to use for an attack. The next moment, as if from nowhere, a turbulent stream of water burst forth, rushing towards the men, accompanied by a terrifying roar from Crumb. In addition to its abilities, the turtle was going to use its paws to literally crush its enemies. Seeing this, the guys became even more frightened and began to retreat hastily. At that moment, the turtle dealt a crushing blow. The stream instantly swallowed up all the men. They were unable to withstand the raging elements. The men nearly drowned trying to stay on the surface, but the water proved much stronger than them. Once the water receded, it became clear that most of the men were already dead. But despite this, Tiny stated that she did not like to resort to violence. However, since the people were so determined to confront each other, the turtle could no longer allow any of them to go unpunished. Kroha noted that he was sorry, but he could not act differently. Those who dared to insult others could no longer count on forgiveness. The surviving guy was trembling with horror, looking at the huge turtle. The next moment, Tiny mercilessly crushed the guy with his paw, and blood splattered everywhere. After this, the turtle looked around carefully, trying to find the main instigator of what happened. The turtle then looked at the administration building and assumed that the main man was already inside. Meanwhile, Shelley watched what was happening from the window. Suddenly, the figure of an armed man appeared behind her, having managed to sneak up unnoticed thanks to the deafening claps of thunder. It was Axel, maddened by the thirst for revenge. The man smiled widely, deciding that now he could finally kill Nathan's sister. With tears in his eyes, the man began to speak loudly about how he had only one son, but the protagonist dared to kill him. Now he intended to achieve justice with the pistol he had specially prepared for this occasion. Without hesitation, Axel pointed the gun at Shelley and declared that she would pay with her life for her brother's misdeeds. The girl was very scared when she saw an armed enemy. It seemed that everything was over for her. The next moment, a loud shot rang out, and then a cartridge case fell to the floor with a characteristic ringing sound. Luckily, Shelley was unharmed as a protective barrier appeared in front of her at the very last moment. Axel was shocked that he couldn't kill the girl. He stood motionless for a while, not believing his failure. At this time, Kroha, being on the street, giggled maliciously and noted that, of course, he could not leave the girl in danger. However, the turtle believed that with the onset of the apocalypse, Shelley must learn to look her enemies in the face and resist them. The little one didn't mind at all that the main man unwittingly helped the girl adapt to the new world faster. Even though Shelley was safely protected by a magical barrier, fear still gripped her at the sight of the maddened man. Axel fired a few more shots and loudly asked why she wasn't dead yet. The barrier performed its function flawlessly, but the girl hoped that all this would end soon. The enraged man continued shooting, claiming that she was just an ordinary girl, but that she could be of use to him. According to the man, she could atone for her guilt with blood and help his family get rich. Unable to break through the defense, he asked with irritation how Shelley dared to resist him. His ammunition soon ran out, but Shelley was still overcome with fear and did not know how to deal with her opponent. At the same time, Axel, maddened by the thirst for revenge, was still determined to kill the hero's sister, and it seemed that even the barrier would not stop him. When the pistol was empty, the man threw it aside and quickly pulled out a long knife, deciding to use it immediately. The man began to furiously strike the protective barrier, and after another blow, cracks actually appeared on the surface. At the same time, Axel shouted loudly and offered the frightened girl to test how reliable her magical protection was. He swung the knife again and again, intending to find out how many blows the barrier could withstand. At some point, the dagger managed to partially penetrate the defense, which frightened Shelley even more. The man himself was extremely pleased with the result. He laughed loudly and declared that he would get to the girl very soon. With a wide smile, the man added that as soon as he finished off Shelley, he would take a photo of her body and send it to Nathan. Then Axel raised the knife again and had no intention of stopping, wanting to see them suffer. Shelley seemed so shocked by what was happening that she stopped responding to the threats. The man noticed this and decided that the girl was simply frozen in fear of him. He liked it, and he continued to destroy the barrier. Suddenly, Nathan's sister slowly rose to her feet and said in a quiet but firm voice that she couldn't just die. However, Axel did not take her words seriously, believing that victory was already within his grasp. Despite this, the girl continued and said that if she died, her brother would be upset, so now she needs to kill the man. These words made Axel laugh loudly. He was convinced that the girl was not capable of killing even an insect, let alone a person. After this, the man swung the dagger again and mockingly suggested that Shelley try to kill him right there. Unexpectedly, during another blow, the protective barrier was completely destroyed, and the protagonist's sister was left completely defenseless. Luckily, the girl managed to dodge Axel's attack in time, and his knife pierced the window glass. At this time, Kroha didn't even intend to interfere in what was happening. He was fascinated by the sight of a huge bloody moon hanging over the city. Of course, the turtle immediately sensed the scale of the battle inside the building, but for some reason did not dare to go to Shelley's aid. Nathan's sister, on the other hand, seemed eerily calm. Despite the danger she found herself in, the girl calmly accepted the man's challenge and wished him rest in peace. The next moment, she noted that the Qi technique, which had previously created the protective barrier, was capable of more than just saving lives. Shelley was very upset that Axel was going to hurt her brother, so she was now determined to stop him. Using the same technique, the girl formed a clot of energy on her fingertips, resembling a sharp needle. With a flick of her wrist, Shelley released an energy needle that shot towards Axel at incredible speed. The man instantly recoiled and experienced a strange sensation, as if his life was about to end. At that moment, the man regretted that he had not managed to avenge his son, and the Song family found itself on the brink of extinction. Unable to bear the emotional tension, the man suddenly plunged the knife into his neck, loudly shouting that he hated Shelley. A distraught Axel, already on the brink of death, cursed Nathan and his sister with his blood and the Song family's fortune. After that, he pulled the dagger out of the wound, and a powerful stream of blood gushed from the neck, which shocked the girl. Just before his death, the man decided to take one last look out the window and saw a huge bloody moon there, as if watching him. This ominous phenomenon struck him and seemed to hypnotize him. The anxiety instantly disappeared. It seemed to him that giant, terrifying monsters were looking at him, and the main one of them was clearly showing interest in him. Seeing these monsters, Axel fell to his knees, deciding that a real deity had appeared to him before his death. He bowed respectfully, hoping to avoid the creature's wrath. Then the monster, smiling, offered him to give up his pure soul and everything he had left, promising in return to perhaps help him for fun. These words made the man grip the dagger tighter. He was scared to death, but he still accepted the offer. The next moment, the man plunged the knife into his neck again, completely sacrificing himself to the unknown creature. The cunning monster, watching this, burst out laughing and called the man a stupid insect, although he was pleased with the victim. At that moment, Axel's mind completely went blank and he began to laugh madly. Shelley could only see the ominous energy and blood rushing out of the man's wound and quickly rushing away. She could only shield herself from the endless streams of blood. This energy rushed into the sky, which, of course, attracted the attention of the crumb and alerted him. The flow headed towards the blood moon. Suddenly, a crack appeared right in the sky above the city, from which a huge clawed hand emerged. She grabbed Axel's soul tightly and pulled it towards her. The monster then devoured the man's soul with obvious pleasure, praising its exquisite taste along the way. Watching what was happening from the ground, Tiny assumed that the creature in the sky was a real demigod. The turtle understood perfectly well the danger he posed, so without delay she began to erect a magical barrier. and suddenly a huge snake's tail descended rapidly from the sky. A moment later, the monster landed with a crash right in front of Tiny. The turtle couldn't see its enemy because of the dust that rose up. When the clouds settled, the demigod turned his attention to the heroes. He was pleased that he had managed to find them, and smiled slightly, sticking out his long tongue. Seeing Tiny, the monster decided that the turtle looked quite nutritious. Moreover, the monster could not pass by the frightened Shelley, calling her a charming little girl. After stretching a bit, the demigod declared that he had been hungry for thousands of years, and therefore now intended to be properly satiated. He then introduced himself as the great Yamada no Orochi, and expressed his joy at the upcoming dinner. At the same time, in another part of the city, Nathan had just dealt with another monster that had stood in his way. The hero noted that each time as he became stronger, it became easier for him to kill these freaks. When the monster's purple blood touched plants, they died instantly, and even mighty trees could not cope with this poison. If the monster's blood got into a body of water, the water immediately turned black, and all living organisms inevitably died. Seeing this, Nathan realized that no matter whether the monsters were alive or dead, they still continued to destroy all living things. Therefore, it can be assumed that very soon, there will not be a single living place left in this world, because the number of creatures has not decreased. The next moment, the hero, using his abilities, created a raging stream of flame and directed it at the poison-infected area. At that very moment, the grass and trees around burst into a bright flame that was supposed to burn everything to the ground. Meanwhile, the guy was already getting ready to go to the next monster. Nathan made his way quickly through the chaos-ridden city, trying to find a new target as quickly as possible. Soon the hero arrived at the place and saw a huge tree with a human face, under which a group of people had gathered. The guy was amazed by what was happening, and he was especially worried about this unusual tree. The main character could not believe that there was a demon in front of him. Meanwhile, a group of people retreated back, trying to escape from the bloodthirsty zombies. Suddenly, several armed men rushed at the walking dead to hold them back and give the others a chance to escape. Amidst all the confusion, Nathan quietly descended to the ground and infiltrated the group of survivors, intending to figure out what was going on. At some point, one of the people ordered everyone else to quickly move closer to the tree, because the zombies were not approaching it. And indeed, the dead did not even dare to step on the shadow of the tree with a human face, and therefore simply stopped. The protagonist was extremely surprised, and decided to continue observing to find out everything. There were quite a few people gathered under the tree trunk, but they looked strange. There were smiles on their faces, but there was no sense of goodwill in them. Despite this, the survivors did not attach much importance to this, and were glad that they had managed to escape from the zombies. Suddenly, someone clapped their hands loudly, attracting attention. A young man in a business suit turned to the people and suggested they take a little rest, noting that he had enough work for today. At that moment, the young men who had been repelling the zombie attacks breathed a sigh of relief. They were very tired, but were glad that they had saved many people. Then the guy with glasses turned to the new arrivals and said that if they wanted to survive, they had to listen to him carefully. Nathan remembered the man. It turned out it was Charles, with whom he had previously worked in the same place. Then Charles loudly announced that the end of the world had already arrived, and everyone could see what was happening on the streets. He emphasized that all that remained around were zombies, monsters, and death. The survivors understood this perfectly well, but it didn't make things any easier for them. No one knew what to do next. But Charles asked people not to worry, and insisted that the most important thing now was to stay close to the tree. These words noticeably encouraged the crowd. People were confident that the zombies would not get here, which meant they had a chance to survive. However, the man added that, of course, everything is not so simple, because life has its price, at which point his comrades smiled faintly. The survivors were shocked by what they heard, as they did not understand what price was being discussed. Then Charles explained that the tree was a demigod and their protector, with a kind heart, and therefore it protected people. Therefore, if they want to survive, they need to make offerings to this tree. Hearing this, people even rejoiced, deciding that they were incredibly lucky, because now it became clear why the zombies were afraid to approach the trunk. Suddenly, Nathan asked what exactly should be presented to this demigod, and it was obvious that it was not about money. Charles immediately recognized the main character and was very surprised to see him there. He did not understand how he managed to survive, but was glad to see him. After this, the man, smiling slightly, continued to explain that there was nothing complicated about the offerings. The next moment he announced that all that was required was to give the demigod one human life every 2 hours. Upon hearing this condition, the survivors were instantly seized with panic. They were shocked and could not believe that this tree was a man-eater. Then Charles, trying to convince people, declared that he did not know for certain whether the gods ate people. However, he reminded them that right now there were bloodthirsty zombies standing behind them, who would certainly not refuse a snack. The man then asked his frightened listeners to listen to the end, and confidently assured them that their God was merciful and brought blessings. People were completely confused and did not understand what it all meant. The man then asked the people if they had ever thought about the future of this world. He emphasized that monsters are now roaming everywhere, people are dying, and all city services are no longer functioning. Charles wondered what people would do in just a few days, when food and water ran out and faith in the future dried up. That is why the great God decided to grant people salvation, and in return, they only need to make offerings from time to time. Charles assured them that as a reward, the deity would give them everything they asked for. The guy then showed the audience an unusual fruit called ginseng fruit. The people were inspired by these words, and therefore listened humbly to what else Charles was going to say. The man said that for each sacrifice, God was ready to give them 3 fruits. One such fruit was enough for one person for a whole week. He also added that anyone who ate these fruits would be endowed with powers, and Charles used himself as an example. The man insisted that there was no one in this world more generous than this tree, because in exchange for one person, it saves the lives of 3. His subordinates immediately supported Charles's words, and unanimously declared that this was a great happiness. Suddenly, one of the survivors fell to his knees and began to beg the man to give him one fruit, assuring him that he was ready to do anything for it. Immediately after this, another person also began to ask for the same thing. All this inevitably led to a conflict between people. Very soon, absolutely every survivor was on his knees, begging Charles to give them this fruit, and each of them thought only of himself. Then the question arose among the crowd about who would be the first to be sacrificed to the new god. Without hesitation, Charles replied that those who fought against zombies would definitely not become victims. Someone suggested starting with newcomers who had not yet had time to prove themselves. But not everyone agreed with this. Someone wanted to start with the old ones. As a result, the discussion quickly escalated into a heated argument, with each side trying to prove their case. Charles then called on the people to calm down and declared that their new god would only bestow blessings on the best. Therefore, in his opinion, it is fair to begin with the worst representatives of the human race, whom he called sinners. Charles looked carefully at both his satisfied subordinates and the rescued people, and his attention was especially drawn to the young girls. The man then stated that he would personally select a victim from among the guilty, acting slowly and deliberately. One of the survivors immediately supported him, and with great enthusiasm suggested killing the sinners in order to save the rest. After this, another woman agreed that anyone Charles pointed out would be considered a sinner. Suddenly Nathan asked how exactly the man was going to divide the fruits among everyone after making a sacrifice to the tree. Charles's subordinates were also concerned about this question, because they knew that there would only be 3 fruits. The other survivors began to ask themselves the same question, as everyone here was afraid of hunger and thirst. This question clearly caught Charles off guard. But after thinking for a moment, he replied that the strongest would receive priority. At that moment, the hero asked how exactly he intended to determine the strongest. He decided that he was going to make a list and award points to those who would obey him, while those who disobeyed would be declared sinners. These words greatly angered Charles. He began to shout and loudly assert that every word he said was the word of their new god. The male subordinates also expressed dissatisfaction and demanded that Nathan show more respect to the messenger of God. In response, he stated that he could not treat differently a man who, even before the apocalypse, treated his workers like animals. The hero, smiling and not at all afraid of the consequences, asked if he had any conscience left. He angrily accused the hero of causing him a lot of trouble when he refused to work 18 hours overtime. After this, the man ordered his subordinates to capture Nathan, deciding that he would be ideal for the role of the first victim to the new god. However, the main character was not at all scared, and continued to watch the man's hysteria with a smile. Meanwhile, the survivors agreed that Nathan was a sinner and should be sacrificed for his offenses to God. Then the guy said that in fact, after the sacrifice, they would only receive demonic fruits created from the flesh, blood, and souls of the victims. According to the hero, those who eat these fruits will become slaves of the tree, not blessed, and will turn into half-monsters, similar to zombies. The survivors were outraged by what they heard, and, of course, did not believe the hero. But then they demanded that Charles comment on this. Nathan then turned to the guy and asked what was going on with his hand, demanding to see it for everyone present. People began demanding that Charles show his hand, and asking if they would really become slaves if they ate the fruit. Charles was clearly stunned that his secret had been revealed, but he did not deny anything, and confidently stated that the most important thing now was to survive. Then the scoundrel slowly raised his hand to show it to the crowd. Soon everyone saw a mutilated limb that resembled tree branches. At the same time, the distraught man claimed that even in the world of the apocalypse, life still has meaning. After this, he demanded that people protect the tree, and to do this, according to him, they need to kill the main character. In addition, he promised that whoever killed Nathan would receive the fruit. These words made people quickly change their position. The next moment, the enraged people, armed with everything they could find, rushed at the hero, believing that if he died, they could survive. Charles was extremely pleased with this, and loudly declared that people like Nathan would die at his feet. However, the protagonist remained absolutely calm, and only noticed that his former boss had already reached the end of his path. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, several streams of bright flame appeared and rushed rapidly towards the man. Charles was completely unaware of such an attack and did not have time to dodge. The fire hit its target. Then the hero quickly approached the enemy and delivered another blow. One blow was enough to knock the man off his feet. Charles couldn't believe that his life would end this way. The next moment, bright flames burst from his mouth and eyes, indicating that the fire had passed through his entire body. However, the hero was not at all happy about the victory, because he did not even perceive Charles as a serious opponent. After this, the charred man flew far back, unable to withstand the blow of the protagonist. It crashed into the tree with a loud bang, causing a small explosion that sent tremors through the area and scattered leaves. At that moment, the monster's head, which was part of the tree, opened its eyes and looked around, trying to understand who dared to disturb its sleep. The monster immediately turned its attention to Nathan, who stood fearlessly in place and looked at his opponent. At this time, the silhouette of Charles began to emerge through the thick smoke. It turned out that he was still alive, despite the powerful attack. The man was badly damaged by the fire, but he still wanted to kill Nathan, and loudly declared that he could not kill him. The disfigured man once again reminded us that he is a representative of the tree. According to him, he is connected to the sacred tree, which means Nathan will not be able to defeat him. The next moment, Charles, looking more and more like a monster, rushed into the attack and loudly proclaimed that he would live forever. He threatened that the protagonist would become fertilizer for them, but despite the threats, Nathan continued to stand motionless. Suddenly, Nathan extended his hand forward, snapped his fingers loudly, and at the last moment he only stepped slightly to the side. Immediately after this, the man was again engulfed in a scorching flame created by the main character. As Charles burned in the fire, the unperturbed hero asked him to watch the flames and not let them spread. Nathan then turned to the sacred tree and declared that it was even worse than the other monsters. In response, the monster only said with a grin that people were very tasty. The next moment, the tree branches pierced the survivors, taking control of their bodies. People started to blame Nathan for provoking God. They thought they could survive, but now it was impossible. The hero himself did not seem to regret what had happened at all. Soon the monster brought one of the survivors to its mouth. The wounded man already understood what would happen next, so he cursed Nathan as a parting shot. After this, the monster ate it with gusto, praising its excellent taste. Of all the survivors, only 3 girls remained. They did not understand why the others were insulting the main character, because the tree was a monster. One of the women, with tears in her eyes, replied that even if the tree was a monster, it was still impossible to escape because of the zombies surrounding them. The dead still couldn't get close to the tree, but they meekly waited for an opportunity to attack people, so there was nowhere to escape. Soon the tree decided that it was time to eat those same girls, and directed its branches towards them. Seeing this, Nathan immediately intervened and began to cut off the branches of the monstrous tree with fire and sword in order to save the girls. The protagonist easily confronted the monster and told the people to run away from there as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the monster tried to attack other survivors, and upon seeing this, people began to panic and ask for help. Nathan responded to their pleas and began chopping down the branches with his fiery sword. Once the area became relatively safe, the survivors began to retreat from the tree, with Nathan covering their retreat. Seeing this, the people enslaved by the monstrous tree began to beg for help and asked the protagonist to cut off the branches that pierced their chests. Meanwhile, the runners came across a wall of bloodthirsty zombies blocking their path, and it seemed that there was nowhere else to run. Noticing this, the enslaved people laughed and declared that no one could be saved, and that only their new god was capable of granting salvation. Moreover, they claimed that the other survivors would not be able to leave either, and would die along with them. The aggressive undead had almost reached the people, but it was at this moment that the hero entered the battle. Nathan rushed into the crowd of monsters and began to mercilessly use his abilities. The survivors were amazed by the young man's strength and were filled with hope. One wide swing was enough for him to neutralize several dozen bloodthirsty creatures at once. Having finished with the enemies, the hero threw his weapon over his shoulder and looked around. Nathan quickly realized that the danger to the people had passed, and he sighed with relief. After this, the guy turned to the stunned survivors and told them to leave this place as quickly as possible. Those enslaved by the tree could not believe that the young man had actually dealt with all the zombies. Finding themselves literally in the jaws of the monster, the people desperately begged Nathan to save them, insisting that he was very strong. Meanwhile, the monster, devouring one person after another, noted with annoyance that because of the main character he had missed out on so much tasty prey. The tree decided to take revenge, and quickly attacked the guy with its branches. Despite the looming threat, Nathan stood motionless and looked the enemy in the eye without fear. Suddenly, the protagonist smiled slightly, and declared that he would deal with this tree monster first. The self-confident monster, of course, did not take his words seriously, and without hesitation entered into direct confrontation. At the same time, the sky was torn apart by bright lightning, and pouring rain poured onto the empty streets of the city, already strewn with corpses. The tree wrapped its branches around the main character, but this could not stop him. Nathan continued to deliver powerful blows, trying to cut the trunk, and at the same time used the fire element. However, to his surprise, any damage to the tree healed quickly. At some point, the monster turned to the young man and admitted that he could not defeat him in a fair fight, but was able to use him in other ways. The monster was confident that a man without food and water would sooner or later give in and submit. However, Nathan suddenly took out a bottle of cool water from his storage. He demonstratively began to drink it, asking what exactly the monster was talking about. The tree was taken aback. Then the main character set up the table and placed a variety of dishes on it, and began to eat with pleasure. The monster could only get angry, as if admitting the hopelessness of his situation. Nathan even mockingly noted that he was amused by the old log's hope of wearing him out, and added that his storage was larger than the tree itself. Serenity suddenly appeared nearby and warned that this tree had a huge reserve of life force, so it would be difficult to deal with. Then the girl noticed a variety of delicious dishes on the table and asked permission to try one of them. The black demon bear also wanted to have dinner, and was especially interested in a drink he had never seen before. Nathan told his subordinates that whoever could figure out a way to quickly destroy the tree would get all the food. Hearing this, Serenity thought about it and soon suggested using lightning, which is especially effective against trees. The girl added that if the Thunderlord Lei wishes to help, the monster will instantly turn to ashes. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by a bright light, a sign that someone was trying to contact the hero. It turned out that it was Tiny. He was extremely alarmed and hastened to report that Shelley was in danger. These words shocked the protagonist. He became afraid for his sister and demanded details. Then he raised his head to the sky. Since the branches of the tree did not close tightly, the young man could see everything. A huge blood moon still hung over the city. The little one told what had happened and said that a demigod had descended from the sky. Yamada no Orochi was falling rapidly right towards the shelter where the hero's sister was hiding. The little one admitted that he could not cope with this demigod alone, and therefore begged the hero to hurry to help and protect the girl. Suddenly, Tiny cried out in pain and the connection with him was broken. Serenity was shocked by what she heard and realized that the situation was extremely serious. Nathan himself realized this instantly, and the next moment he suddenly disappeared. A moment later, Nathan was already standing at Lei's cage, but the god of thunder declared that he didn't care what the protagonist said. Nathan didn't say a word and suddenly opened the cage, as if releasing Lei. Then the young man calmly remarked that he had no time to argue with the god of thunder. After this, the hero reminded that as the ruler of the great prison, he has the right to rule it and summon prisoners. Moreover, he is the master of all prisoners and has the right to declare their immediate execution. Lei had no choice but to accept his terms. The thunder god dropped to his knee, thereby expressing submission to the hero. Looking closely at Nathan, he realized that he was absolutely serious in his words. Moreover, the thunder god was afraid that he might die today, and therefore decided to submit to the prison warden. After this, the prisoner turned to the main character and asked him to give an order. Meanwhile, the bloody moon illuminated the empty streets. The tree, having overheard the conversation, was surprised that Yamada no Orochi had descended to Earth so early, and decided that now the hero would certainly receive punishment. The next moment, a powerful explosion was heard, which literally tore apart the branches of the tree. The monster was stunned and did not understand what was happening. Then Lei burst out of the trap, making a deafening noise as he emerged. The protagonist sat on the shoulder of the thunder god and listened to the tree monster beg for mercy. However, the guy cold-bloodedly ordered his subordinate to destroy this monster. At that moment, Lei swung a huge lightning bolt and carefully aimed at the frightened tree. Without a moment's hesitation, and following the prison lord's orders, the Thunder God unleashed a blinding bolt of lightning on the enemy. There was another deafening explosion that literally tore the monster in half. When it was all over, all that was left of the tree were charred fragments, and now this monster could no longer harm anyone. However, Nathan did not feel any joy from his victory, as his thoughts were completely occupied with his sister. So the hero ordered Lei to set out immediately. The Thunder God obeyed and quickly headed towards the zoo. Soon a small group of people arrived at the scene, wanting to find out what had happened. Looking around, Sally was struck by the terrifying force that destroyed everything around her, leaving no trace of life. Suddenly, one of her subordinates approached the girl and reported that movement had been detected in the area of the Chuhua hospital. On the way there, Sally thought with regret that the tree monster had already been destroyed, because it could have been useful to her. She also realized that someone had managed to deal with this monster before she had time to arrive. Now what interested her most was who possessed such power. Meanwhile, an ominous silence reigned in the city zoo. All these events also affected animals. Even herbivores became bloodthirsty and dangerous, not to mention predators. The lion, who had easily escaped from the cage, decided to test his new powers on his former neighbors. He became much more aggressive than before, and thanks to this, he was able to overcome other predators. However, in this new world, there was someone who even this ferocious beast could not defeat, and that was the demigod Yamada no Orochi. The lion did not know what kind of creature it was or what power it possessed, and seemed to intend to challenge it. At the same time, the monster stared intently at the predator. The next moment, his body literally tore apart from the inside, leaving behind only clots of mucus. Immediately after this, several huge snakes appeared out of nowhere and began looking for a new target to attack. The demigod exuded a sinister aura that had a detrimental effect on living beings, and even killed some of them. Snakes, brought about by Yamada no Orochi, were everywhere, and soon the entire zoo was filled with them. Meanwhile, Yamada no Orochi watched his opponent closely. The baby assumed its maximum form and surrounded the area around the administrative building with a protective barrier. Suddenly, one of the snakes received the order to attack the barrier. It rushed forward, not yet knowing what kind of resistance awaited it. As soon as the snake touched the barrier, it was immediately thrown back, torn into pieces. The demigod realized that it would not be so easy to deal with this enemy, and so he launched an attack on all his snakes at once. Although the protective barrier remained indestructible, the numerous blows still began to take their toll on the turtle itself. However, Yamada no Orochi was extremely surprised that there were still worthy opponents left in the upper world. Then the demigod suggested that since the turtle had the power of water and clouds, he should simply run away from there, and thereby prolong his life. In response, Tiny stated that he was already too old to escape, and besides, he did not want to receive punishment from his master in case of failure. The demigod knew that the gods and higher monsters had long been destroyed, so he became curious about the owner of the turtle if it was so afraid of him. In response to this, Kroha only laughed. He remarked that he had heard that Yamada no Orochi was merely a servant of the god Susanoo. Hearing the name Susanoo, the demigod became furious, and immediately demanded to know why the turtle was telling him such things. The little one explained that compared to his master, the god Susanoo was so insignificant that at that moment he only had the right to lick his boots. Suddenly, an incredibly powerful blow fell on the protective barrier, which Tiny did not expect at all. Because of this, the barrier began to rapidly collapse, leaving him without protection. The turtle made a great effort to withstand the sudden attack, but the forces were unequal, and the baby received serious injuries. Meanwhile, Shelley felt the ground shake violently, which made the girl feel truly scared. Meanwhile, Tiny finally realized who exactly had struck him, and he had no doubts left. It was the god commander Susanoo. However, the turtle did not understand why he had so suddenly decided to intervene in this battle. The little one continued to claim that his master had scared all 5 gods to death, and therefore Yamada should not underestimate him. The demigod was only amused by these words, but his laughter quickly died down, because the turtle still had something to show. The next moment, Tiny used the deadly whirlpool technique, declaring that Nathan would soon appear and take Yamada no Orochi's life. As if from nowhere, a turbulent stream of water burst forth, sweeping away everything in its path. Then this whirlwind threw a huge turtle high into the air. While remaining in the air, he used the Taishan technique to strengthen his body. Energy instantly filled the crumb and gave him the opportunity to carry out a devastating attack. Yamada no Orochi watched what was happening in amazement. But there was no time left to do anything. The next moment, the turtle fell to the ground from a great height with a deafening roar. causing a powerful explosion. The shockwave quickly spread in all directions, destroying everything in its path. Shelley was almost injured by the explosion, but the building still protected her. When everything calmed down, the girl opened her eyes and looked out into the street with alarm to assess the consequences of what had happened. Nathan was horrified to see the head of a huge snake right in front of her. Her mouth was wide open as if the monster was about to attack. It soon became clear that the snake was dead, the result of a powerful attack from Crumb. Unfortunately, the turtle itself was also seriously injured and was literally bleeding. Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard behind Kroha, which immediately attracted his attention. Then the turtle realized that the enemy was still alive, which meant the fight was not over yet. Yamada no Orochi was furious and couldn't believe that Tiny dared to hurt a demigod. The little one realized with regret that even having used up all his energy, he could not kill the monster. It had as many lives as it had snake heads. After this, the enraged enemy suddenly rushed into attack, believing that the turtle would not be able to stop it. The little one immediately admitted that he really couldn't cope with the demigod alone. Then he raised his head to the sky and saw in the distance the silhouette of a winged creature. The turtle realized that help was almost here, and he only needed to hold out for a little while. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, a bright bolt of lightning flashed, fatally striking the snakes and thereby protecting the turtle. The demigod did not expect this and did not have time to dodge. He was thrown far back, but he remained alive. Having come to his senses, the demigod saw with horror that his snakes, after being struck by lightning, had turned into smoldering coals with incredible speed. Soon Lei appeared in front of the enemy. The spirit then revealed its name and declared that it was the reincarnation of the sacred Thunder Star, and a third-generation disciple of Yu Shu. Today, the Thunder God intended to demonstrate his true power to the guardian of his prison, and his target, of course, was Yamada no Orochi. In a matter of seconds, Lei concentrated a huge amount of energy in his palms, preparing everything necessary for a powerful attack. Seeing this, the demigod became frightened and tried to start negotiations, but the god of thunder was not going to listen to the guy. The next moment, Lei mercilessly unleashed lightning bolts at his opponent, and the bright light quickly spread throughout the entire area. Yamada no Orochi didn't even try to dodge. The discharge instantly struck him and immobilized his body. Then the thunder god decided that the short battle was over, and in conclusion he called the enemy a non-entity who deserved only death. Nathan, who had been standing on Lei's shoulder the whole time, heard him declare after seeing this that their work here was finished. Furthermore, the protagonist praised the turtle for her good service, and allowed her to return to the tower to rest. However, Kroha was in no hurry to leave, and warned the young man that Yamada no Orochi had 8 heads and 8 eyes, making it extremely difficult to kill him. As soon as these words were spoken, Lei and Nathan saw clots of ominous energy rapidly heading somewhere. Lei and Nathan found themselves in the center of a huge and extremely dangerous vortex. Yamada no Orochi once again turned his gaze towards our heroes, making it clear that he was still alive and intended to continue the fight. The ominous energy grew stronger, and the wind grew stronger with each passing second. Yet Lei remained in place and didn't even think about hiding. Finding the right moment, Yamada no Orochi finally dared to attack and directed his snake straight at the spirit's back. However, the thunder god instantly sensed the danger, sharply flapped his wings and soared into the air, thereby avoiding the blow. However, it soon became clear that all of this was just a trick by Yamada no Orochi. In fact, he wanted to weaken the thunder god's vigilance. Despite this, Lei remained completely calm and calmly asked the demigod if he really wanted to take revenge on him. An enraged Yamada no Orochi replied that Lei was not even worth revenge. The god of thunder continued to use lightning to keep the enemy at a distance, but he could not get close to him and decided to attack from afar. The next moment, the huge snake opened its mouth wide and began to release thick fog. Lei was surprised by this method of attack. He suggested that the fog could be poisonous and especially dangerous for Nathan. He began to quickly fly away from the places where he had gathered, but the fog seemed to be pursuing our heroes. The thunder god also tried to disperse it with sharp flaps of his wings, but it was of little use. Finally, in desperation, Lei politely turned to Nathan and asked what they should do next. The protagonist was about to outline his plan of action, but suddenly heard the insidious laughter of Yamada no Orochi. He was outraged that a simple man, who did not possess outstanding techniques, dared to compare himself with Susanoo himself. Hearing this, Nathan assumed that the demigod simply did not believe in his abilities, and therefore offered him a bet. Yamada no Orochi was surprised by such a proposal, but decided that this guy was simply not worth arguing with him. However, Nathan still voiced the conditions. If he and his allies were able to achieve victory, then Yamada no Orochi would recognize him as its master. These words amused the villain even more, as he strongly doubted that an ordinary person could subjugate a demigod. Yamada no Orochi then declared that the hero had dared to challenge him but would not receive death for it. Instead, Nathan would only know pain. Despite the threats, the young man reasoned that since the man did not directly refuse, he had in fact agreed to the terms of the bet. Yamada no Orochi laughed again and expressed a great desire to see someone who was not his equal try to defeat him. Suddenly, Nathan noticed with a sly smile that the enemy's snakes were quite good, except for their intelligence. The hero suggested that Yamada no Orochi had deliberately split into 5 heads, in the hopes of thus avoiding attacks and conserving his strength. The next moment, the protagonist confidently pointed his finger at one of the heads and demanded that the enemy not dare hide from him. By doing this, he made it clear that he had figured out the enemy's plan. But Yamada no Orochi himself decided that the guy was only trying to intimidate him. In response, Nathan advised him not to turn around if he did not want to see his ally behind him. At first, Yamada no Orochi seemed to be scared, but soon came to the conclusion that the protagonist was simply lying. The demigod declared that the gods and great demons had long been destroyed, and that an ordinary man would never be able to defeat him. He was sure that the guy, like other people, was just trying to play psychological games with him. The demigod was about to rush into attack, but suddenly something stopped him. A voice came from behind him, greeting him. It was a black bear. He said that his old body was no longer in the best shape, but snake venom could help him. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, people were running quickly down the street, trying to escape the zombies pursuing them. Suddenly, the little girl, sitting in her mother's arms, noticed that something strange was happening to her hand. After examining her daughter's hand, the woman assumed that it was the result of the rain, but, in order not to frighten the child, she assured her that everything was fine. But due to severe stress, the woman soon lost her composure and began to loudly call out to the gods and spirits of her ancestors, begging them for help. Despite her tears, she received no answer, and the remaining survivors were preoccupied with their own salvation. At this time, the black bear demon had already rushed at the enemy. The bear attacked Yamada no Orochi without much difficulty, and did not feel any resistance at all, as it was significantly stronger than the snake. The demigod assumed that the bear had the rank of a general, which was hard to believe, since this was already the second creature of such power in front of him. Finally, unable to contain his curiosity, Yamada no Orochi approached the protagonist and asked who he really was. However, Nathan wasn't going to answer so easily and, with a smile, suggested that his opponent figure it out for himself. Hearing this, the demigod realized that the young man was hiding some secret that needed to be reported. But first of all, he needed to leave the battlefield. He then attacked Lei and Nathan again, releasing huge clouds of poisonous fog towards them. The thunder god was greatly irritated by such techniques, and unable to contain his anger, Lei used the golden wind and thunder funnel technique against the snake. With this technique, he managed to cut off another head of the demigod and throw the rest of the snakes away. The battle continued for some time. The demigod did not want to give up and tried his best to resist. Eventually, the demigod became exhausted and could barely continue fighting against several strong opponents at once. His bones and muscles were damaged, and if this happened, Yamada no Orochi risked losing not only the fight, but his life. The demigod admitted that he was in a disgusting situation, but now he needed to get out of here at any cost and pass on the information. Suddenly he turned his attention to Shelley, who was still hiding in the dilapidated building and watching what was happening. Without thinking, Yamada no Orochi decided to direct all his remaining sinister energy at the girl in order to take her hostage. And suddenly a man appeared before the demigod, whom he did not expect to see at all. Nathan, looking his enemy in the eye, smiled slightly and asked where Yamada no Orochi was going to go. The demigod was extremely surprised by the hero's sudden appearance and asked if he had known in advance that he would end up here. And the young man confirmed this. Nathan then explained that when the man attacked Lei, one of the snakes took advantage of the moment and slithered away to the ground unnoticed. If the demigod had simply decided to flee, he might have left him alone, since the 6 defeated snakes were already of great value. However, instead of running away, Yamada no Orochi chose to crawl here and try to attack Shelley. It was this choice that greatly angered the hero, so now the young man was determined to teach the monster a lesson. Pointing the tip of his sword at Yamada no Orochi, the boy declared in a rough voice that the demigod had chosen the path to his own death. Despite the main character's terrifying appearance, the demigod was not at all frightened, and decided that the demigod was simply overconfident. The distraught Yamada no Orochi began to loudly assert that even if he only had one head left, Nathan was still no match for him. Moreover, since Nathan calls himself a prison warden, It means that after his death the rest of the heads will be freed. Moreover, the demigod intended to gain great pleasure by dealing with not only the young man, but also his sister. However, Nathan demonstrated his power, which took the form of a huge fire dragon. The next moment, the main character fired several firebolts at the enemy. Unfortunately, thanks to his agility and speed, Yamada no Orochi managed to dodge all the attacks. Soon the demigod chose the right moment and decided to counterattack. He quickly rushed towards Nathan and bared his sharp fangs. A moment later, Yamada no Orochi managed to grab Nathan's hand, and the demigod immediately took this as a victory. The demigod clenched his jaws tightly, preparing to bite off the protagonist's hand. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't do it. Thanks to one of his techniques, Nathan didn't even feel any pain, and the sly smile on his face said that all of this was planned in advance. The next moment, the protagonist swung his sword sharply and delivered a powerful blow straight to Yamada no Orochi's neck. At that very moment, purple blood gushed out. The demigod was amazed that the young man had managed to deceive and wound him. Although Nathan appeared to be normal in appearance, his powers were clearly beyond human capabilities. Meanwhile, the black demon bear also made significant progress in the battle with the two huge snakes. The bear liked this, so he continued the fight with even greater determination, and his next opponent was waiting for him ahead. At the same time, Lei managed to overcome one of the snakes, but during the fight he was seriously wounded. A through wound pierced his chest. However, even this could not kill the Thunder God. But in this state he could not continue the fight, so he spent time restoring his body. Soon the bleeding stopped, and only a large scar remained from the wound. After a short pause, the Thunder God again assumed a fighting stance, ready to continue the battle. He hoped that the last snake, which contained the power of Yamada no Orochi, would be smarter than the rest. Yamada no Orochi himself realized with annoyance that he only had 4 lives left, which meant he needed to escape as quickly as possible. The demigod understood that the protagonist still had a lot of energy and an amazingly strong body, so it was dangerous to drag out the fight. To defeat Nathan, the demigod decided not to engage in direct confrontation with him, and thought about the weakness of people. Very quickly, he came to the conclusion that the key was the human soul. Taking on a ghostly form, Yamada no Orochi rushed towards the hero. Soon, Nathan felt a strange feeling. A vibration spread throughout his body. It turned out that Yamada no Orochi had managed to penetrate the young man's soul. The demigod was delighted, deciding that there was nothing surprising in this. His spiritual barrier was nothing for a demigod who had lived for hundreds of years in other worlds. Now the demigod intended to look through the hero's memories and find out where he got such enormous power. Moreover, he intended to make the main character his personal puppet. However, after looking into Nathan's memory, Yamada no Orochi was shocked. He did not understand why a whole tower was rising in the young man's mind. Suddenly the demigod was struck by the same lightning that had held the prisoners back. The pain was unbearable, and now he needed to find shelter in a safe place as quickly as possible. Luckily for him, Yamada no Orochi quickly discovered the hole at the base of the tower and considered it his salvation. Not realizing what awaited him inside, the demigod entered inside, where he caught his breath and came to his senses a little. The demigod couldn't believe that just 2 lightning strikes had taken away such a significant part of his soul. He considered himself lucky to have found this loophole. Then Yamada no Orochi began to look around, trying to figure out where he was. He didn't understand why it was so dark around, and suddenly he was overcome by an oppressive feeling as if he was being watched. And it wasn't just one creature, but dozens of eyes were looking at him. The atmosphere in the tower filled the demigod with genuine horror. Even Susanoo had never subjected him to such a nightmare. Yamada no Orochi was afraid that those who were currently watching him might be stronger than even Susanoo. Moreover, he allowed the thought that the gods themselves could be imprisoned in this tower. But an even greater shock awaited him ahead. Suddenly, Yamada no Orochi screamed loudly and grabbed his head, his entire body pierced by unbearable pain. Nathan watched silently as the enemy, unable to cope with the consequences of the collision with the tower, writhed on the ground. At the same time, the snake that was fighting with the black bear also began to behave strangely. It wriggled in pain, and blood flowed from its eyes. The same thing happened with the snake that confronted Lei. Eventually, both snakes returned to Yamada no Orochi, who had been screaming in terror the entire time. The demigod himself did not understand what had happened to him, and what exactly he had seen. Everything that happened in the tower seemed to have been erased from his memory. It seemed that after what he had seen, it would even be better for the demigod to forget everything. The protagonist was puzzled by the enemy's behavior. Just a moment ago, he looked quite normal. Nathan assumed that Yamada no Orochi tried to use some technique to defeat him, but ended up colliding with the tower and calming down. The bear even felt sorry for the demigod, since it was scary to imagine what he had to go through. Apparently, the very fact that the man climbed to the 4th floor of the tower inspired terror in all the demons. As a result, Yamada no Orochi simply went crazy after what he saw and did not even remember everything that happened. It was at this moment that the main character felt a strange feeling, as if someone was watching him. The blood moon was still hanging in the sky, and suddenly, instead of the moon, a huge eye appeared in the sky, which opened extremely slowly. Judging by the reaction, the creature that was observing humanity was quite surprised to see the protagonist. Our heroes were not the only ones to witness this frightening phenomenon. The little girl, not understanding what was happening, pointed to the sky to her mother. From the outside it seemed as if the moon was gradually disappearing, leaving behind a void. The survivors who witnessed this were shocked. From the void, a huge eye gazed down upon humanity, emanating a terrifying aura. The mysterious creature immediately focused its attention on our heroes. Suddenly, Tiny realized with horror that this creature in the sky could be Susanoo himself. Meanwhile, the distraught Yamada no Orochi continued to repeat without stopping that he had one secret that needed to be told. Suddenly the man rushed towards the huge eye. Lei tried to stop the demigod, but at that very moment an unknown force threw the thunder god back and pinned him to the ground. The creature in the sky, filled with a frightening void, had a profound effect on our heroes and caused them to experience incredible horror. However, the demonic bear understood that they couldn't just stand there and do nothing, because at this rate Susanoo could be resurrected. Nathan felt the need to intervene urgently, so he prepared his fire sword in advance. The next moment, the protagonist rushed towards Yamada no Orochi and cut off his head with one blow. The young man then captured the demigod's soul because it could still reveal his secret to Susanoo. To prevent this from happening, Nathan placed the enemy's soul in the tower and imprisoned it there. As a result, Yamada no Orochi ended up in a cage and became another prisoner of the 6 great hells. At the same time, the hero was pleased with the work done and believed that the problem was solved. His subordinates were also happy, and sighing with relief, said that with the power of their prison lord, they no longer had anything to fear. However, the joy did not last long. Suddenly our heroes felt a strong earthquake. Susanoo carefully watched everything that was happening on Earth, and was clearly dissatisfied with what he saw. Even Nathan's body began to tremble. Then Susanoo turned to them in a rough voice, and demanded to know how they dared to resist his will. Even in the world where the prison was located, his anger was felt. Lightning around the tower began to flash more and more frequently and intensely, and it soon became clear that God had already descended to Earth. Nathan soon warned his subordinates that his energy was almost exhausted, so they needed to run quickly while he covered them. He insisted that the situation was critical, and the prison lord needed to urgently come up with a solution. Then Nathan began to remember that in his past life, before reincarnation, he had seen many demigods of general rank. Yamada no Orochi was supposed to ascend at midnight, but this time, because he was summoned by James, he ascended earlier than expected. That was why the out-of-control Susanoo also appeared so quickly, and now the entire spatial barrier was destroyed. The little one believed that humanity was destined to accumulate enough strength to defeat the gods, but now this had become impossible. The turtle was afraid that if the barrier finally fell, and the generals broke through here, humanity would be destroyed. Nathan watched the events with alarm, but he couldn't even imagine what would happen next. At that very moment, a monstrous explosion occurred at the very epicenter where the main character was located. Shelley, who was still in the zoo's administration building, was also unable to escape the effects of the attack. There was a deafening ringing in her ears, and the girl felt unbearable pain. Without wasting time, she created needles. First, she protected her ears with them. Then she quickly used the needles on the most important parts of the body. At that moment, the girl realized that her brother had taken the full brunt of the explosion, and she began to worry because she didn't know what condition he was in. Then Shelley timidly looked outside, still unsure if it was safe. When the smoke cleared, it became clear that Nathan was simply lying on the ground, showing no signs of life. Tears appeared in Shia's eyes. She hoped until the very end that the young man would rise. Meanwhile, the whole world was plunged into chaos. The few who survived covered their ears with all their might to block out the deafening sound that seemed to come out of nowhere. People saw the huge face of an unknown creature descending on the city, and decided that there was no more hope. In addition, the space itself was destroyed, and now nothing prevented other monsters from entering this world. From the window of her home, a woman watched as bloodthirsty zombies mercilessly devoured people. She also saw a giant creature descending to Earth, wanting to destroy everything completely. This brought her to tears. The woman bitterly regretted that she had not stocked up on food in advance, because now she had nothing left. Gradually, all living things disappeared. Even the flower in the pot began to lose its petals. People's destinies were crumbling right before our eyes. Suddenly one petal landed right in Nathan's hand. Next to the main character lay the very same family heirloom that had immediately attracted Susanoo's attention. God, observing the world plunged into chaos, was confident that whoever took possession of this object would become king. He believed that thanks to the relic, the world would be finally destroyed exactly as God wanted. Susanoo intended to summon other gods to Earth to help destroy humanity more quickly. He already imagined how everyone in this world would die, and this picture gave him great pleasure. At the same time, God considered the main character to be just trash, who would definitely not be able to resist him. Nathan heard Susanoo threaten to kill all the people at his hands, but it seemed he was powerless to stop it. After this, the deity, with madness in his eyes, began to laugh loudly. But the next moment, the hero fearlessly showed Susanoo the middle finger. The young man then demanded that the man return to his cursed island and laugh there. After this, the protagonist threw his family heirloom into the air, and it immediately began to emit a blinding light. A huge beam struck straight into the sky and banished the ominous darkness from this world for a few seconds. A mysterious man suddenly appeared in the glow. A young man with long hair appeared out of nowhere, a bright glow emanating from him. Seeing this man, Susanoo was horrified and began to claim that what was happening simply could not be reality. God carefully examined the stranger who had appeared, and could not believe that he had managed to incarnate so quickly. However, Susanoo believed that it was too late and no one could stop him. But the mysterious man had a different opinion. Suddenly, he created a huge bow that would help him in the upcoming confrontation. He himself called it the beginning of dawn, and was ready to fulfill his destiny. Now Kai had to give birth to 10 luminaries and destroy the monsters that tormented people. Susanoo was shocked that someone had actually challenged him, and decided to stop the impudent opponent immediately. Kai had already created a giant arrow from fire and remarked that the next time the god saw someone's house, he should remember about decency. Then the young man placed an arrow in the bow and pulled the bowstring with the power of thought, carefully aiming. The next moment, a shot rang out, an arrow flying straight at Susanoo's head. But God was not going to give up so easily. Taking a deep breath and loudly declaring that he was a god, the man created a barrier in front of himself that was supposed to save him. However, as expected, the flying arrow easily destroyed the barrier and pierced Susanoo's right eye, causing incredible pain. At the same time, Hai mockingly recalled his opponent's previous words about him allegedly being a god. This time he immediately loaded 3 arrows into his bow and declared that he had already killed many gods, and that Susanoo was the weakest among them. Hai decided that there was no point in continuing the conversation and intended to destroy the guy right then and there. The next moment, a shot rang out again. Susanoo screamed in pain and no longer looked so confident. The man then quickly retreated from the destroyed barrier to avoid further attacks. As a result of the short battle, Susanoo was blinded in both eyes, but still remained alive. The man, in spite of everything, laughed loudly, believing that he was now safe. He claimed that he was protected by a world barrier that Hai would supposedly not be able to break through to kill him. However, despite his blindness, Susanoo immediately felt that the enemy was suddenly right in front of him, and this shocked him. Hai, of course, had no intention of stopping, and began to extract from the relic a black sword, blazing with a bright fire. God instantly felt the pressure coming from the weapon and, with horror, assumed that the stranger was holding the Haoshan sword. The appearance of this blade led Susanoo to believe that before him was none other than the Emperor of Humanity. Hai remembered that tens of millions of years ago he had already led the gods into battle against Susanoo, and they had managed to imprison the god in the outer dimension. When this happened, the Emperor of Mankind warned Susanoo that when the world barrier collapsed, destruction would come after him. The next moment, the human lord swung his sword and literally cut the man in half. At that very second, a colossal amount of energy burst out of the gap in the barrier and burst into the human world. People watched what was happening in amazement, not understanding whether this was salvation or a harbinger of even more terrible disasters. After this, it suddenly started to rain, which surprised people because it was the most harmless phenomenon in recent times. However, the survivors soon realized that it was not rain at all, but the blue blood of a monster pouring from the sky. People decided that the terrible god had been defeated, and his blood was now dripping onto the ground. These drops helped many people recover from the deafening sound that recently shook the world. One of the surviving women began to become very nervous because she did not find her daughter nearby. She looked around in panic, trying to find the child, and suddenly she saw the girl next to a crowd of bloodthirsty zombies. To her surprise, the little girl was not afraid at all. Instead, she drank the blue blood that had collected in her palms. The woman tried to call her daughter and warn her of the danger, but it seemed that she did not hear her. Then the girl turned to her mother and said with a smile that everything was fine, while her eyes radiated a bright, mysterious light. The girl assured that she could now cope with the danger thanks to the abilities she had acquired. The next moment, tentacles with jaws grew out of the girl's back and began to mercilessly devour the zombies. Thanks to the rain of blue blood from Susanoo, many people gained superpowers and could now easily resist the dead. At some point, Theo felt his powers growing stronger. Moreover, all the scars on the man's body healed as if they had never been there. Then the man joyfully exclaimed that the heavens favored his fate. Now Theo was ready to confront the dead and fight for the future of people. He fearlessly rushed into battle, although just recently these zombies were extremely dangerous and inspired terror in everyone around. Those who watched the battle called Theo the strongest and considered his abilities a true miracle. At the same time, another group of survivors looked at the sky. Now it seemed that the sky was divided in two. The destroyed barrier allowed us to see what was happening in another world that was previously inaccessible. The Emperor of Mankind was still on the other side. He didn't expect that such a huge hole would ever form in the barrier. However, the first thing Hai did was to loudly address the gods of the five paths and demand that they listen to him. He recalled that it was he who had built the barrier around the human world, and therefore demanded that the gods not even dare to come close. Hai threatened that anyone who disobeyed would die that very second. He then added that if any minor demons were to manage to penetrate into the human world, they would be greeted as uninvited guests. Hearing this, the gods retreated into the depths of their world, and now nothing prevented the Emperor of Humanity from getting down to business. After quickly examining the breach, Hai came to the conclusion that there was indeed complete devastation here, which meant he needed to intervene. For him, all this happened at the worst possible time, but he still had to use one very valuable item. Without hesitation, the man took out a small stone and threw it towards the barrier. At that very moment, the huge hole in the sky began to close, becoming smaller with each passing second. Of course, he regretted that this left him with very few celestial stones, but it was worth it. Soon the rain stopped, and the sun was able to fully illuminate the street. Hai enjoyed the beautiful sunrise, and admitted that he would never get tired of the human world. At that moment, Nathan appeared right in front of the Emperor of Humanity, but this didn't seem to surprise him at all. The Lord of the People turned to him and informed him that he had done everything he had asked, but that he could not guarantee that the evil gods would not return again. Kai believed that if the gods decided to take revenge and attacked simultaneously, the human world would surely collapse. To this, the hero responded only by saying that deception is inherent in human nature, and he expected the same from the gods. The young man also believed that after such a battle the gods would at least be frightened for a long time, and Susanoo's death would become an example for them. The Emperor of Humanity was surprised by the protagonist, because in a moment of despair, when he covered him with his body, then Hai asked why Nathan was so sure that they would come to his aid. The hero explained that the great prison contained many dangerous monsters, which meant that there must be gods guarding it. Nathan wasn't sure why the prisoners couldn't just break out and escape. However, he was willing to bet that there was a power sealed inside the tower that could destroy them all, and not even Susanoo could control it. Hai noted Nathan's resourcefulness, and added that they must never let the tower fall into the hands of those freaks. The Emperor of Humanity then assured that if his soul had been preserved, he himself would have broken through the barrier and destroyed all the gods and demons. To clear the protagonist's doubts, the man gave him fragments of his memories, hoping that they would provide answers to his questions. The soul of the Emperor of Mankind was severely damaged, and now everything was in Nathan's hands. For a moment, the protagonist doubted whether he had the right to take on such responsibility. However, the young man then gathered his courage and shook hands with the Emperor of Mankind, promising that the human world would never fall. After these words, the Emperor of Humanity begins to slowly disappear, but continues to smile, looking at Nathan. After some time, only residual energy pollen remains, which disperses into the air. Nathan suddenly begins to feel very depressed, and collapses from a severe attack of weakness. Shelley runs towards him and asks her brother if he is okay. After she gets closer to them, she discovers a small board lying next to them. This tablet lies motionless on the ground, but smoke emanates from it, indicating the strong aura of this object. We are transported to the outer chaotic world, where evil gods continue to weave their plans. One of them says that 3,000 years have passed, but the Emperor of Humanity still remains as powerful. He adds that if it weren't for him, they wouldn't have been sealed outside the world wall and would be walking free. They agree that it is a disgrace, and that they must break out to devour it and seize control. One of the gods asks why they are in such a hurry, since they have plenty of time. He adds that this wall will now soon split, and therefore it is unlikely that they will have to wait long. Another deity states that it will be too difficult to surround and destroy the Emperor of Mankind and Nathan. And they say that everything said is correct, because now Nathan is guarding his territory, and he will not be able to reach their divine possessions. He also adds that first they will be able to enjoy the people in their divine domains, and then restore their strength. They angrily declare that these lands will certainly be divided between them, and the inhabitants there will be swallowed up. The other evil gods begin to laugh furiously and say that everything must be exactly this way. After this, they rush forward to this planet in the hope of spreading their machinations. Each of them ends up in one of the wonders of the world in order to become a hotbed of corruption. Powerful cataclysms occur, and the news reports on mass transformations of people into monsters. People are wondering if the end of the world has come and trying to figure out who is ready to save them all. They say that monsters have been spotted in North Africa, and that 10 million people have already died in the Los Angeles area. Some believe that faith is their last resort, as the gods will surely descend to save this world. Sometime later, it is reported that Saudi Arabia is turning into a sea of fire and death. The world is destroyed, communication between states is broken, but the state of Xing becomes an island of salvation. In one of the cities, during the descent of the divine blood rain, a huge number of people are transformed into gifted ones. Soon several large gangs form, and one of them is a gang of jackals led by a man named Chester. He accepts into his gang those he deems worthy, and brutally purges the scattered gifted in the city. They try to destroy those who do not want to join them, so as not to leave witnesses and competitors. However, this time they are faced with a serious force of 2 gifted individuals who are still trying to rebel. However, they are unsuccessful, as Chester inflicts serious wounds on them with one powerful blow of his clawed paw. The rest of the gang members say that it is impossible to escape from his and the corporation's control, because he is too serious. One of Chester's henchmen says that the Eastern District has already been completely cleared and their fighting spirit is high. They offer him to destroy Theo's team, and he declares that he is just a thick-headed muscle man who will help them pull in talent. His minions claim that their elder is right, and that they now have the most important resources in the form of Shanshan pills in their hands. They claim that only with this miraculous elixir can one safely absorb the crystal cores. Chester says that whoever takes the pill gets a future, which means there is no need to worry if you stay close to someone who has it. Chester states that as long as they follow his orders, he will definitely make them the strongest adepts in this city. Suddenly, another sentry comes running to him and tells him that a small stronghold has been discovered in the city. He is immediately asked why he is bothering them, since robbery and cleansing is their advanced mission. The young man says that unfortunately, all the allies who entered there never returned. After some time, they reach this stronghold, which is a large mansion. Chester stops on the spot and asks if this is where the strange house is located. His henchman says that this house is very strange, as if it is devouring people because no one ever returns. Chester says that ghosts are unlikely to appear in a zombie apocalypse, and that this is most likely the work of gifted people. After this, he comes closer and addresses those in the house, stating that they have 5 minutes to take out the supplies. He also states that he is willing to forget old grievances and allow them to join the Jackal Gang if they prove themselves. All this time, Shelley and Beatrice have been watching them from the window of this house, trying to carefully assess the situation. Shelley says that a lot of bandits have come here, and Beatrice suggests that apparently they cannot avoid a fight. They look sadly at the unconscious Nathan, and Shelley hopes that her brother will get better. She wonders when he will wake up, hoping that they won't have to wait too long. Beatrice asks her to stay here and keep an eye on him in case the bandits suddenly attack unexpectedly. Shelley warns the teacher to be extremely careful because if she gets hurt or dies, it will be a disaster. Beatrice reassures her that there is nothing to worry about, as she has already taken out all the previous villains. Beatrice emphasizes that no matter what, they must hold out until Nathan awakens, because he is their savior. She also talks about how there is a fiery imprint left on her, so she feels like he is at a key stage now. Shelley says that all of her brother's demon beasts are now gone, and that even if she has to give up her life, she will protect him. Beatrice opens the door, steps outside, and reflects on the nightmare she has to go through to get here. She remembers that she is fighting in the hospital that day, and the situation is almost hopeless. But she is saved. Then her ability rises to the 2nd level, and she finally manages to kill the monster and rip out its soul essence. Then after Nathan helps her, she in turn gains the ability to sense his location. Beatrice realizes that in this cannibalistic end of the world, there are no more people for her to trust except Nathan and Shelley, and she proudly says that she will never allow anyone to harm all people. Chester says that 5 minutes are already passing, and that they seem to prefer to act badly. OK gives his comrades the command to surround this house and then destroy it brick by brick. Beatrice, meanwhile, is also preparing for the villain's invasion, and quickly arms herself with her spear, which becomes even sharper. After this, she turns on her concentration to the maximum in order to sense any villains approaching her. The criminals also don't waste any time and decide to break in at the same time to discourage the enemy. One of them rushes in, preparing an attack, and says that he will not become a victim of a sudden attack from behind. After this, he confidently breaks through the door with an energy wave that moves forward with great force. However, he doesn't hit anyone and quickly looks around, assuming that there is no one here. The very next second, a sharp spear flies into his head, which instantly ends his life. Beatrice hits without missing and delivers precise blows that make her the winner in seconds. After this, she activates the camouflage effect in order to quickly leave the place and not attract attention. The criminals gathered inside look around and wonder what happened here. One of them talks about someone attacking from ambush, and the other keeps his presence of mind and declares that he is not afraid of rats. After this, he begins to twist the knives and says that whoever is here must come out of the shadows and stop hiding. However, a second later, Beatrice complies with his demand and delivers a swift blow straight to his throat. As the defeated bandit falls to the ground, bleeding, the others are surprised to find themselves killed by a girl. After this, they try to grab her, but she immediately disappears before they can intercept her. They stand back to prevent Beatrice from attacking them suddenly. Suddenly, one of them comes up with a brilliant idea, takes out some cigarettes and lights them on the spot. After this, he takes a deep breath and prepares to exhale a large amount of smoke. After this, he exhales this smoke, and it quickly fills the entire room, making it almost impossible to detect the enemy. However, this bandit says that this smoke is not specifically intended for women, who will become paralyzed if they inhale it. He smiles and assumes that she has already swallowed smoke, and orders the others to quickly find her. Beatrice foresees this development and quickly covers her mouth with her hand to avoid losing consciousness. After that, she runs out into the street, thinking that she needs to finish off the leader first, before it's too late. No one even notices her, and she decides that this is the perfect moment to finish Chester off with a powerful blow from behind. She takes careful aim and makes a swift dash forward, hoping that it will be enough. However, as soon as she strikes, it hits a protective barrier that prevents the damage from going any further. Moreover, she is even thrown aside, despite the fact that Chester does not even move from his place. The gang leader turns around with a smile and asks her if she really doesn't know that he has an artifact to protect his body. Beatrice tries to get to her feet, ignoring the fact that her ability is already losing its power. At that very moment, Chester rushes to attack her so that she doesn't have time to go invisible again. After this, he quickly takes aim and stabs her right in the shoulder, causing her to scream loudly. He smiles slyly and says that if she is already coming here, then she definitely won't leave here alive. The other criminals wonder how she ended up here and decide to interrogate her in special ways. One of their comrades says that there is also someone up there, and that it is probably a woman, so it is better for everyone to attack together. Beatrice looks out the windows and silently begs Shelley to be careful and stay out of their sight. Shelley in turn looks sadly at her teacher, hoping that she will somehow get out of this trap. However, the very next second, a bunch of villains burst into her room, getting ready to grab her. Shelley summons a small energy blade and orders them to stay away, but her position remains unenviable. The criminals look at her and say that she looks quite cute, so they will have a good time. Shelley, meanwhile, begins to feel scared and her hands begin to shake along with the rest of her body. After some time, one of the criminals bursts into the room, breaking through the window with a trident. He happily approaches her and says that he can't stand it anymore, so he decides to use this entrance. After that, they notice that there is some useless guy lying on the bed, as he doesn't look well. Shelley covers him with her body and says that she will not allow anything bad to happen to her brother. The bandits come closer and closer to her and tell her that she doesn't have to worry because they're not interested in her brother. After this, they menacingly declare that they will touch her in front of this brother. Beatrice realizes that something urgent needs to be done and tries to escape using her invisibility. Chester quickly notices such attempts and immediately presses his hand on the dagger to make it even more painful. He states that if she is constantly in pain, she will not be able to accumulate spiritual power and become invisible. After this, he recommends that she watch as his men play nicely with her comrades. Chester also states that he will now order all the limbs of the man on the bed to be cut off and fed to the dogs. He also states that her ability is very promising, and that if she agrees to join the gang and become his woman, then he will consider pardoning her. Beatrice tries to figure out how to get out of here, while the villains begin counting down the time from 10 to 0. Meanwhile, the other villains have already managed to disarm and seize the unfortunate Shelley, and are preparing for the terrible. They gradually approach her as Chester continues his countdown. Nathan lies motionless the entire time, but the amulet that he receives after the battle begins to move. After some time, a very dark aura begins to spread in the room. which immediately stops the villains. Suddenly, a giant tower appears out of nowhere, and the sky becomes covered with clouds from which lightning strikes. Nathan's body is enveloped in a protective capsule, and the light energy forms a very strong barrier. Serenity says that everything fits together now, and that she understands why they are trapped here. She states that this city is the reason they are here. Someone from the tower orders them to be released, declaring that they dared to be made pawns, and that they must take revenge. Serenity says that many great demons are imprisoned here for serious crimes. She also states that the Demon Suppression Tower is a fire seed left by the Emperor of Humanity to oppose the gods. The great demons and sinful gods are the Emperor of Mankind's escape hatch to avoid being seen. A multitude of chains envelop this tower, and they begin to pull in different directions, causing it to tremble. The demon bear looks at this tower and wonders how long it will last. The baby says that if they succeed in taking on the god's plan, tens of thousands of demons will become victims. Lei listens carefully to the turtle, who says that the path of the prison lord will be even more difficult. Nathan slowly approaches the tower, still unconscious and traveling in a capsule. Serenity looks at him in surprise and wonders why the prison lord never decides to wake up. After this, he hears strange sounds, as well as a countdown that Chester says. Serenity smiles as she comments that there seems to be trouble outside, but they can't get out of the tower. Nathan, meanwhile, continues to move closer and closer to the structure, and his energy begins to burn brighter. Gradually, this shell begins to crack all over its surface, indicating that it will soon awaken. The demons, who are watching the sphere's approach, are waiting for this man to awaken. After some time, the shell completely dissipates, but the main character still does not open his eyes. Meanwhile, Chester's countdown is running out, and there is only 1 second left before the decision is made. Nathan finally opens his eyes and realizes that he urgently needs to save his comrades from the clutches of these villains. He immediately rushes forward in order to leave this mental space and break into the real world. Chester, meanwhile, happily says that it's time to act, since she refuses. The bandits rush at the hero in the hope that they will be able to quickly complete their planned crime. However, for a few moments they all freeze in place, as they clearly fail to achieve what they want. A moment later, a powerful explosion occurs, which throws the villains away from the bed on which Nathan is located. The explosion is so powerful that it even destroys part of the roof, and Chester wonders what is going on. Beatrice happily says that he has finally woken up, and Chester asks her who it is that suddenly decides to wake up. Nathan talks about how he is the one who comes to take his life, standing among the crippled bandits. Chester is immediately frightened by the stronger opponent and orders him not to come closer, otherwise he will kill him. Shelley looks at Beatrice in fear as Nathan moves his hand forward to use the skill. A bright and rather eerie light immediately begins to emanate from the eyes and mouth of this villain. He tries to resist the effects of his skill, but his fate is already sealed and rather unenviable. Nathan clenches his fist, as if holding the fate of this scoundrel, in order to finally destroy it. Chester instantly lights up like a match, and begins to experience real torment in the fires of hell. The criminals look at him and ask what is happening to him, and also wonder who Nathan is. After this, they decide to attack him since they still have the pills that make them much stronger. Nathan looks at them with boredom and says that they irritate him with their noise. Immediately after this, he makes a slight movement of his hand, which leaves a fiery trail. In this way, he forms a ring of fire that spreads repeatedly, setting all the villains on fire. The criminals flee and wonder how he can be so strong and what level he is. Some bandits manage to escape and are happy that they were able to get out of this aforementioned trap. However, after a few more moments, they also flare up like matches, as if they never had a chance to escape. Nathan reflects on how, after the Emperor of Mankind uses his body to destroy his enemy, he gains new power. Nathan understands that he only needs one blow against these villains, since his soul is already at the 6th level. Chester, meanwhile, comes to his senses, laughs madly and says that he is not dying after all. He claims to have a rare family heirloom that protects his body. He grabs this bell and says that it should save him, hoping that he will somehow teleport from here. The very next second, Beatrice cuts off his hand with the dagger she has just removed from her wound. She looks at him with undisguised contempt and says that he asked for it and deserved his fate. Nathan takes the bell and wonders why this particular thing saves him from death several times. After this, he and his little sister jump down to land softly. Shelley immediately runs up to Beatrice and tells her that she will cure her, while the teacher thanks her. Beatrice looks at the protagonist and says that he has finally woken up, hiding her joy. Nathan asks her how long he slept, and Beatrice states that he slept for 7 days and 7 nights. Beatrice says that leaders like Chester pay Shanshan pills as a reward to those gifted with them. Chester says that they should kill him if they have the courage, since the head of the family will finish them off anyway. Beatrice asks him who he works for, and he says that he will not give up his boss, even if he is tortured. Serenity suddenly appears behind him and starts to approach him with a smile, realizing that this is about to be a lot of fun. After some time, she tells the prison master that this prisoner is telling absolutely everything he knows. Serenity reveals that the man is the Yuan family, an ancient clan from a neighboring town. Serenity states that they can foresee the end of the world in advance, and decide to take advantage of this. Smiling, she says that this is not all, since she manages to find out one more extremely important thing. Serenity explains that these people are finding a vein of gifted ore, and that ancient gods seem to dwell within. Nathan understands that this energy is capable of increasing the level of the ability, and the demons are not coming here yet. After this, he says that they need to visit this city in order to explore it. After some time, they find themselves outside the very city that they need to explore. A huge number of people head towards the besieged castle and ask to be let in, because there are only zombies outside. However, suddenly a bullet flies into the head of one of the unfortunate survivors and kills him instantly. This bullet is fired by the commandant of the fortress, who orders everyone to immediately remain silent. He says that if they want to get into the Yuan family's hideout, they must hand over their zombie pills or crystal cores. He also says that if they do not have such things, then they will be of no use, and they will not be given shelter. People start to get upset, but quite quickly a horde of zombies appears behind them. These zombies sense the scent of fear and instantly speed up to catch their prey. People are trying with all their might to break through the fortress gates and asking to be let in, at least for a little while. The commandant says that when the zombies eat the scum, they will be able to level up, and their cores will remain with them. One of the zombies begins to devour a large number of people, and this affects his physical characteristics. The commandant looks happily at the big guy, and says that this zombie is about to level up. The fighter looks at him and asks if they can handle this monster if he levels up. The commandant replies that they have many strong fighters, as well as the support of the Yuan family, so nothing terrible will happen. However, after some time, a silhouette on a motorcycle appears next to this zombie, which is already well known to them. Nathan drives past the shooters and crushes a zombie's head with his powerful wheels. After this, he chooses a giant monster as his target, which immediately turns towards him upon hearing a loud noise. Taking careful aim, he flies out on his motorcycle straight at the monster's head to knock it down. The fortress commandant watches what is happening in amazement and tries to understand how this boy achieves this. The monster steps back and manages to intercept the protagonist in flight in order to break his motorcycle. With all his strength, he turns around and throws the motorcycle onto the ground, causing it to explode. However, the stupid monster does not have time to notice that the main character has already managed to jump, and now has an opportunity to attack. Nathan draws his sword and releases the power of fire to deliver the finishing blow to the giant. The giant proves too clumsy to dodge this blow and receives serious damage. Within moments, his body begins to deform and more heads emerge from his skin. Nathan says that this is an extremely disgusting sight and decides to get rid of it as quickly as possible. The giant's entire body begins to become covered in flames incredibly quickly, as if he were covered in kerosene. Nathan, along with the monster, lands pathetically on his feet, after which he heads towards the other zombies. A countless horde of monsters is heading towards him, hoping to tear him apart, but a terrible fate awaits them. Nathan looks at the pile of meat and says it's not a serious problem, and decides to use his sword again. Thanks to his skills, he manages to split the sword into several clones so that they can deal with these monsters. A real dance of blades begins, accompanied by the juicy sound of piercing rotten flesh. The commandant says that Nathan single-handedly takes down a horde of fourth-tier zombies, which means he has some skills worthy of merit. He finds a crystal core and says that they have hit the jackpot and can now get rich. Nathan looks at them carefully and says that it is better for them not to touch this crystal core. The commandant asks him what he means, after which his comrade says that he is just checking Nathan, and that he is not one of his own. The commandant asks him how he dared to kill other people's zombies, and suggests that he is seeking his own death. Nathan looks at them in surprise and asks why they call this zombie their property. The commandant states that they raised this zombie from the lowest rank and that it cost many human lives. They demand that he give them the crystal core, and Nathan, with childish curiosity, asks them what will happen if he refuses. The soldier says that he came here from another place, and probably doesn't know that it's better not to mess around with the Yuan family. The fortress commandant says that in the current end of the world, the Yuan family is the last fortress of humanity. He threatens him, saying that either he gets out of here today or leaves his life here forever. Nathan decides that this issue can be resolved non-diplomatically and takes a few steps forward. He grabs this scoundrel by the throat and says that he is dying to know something. While setting his body on fire, he says that if he kills the commandant, will his family members come to save him? The commandant tries to break free, but he is unsuccessful, and he understands that here he needs to ask for forgiveness. The soldiers take aim at the protagonist with their machine guns and decide to open fire before he can inflict damage on the commandant. Nathan simply turns on the fire pillar to reflect all the bullets and make it even more painful for the commandant. The angry soldier loudly and tearfully asks for help, saying that he wants to be saved. The surprised soldiers say that the captain cannot even resist this fire, which means the spell is too strong. One daredevil decides to shoot the main character again, emptying his entire clip in a few seconds. However, these bullets are met with a wall of fire, which instantly dissolves them and turns them into dust. Soldiers wonder how it is possible to create a wall that melts bullets flying at such speeds. Nathan asks this commandant who now owns this crystal core. The fortress commandant looks at his tormentor with horror and understands that he doesn't have much time left. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a woman appears who says that all values have always belonged to the strong. She looks closely at the other participants in this fight and wonders if they don't agree with this. The soldiers are happy that the third lady is coming here and ask her to quickly save their commander. However, this cruel woman immediately uses a whip to hit the soldier in the face for his insolence. She calls them a pack of worthless creatures who can't cope with one stranger, despite the protection of the family. The soldiers say that they also do not expect him to be so strong, which is why they have not yet won. The third lady looks closely at the protagonist, surprised by the hot flame and his handsome appearance. The commandant is also surprised. He looks at the third lady and understands that perhaps his salvation lies in this. However, she is in no hurry to save him and says that she is very captivated by Nathan's cold eyes and masculinity. The commandant tries to ask for help, but she cuts off his head with one blow. The third lady looks at him with disdain and says that useless trash has no right to prevent her from admiring the handsome man. The soldiers look at this in surprise and cannot understand how their great leader could be killed so easily. Nathan incinerates his opponent and asks her who she is and why she comes here. The third lady calls him handsome and says that her name is Yuan Ying, and she is the third among the younger generation of the family. She also grabs his hand and invites him to go with her to have some tea and a quiet conversation. Nathan enhances his fiery aura and says that his flames do not distinguish between enemies and allies, so it is best to keep your distance. The third lady says that there is no need to be so hostile, after which she invites him to follow her. The gates gradually open and they head inside to discuss some very important business matters. The soldiers look at the pile of ashes that was once their commander and realize that he died for absolutely nothing. Nathan and the third mistress continue walking through the secure bunker and discover a huge number of guards there. Nathan realizes that there are indeed a lot of guards here, and the third lady declares that the end of the world has come, and this is logical. Walking further, they finally reach the main streets of the city, where the family palace is located. Yuanying invites him to sit at the table and enjoy the tea she has prepared. Nathan asks her if she knows in advance that the end of the world is approaching, and the third lady gives evasive answers. Nathan looks at her determinedly and asks if they really want to recruit him into their service. Yuanying says that he is strong and kills quickly and cleanly, and therefore they are willing to give him resources for cultivation. Nathan smiles and says that after he names the price, they will hardly be able to afford it. The third lady says that they should not be underestimated, as they have a huge amount of resources. Nathan decides to tactfully remain silent and says that these resources are absolute trash for him. Meanwhile, the third lady says that they also distribute the zombies' crystal cores according to the level of gifted ones. Nathan realizes that most of his subordinates are far stronger than anything the Yuan family can imagine. The third lady also says that they have abundant supplies of food and fresh water, and they can share them. Nathan realizes that he already has tens of millions of units of reserves, and even has livestock and fields to grow food. The third lady has no idea of the magnitude of the protagonist's power, and assumes that he is trembling with delight. She tells him that if he agrees and accumulates merits, then in the future he will be given even more. Nathan says that he still has something to say in response to these proposals, but he doesn't know how to say it. The third mistress immediately wraps a whip around his throat and tells him that refusal has its price. She adds that she will make an exhibit out of it and keep it in the closet, but at the same time she will make good use of his body, because she liked him. After this, she sits down on his lap and asks him if he realized that he cannot move. She claims that the tea is laced with a paralytic poison, specifically intended for gifted people. She asks him what his answer will be, but he hesitates and is in no hurry to answer her at least something. After a while, this awkward scene is interrupted by a loud knock on the door, which ruins all the romance of the moment. The third lady says with irritation that she is again forced to contemplate the beginning of this damned circus. The military tells her that the older young gentleman ordered her to come to him immediately, and she immediately becomes calmer. She turns to the protagonist and says that he should think carefully and give her a positive answer when she returns. After this, she orders the soldiers to keep an eye on him, as he is a serious opponent and must be killed if necessary. Immediately after this, she slams the door, leaving our hero alone. Serenity says that the prison lord is lucky, because that nasty woman even manages to pester him. Nathan gets to his feet and asks them to be quiet, and Bear asks him if he is poisoned. Serenity hits Bear on the head and calls him a fool, declaring that it is better not to mess with this family. She also wonders if he really thinks that the prison lord could actually drink this tea. The demon immediately takes a mug of tea and says that he really likes this poison, because it works exactly as he needs it to. Meanwhile, Nathan approaches the demon tower to visit some of the prisoners and ask them for advice. He approaches the turtle and asks her how Shelley is doing, emphasizing that it is very important to him. Tiny states that the Overlord can rest assured that as long as she is here, Shelley will be completely safe. Nathan learns that when he returns, he will see a surprise, and realizes that this girl is becoming more independent. Suddenly, the snake on the turtle's back demands food, and Tiny loudly says that the snake is not hungry yet. The little one thanks him for the two snakes, and says that one day he will merge with them and move on to a new level. Nathan talks about how, even as he starts on the first level of the Great Prison, this staircase has appeared. He states that the General's first-level ominous beasts are very strong, but he is curious about what awaits him on the second floor. He decides to go right now to take a closer look at these mysterious and powerful creatures. As soon as he enters the second floor, he feels a thick fog that does not allow him to see beyond his nose. He says with surprise that he didn't imagine that the second level of the demon tower would look like this. He looks around at the giant cages and suddenly hears someone let out a loud laugh. An ominous shadow appears before him, indicating that he has finally matured enough to appear for an audience. Nathan turns around in surprise and sees that there is an extremely small creature in the dungeon. This creature turns out to be a strange baby who says that he has several tasks. Nathan is extremely surprised when he sees such a demon, which takes the form of a harmless baby. He asks the child if he is really the strongest demon that is on this floor. The child gets up on his feet in irritation and says that he is smart and decides to immediately approach him. Nathan looks happily at his interlocutor and says that in front of him there is probably a ginseng boy. The small creature says that Nathan is apparently blind and still cannot guess who he is based on his appearance and flames. After this, he menacingly declares that he is the holy infant of the fire cloud. Nathan says that he has already heard about the fiery clouds and their king who commands them. He asks the child if he is really that nasty boy named Hong Hair, and this makes him furious. Hong Hair looks at him with contempt and anger and asks him how he dared to insult him by calling him a boy. Immediately after this, he advances to the general level and increases his aura several hundred times. He declares that he will destroy all living beings and turn this world into a scorched desert, immersed in silence. He also declares that he will destroy the immortals and everything they hold dear in order to avenge this insult. The tower instantly reacts to the next demon's attempt to escape from its confines. Hun Hair is struck by a powerful lightning bolt that pierces his heart and destroys all of his henchmen. After this, he sits down for a short time to regain his strength, but his fighting spirit does not fade. He menacingly says that the damn heavenly thunder can hit him as many times as it wants if it dares. That's exactly what happens. He shrinks in size with each hit, gradually losing his strength. At a certain point, he turns into an ordinary child, who now has to lick his wounds for a long time. Nathan states that this prisoner deserves his place in this cell because he screams too much about destroying the world. He understands that his soul power is now at the 6th level, so he can advance even further. He moves slowly forward and feels that this fog is getting thicker. Ominous shadows appear before him, looking at him with vile smiles in the hope of taking control of him. Nathan moves on, not at all worried that they could harm him in any way, because he is the master of this prison. After some time, the shadows try to attack him, but he orders them to get out of here. His loud voice and gaze instantly push the fog forward many meters, illuminating his path. Nathan states that he understands that all of these creatures are powerful demons that have been kept captive for many years, and it is difficult for them to remain calm right away. He also states that this is no reason to act so disgustingly and calls for Serenity, who immediately appears. He says that if one of them wants to calm down and talk to him normally, she should report to him. Otherwise, he says, Sky Thunder must beat them until they come to their senses, and Serenity declares that she will carry out his command. Hong Hair says that he is just a snotty boy who accidentally inherits the legacy of the Emperor of Humanity. Serenity tells him to be careful with his words and not to disrespect the prison's overlord. Smiling, she says that otherwise, the loss of face will be only a small fate compared to the possible punishments. This is how the main character's journey to the 2nd floor of this prison ends, but the most interesting part is yet to come. Meanwhile, we are transported to the Yuan Clan Council Hall. where the third lady is heading so quickly. The head of the family, who is present, says that their family is preparing in advance even before the end of the world. He states that they still cannot fulfill the vow made by their ancestors, and this is a shameful stigma on their family. He states that the ancestors are becoming angry again and asks if they have a worthy plan. One of the family members named Shen says that their ancestors have already put forward 3 difficult conditions to them. He reminds that the ancestors want to receive as a sacrifice 100 girls and boys who might be useful to them. He also reminds that they want to receive 10 third-rank gifted and 3 fourth-rank gifted as sacrifices. Besides everything else, he said, it was necessary to excavate the vein and find the gold coffin, and it was this point of the plan that was currently stalled. Shen states that if the ancestors are angry again, it means they want a 4th-rank gifted person as a sacrifice. He adds that it takes quite a long time to raise one gifted person of such rank, and one of the women agrees with him. She says that the vein they have been developing all this time is indeed saturated with powerful energy, but it is already contaminated. Her colleague states that in this case they are sitting on a mountain of treasure, but at the same time they cannot take anything for themselves. They also claim that the golden coffin is located in the depths of the mine, but this mine is guarded by many monsters. They all come to the conclusion that if the ancestors are angry, they need to be given a little time to fulfill the conditions. The head of the family declares that if they cannot obtain a golden coffin, then one gifted person must be sacrificed. Some family members wonder where they can find such a person now, since they cannot sacrifice someone from their family. The third lady suddenly says that she could solve this issue if she were given credit for it. Grandfather looks at her and asks if she really knows where to find such a gifted one and bring him right now. She smiles slyly and says that she recruited such a person and wanted to use him for her pleasures, but changed her mind. She also assures the head of the family that there is nothing to worry about, since he has already been poisoned and is completely in her hands. The head of the family says that if this proposal turns out to be true, then the credit will belong to her. Shen orders them to go with her to bring their sacrifice to the altar and perform the ritual. He states that there must be no mistakes in this, and both villains declare that they will complete everything as quickly as possible. Other family members say that more such gifted people should be selected so that they can be sacrificed if necessary. The head of this family says that under the protection of their ancestors, they will certainly stand at the top of the world. Nathan notes that there is a very powerful energy hidden beneath the Yuan clan fortress, which he believes likely means a deposit of ability ore. He realizes that there is also a dense fire there, which he believes must surely belong to the ancestor they are talking about. The bear demon says that these people want to sacrifice him, which means they need to be eaten. Serenity says that his ability to transform into wind is indeed suitable for reconnaissance, but now he needs to proceed with caution. Serenity asks the protagonist if it's worth playing with these people and pretending that they are weak in order to strike at the right moment. Nathan smiles and says that this is exactly what he thinks, and that she reads his thoughts perfectly. Serenity vanishes into thin air while our hero tries to pretend he's still paralyzed. After some time, the third lady comes in and asks him what he thinks about the proposal. Nathan says he can join them, but they poison him, so he demands a benefit. The third lady says that he needs to get treatment then, because they are always generous to their people, and hands him some minerals. Nathan looks at these stones in surprise and asks if these are really ability minerals. The third mistress states that they are equivalent in quality to third-tier zombie crystals, and should demonstrate her sincerity. Nathan extends his hand to take these minerals, and says that he is satisfied with these conditions. The third lady thinks that this ore is contaminated, so if he absorbs it, the ritual will be even easier and faster. Nathan can clearly see the contamination within these crystals, but he realizes that it has a filter in the form of a prison. For him, absorbing such minerals carries absolutely no cost, so he decides to do it now. After some time they crack, and the filth trapped in these minerals bursts out with a characteristic sound. Nathan ignores this and ponders what can absorb and be saturated with this essence. He is happy that his ability is getting stronger, and understands that if the entire mine is made of such ore, he can absorb it until he drops. Nathan smiles and suggests that these people think a couple of minerals can buy his loyalty, but decides not to reveal himself. The third lady says that if he decides to join the family, he must follow her to the family temple. Nathan says with a smile that he can't wait and will carry out all her commands. Shen is still suspicious of the new recruit and tells him not to pull any tricks. The third lady continues to try to deceive him with her false favor and asks him to follow her. After some time, they head into giant tunnels that look more like the premises of some kind of bunker. Meanwhile, near the mountain, a menacing question begins to arise about why the victims still haven't come here. The military says that the ancestor is becoming even more angry and hopes that they will not be caught in a fit of rage. However, after a few moments, they breathe a sigh of relief when they notice that Third Lady and Shen are arriving. Nathan asks if the place is safe at all, adding that an earthquake could bring down everything here. The Third Lady says that their family's ancestral land is indeed unusual, but there is nothing to fear here. After that, they go inside, and the Third Lady looks around in surprise, wondering what is going on here. Nathan looks at a vein of gifted ore and comments that its purity is very low. Nathan looks around and wonders if the entire mine is really filled with this valuable ore. The Third Lady asks him if he understands how deep their family roots go. He says that it is impressive, but they are bringing him to this valuable place in vain, because he can rob everything here. Shen smirks and asks him if he's really going to rob their family. The Third Lady tries to appease him by telling him that he has a great future ahead of him, so he shouldn't do this. Nathan says that he would at least bow to their family's ancestor, as he is very impressed with him. Shen reflects that this man really is a fool, since he doesn't fully understand what's going on. Meanwhile, Nathan approaches the giant statue and wonders if this is really their family's ancestral temple. He discovers a tablet that states the position of Immortal Official and Star-Lord. Nathan and Shen greet the ancestor and say that they are finally bringing him a human. The ancestor says that this is very good, and looks closely at the test subject that is brought to him. The Third Lady asks the protagonist why he still doesn't bow, and Nathan adds that he doesn't know that he needs to bow to her. After this, he boldly declares that it is still unknown whether the so-called immortal will be able to withstand such a bow. Shen prepares to attack and asks him if he dares to show disrespect to his ancestor. Grabbing him by the shoulder, he orders him to immediately kneel down and makes every effort to do so. However, he quickly realizes that something is wrong here, as he cannot move it. The third mistress immediately attacks him with her whip, saying that it would not be a pity to tear him apart on the altar. However, despite pulling with all her might, she can't move it either, and Nathan looks at them like they're idiots. There is a rather awkward pause as they are unable to do anything about the stoic Nathan. They wonder why this fourth-rank weakling can still resist them. Nathan looks at them in surprise and asks them why they even think he is at rank 4. After this, he creates a powerful burst of fire that throws these villains aside. After this, the fiery energy picks them both up and slams them hard against the wall to make them feel worse. Shen says that this is impossible, because if he is 4th rank, then in reality he is at least 5th. The Third Lady confirms his suspicions, saying that he is most likely stronger than they think. Looking at him, they wonder whether there really are gifted people of such a high rank in this world. Shen says that it takes a lot of resources to break through to the 4th rank, and to reach the 5th rank, a whole abyss of resources is needed. Nathan says that they are not worthy of knowing who he really is, because he is too strong and serious. Shen says that there is no one in the family who can stop a 5th rank fighter. The Third Lady understands her brother's hint perfectly, and says that he dared to deceive them. After this, they decide to sacrifice themselves with blood in order to call upon the ancestors to descend. Shen says that this is an excellent solution, and states that everything depends on how strong the gifted one is. The Third Lady states that the stronger the gifted one who is sacrificed, the more able he is to please the ancestors. The Third Lady asks the ancestor to accept this sacrifice that the descendants offer to him. The Immortal says that such a first-class sacrifice is a true treasure for such creatures. After this, he declares that he is the true master of the water and stars of this cave, and looks at Nathan. He asks him why he still does not prostrate himself and pay homage to such a deity. Shen says that now the true body of the ancestor is descending to the pathetic gifted one, and he is probably already scared. The Third Lady observes the protagonist's behavior and discovers something strange. She wonders why he is so calm, and whether he is so strong that he is not afraid of the Immortal. Nathan opens a portal behind him, and asks them if they recognize the image or name of this lord. Bear and Lei talk about how they knew him a long time ago and drank wine together. Serenity says that when he was alive, he did have some minor minions running around under his command. The Demon Bear says that before them is only a minor servant who is only in charge of the secondary branch of water. The servant looks in surprise at the demons that appear before him and cannot believe what he sees. He wonders if it is that same Thunder Warlord Lei who comes here with her along with his friends. He talks about how the ancient gods should have died long ago and asks them how they ended up here. The demon reminds him that in fact, the Black Wind King, who was also his master, is standing before him. However, the surprised official looks at him and says that he has never heard of anyone like that. The bear demon leaps forward and says that the petty thief, who doesn't even know his name, must die. The official says that he will not allow any offspring to run amok on the land of this immortal. He adds that the water virtue is dead, and its jade tablet of merit rightfully belongs to him. He claims that minor gods and demonic beasts can be melted down into food for the immortal at once. He explains that this is a god-locking array that, once sealed, cannot allow the soul to move. Shen says that this is wonderful, and is happy that the ancestor suppresses these villains with one blow. They both congratulate him on his victory, and say that he is now taking another step forward. The demon bear quickly breaks these shackles and delivers a powerful kick to remind the immortal that he is not omnipotent. The great ancestor flies several meters to the side and crashes into the rock. He looks at his opponent and asks him how he was able to overcome the pressure of the sealing array. The demon bear states that his ability is unable to hold back those above him in rank. All of Nathan's demonic minions perform a combined attack to destroy these shackles and deal damage to enemies. Third Lady and Shen jump back and wonder how this is even possible. Nathan says that these shackles really are made like paper, and it turns out to be very easy to get rid of them. After this, he says that now they will show him what real strength means. The immortal says that he clearly lost his temper in front of these three generals, after which he asks for mercy. The demon bear jumps on top of him and tells him that it is too late, so now he deals him a powerful blow. The Chinese immortal fails to dodge this powerful attack and takes serious damage. Having been seriously injured, the immortal tries to escape and says that he asks for mercy. He takes to the air to escape, but their heroes are unlikely to give him that chance. Lei smirks and asks him if he seriously thinks he can escape their wrath. After this, he summons a giant bolt of lightning that is supposed to strike this immortal. The arrogant ancestor does not have time to react, and finds himself trapped in a deadly trap. Shen and Third Mistress wonder how an all-powerful ancestor could flee, as it makes no sense. Nathan strikes a heroic pose and they look at him, trying to figure out where he gets such conspicuous strength. The Third Lady says that it is necessary to immediately inform the head of the family, because this man is penetrating into the core of the underground mines. However, a few moments later, the ancestor is thrown back by a powerful blow and lands next to her. He looks at them with anger, and understands that they are the cause of his misfortunes and defeat. He immediately grabs them with his water tentacles and says that he is going to punish them. They try to argue with him, but he orders them to be silent, stating that the time has come for them to pay for their power. After that, he says that a double offering of the fourth rank is also not bad. This is enough for him to take a step forward and become a star prince at the level of a general. Serenity says that this pious-looking scoundrel ate so many boys and girls. Nathan orders them to stop immediately so that the demons don't lecture another demon about what is right and what is wrong. He says that he has just broken through to the 5th rank and, while in a light cocoon, is absorbing a huge amount of memories. He asks them to leave this opponent with him, as he needs a punching bag to practice his new moves. The general pounces on him, calls him an ignorant boy and threatens to eat him. Nathan boldly summons his fiery sword, knowing that he will definitely emerge victorious from this fight. After this, they cross weapons, and it is time to find out who has more power. Meanwhile, the action moves to one of the cities, where an outbreak of infection is also raging, and an atmosphere of bloody carnage reigns. The survivors try to escape from the monsters pursuing them and take refuge somewhere in one of the palaces. This palace also contains many monks who pray to the gods, hoping that they will not abandon them. They still remain confident that at the right moment God will decide to descend to destroy the filth. However, their prayers do not help them keep the temple doors closed, and a large number of zombies break in. They are already starting to pounce on the monks nearby and trying to devour them. The monks continue to pray in the hope that this will protect them from a very terrible and terrifying fate. A team of heroes breaks into this temple and tries to protect these monks with their powers. They destroy a large number of monsters that are heading their way to hold the lines. The girl tries to reason with the monks and orders them to run away quickly, but they continue to pray. The warlike girl turns around and sees how many monks are still in prayer poses, oblivious to everything. She looks at them with regret and horror, and says that they are probably going crazy. After some time, they are attacked by high-ranking zombies, which increase in size several times. They try to get rid of them, while the crowd of zombies continues to advance at the same speed. However, even such hopeless circumstances do not prevent the monks from continuing to pray and hope for the best. After some time, several divine silhouettes appear above the palace and slowly descend. These silhouettes belong to Shiva, Indra, and also the goddess Kali, to whom everyone offers prayers in these places. The monks rejoice and say that the gods of their faith have finally decided to descend. They greet their gods, convincing themselves that they have come here to save them. The gods actually decide to help their subordinates, and Shiva immediately begins using his power to destroy the zombies. The zombies that were nearby begin to resist, clouding the air, and try to resist this force. However, they are unlikely to succeed, because they are usually zombies, and an entire god is against them. The monks rejoice that the gods have decided to use their power to destroy their enemies. The peaceful inhabitants look up to the gods and give them their thanks, as they owe their lives to these deities. Shiva uses a strange spell and hands over several pieces of the mineral to his colleagues. Goddess Kali decides to try this mineral and starts laughing loudly. She happily says that the mineral itself has a rich taste comparable to tens of thousands of living creatures. Indra says that with a little effort this taste can be accepted, but he likes something else. The civilians look at the gods in horror and ask questions about what all this means. Shiva snaps his fingers to reap a new harvest of the amazing human essence. The fighters who defended the monks wonder why the gods decided to lift them into the air. They claim that they are people, which means they believe in gods, and therefore always consider them as protectors. However, this does not help them, and with one easy movement the god destroys them, turning them into pathetic scraps. The monks watch in horror as their defenders are turned into a pile of meat for unknown purposes. After this brutal execution, people are left with a few crystals containing life essence. The gods decide to try this essence and say that the essence returned from living people is much tastier. They come to the conclusion that it is necessary to continuously monitor the number of living dead and human gifted people. Kali says that all the good beings on the other side are the same, but for some reason they decide to fight with them. Indra looks at Kali in surprise and asks her if she has any plan to defeat them. Kali says that the Emperor of Humanity won last time, but now he is alone, and she has an idea. She states that 3,000 years ago she left a small artifact there, and the gods decide to immediately go to these places. The monks see the gods off in horror, realizing that they had called upon them in vain, since they had just destroyed their defenders. Suddenly they hear loud stomping behind them and turn around. It turns out to be a gigantic number of infected who are approaching them to tear them apart. Meanwhile, we return to the Yuan family fortress to understand how the confrontation ended. Deep in the mine, grueling work continues under the supervision of the military, who show no mercy to anyone. They order the common workers to work faster, and not to be lazy under any circumstances if they want to survive. One of the workers starts a rebellion, and says that they were promised to be accepted into the family if they worked well. After some time, a young man approaches them and asks if he can come to the family at any time. This man's name is Eugene, and he says that in exchange for food they want to ask for a little work, but the workers are already starting to whine. The workers are starting to get a little scared, and Eugene says they either return the food to save their stomachs, or keep working. After this, he says that as soon as they dig up what they need, he will give each of them a reward. He adds that this action will remove the poisonous taint from them, and the miners only look at their hands. Eugene says that they are already infected, and if they dig, they can survive, but if they don't, they will simply die. Eugene says that there is no need to worry, because once they get the pill, they will be able to reach a new level. One of the military men says that their young master is not without reason a figure capable of observing the crowd. Eugene states that the coffin the ancestor needs must be somewhere nearby, and they are about to find it. A few moments later, they feel a strong earthquake that knocks down several rocks. Meanwhile, powerful explosions occur along with the battle between the great ancestor and Nathan. Nathan proves to be a much stronger warrior than his opponent, who suffers defeat after defeat. The enemy looks at him in horror and understands that he will hardly be able to survive, since there are many powerful demons behind this man. Nathan slowly walks up to him and asks him to keep fighting since he hasn't even broken a sweat yet. After this, he rushes into the attack and asks the enemy to taste his blows, charging his blow with a powerful clot of fire. The general jumps to the side, and a very powerful fiery explosion occurs in the place where he had just been standing. Nathan continues to fight him, causing his opponent to start believing him to be a psychopath. Nathan keeps a cheerful smile on his face in hopes of destroying his enemy faster. After some time, his opponent takes to flight in the hope of saving himself. Nathan rushes after him, saying that he won't be able to escape from him even if he really wants to. After some time, a powerful explosion occurs, which indicates that Nathan has finally caught up with him. Eugene wonders where the terrible roar that caused the powerful collapse came from. The military man says that, according to rumors, the third lady caught another gifted person and sacrificed him. Eugene says that the ancient god controls the water element, and with such a powerful god they can win. Others claim that when the family becomes the ruler of the world, they will be the crown princes. But Eugene claims that it is too early to say so. Suddenly the miners discover something surprising and wonder what it all means. They say that due to tremors, rocks collapsed and this door appeared much earlier than they planned. Eugene says that there can be no mistake, and that there must definitely be a golden coffin behind that door. After some time, the miners use all their strength to open the door and reveal the secret of what lies inside. They still manage to do this, despite the fact that the doors seem very massive and gigantic. Eugene moves forward with his guards and sees a light that briefly blinds him. Taking a closer look at what is inside, he realizes that there is a golden coffin inside. Meanwhile, the miners look at the water and say that it is absolutely clean and free of contamination. They are also happy that there is a lot of it here, which means there is enough for everyone. Eugene happily says that the vein was formed precisely because of this reservoir. But suddenly something flies by very quickly, and the miners complain that someone is kicking them. Eugene looks at this creature in surprise and realizes that it seems very familiar to him. Taking a closer look, they realize that this is the one to whom they have made countless sacrifices. The general says that this is truly a legendary golden coffin, and if you master its power, you can become stronger. The military says that the ancestor of this family is incredibly powerful, and it is unlikely that anyone will be able to defeat him in this world. However, after a few moments, both the miners and the rest of the people are scattered by Nathan, who flees with his victim. He delivers a powerful blow to the general's back, causing him irreparable damage. Eugene and the other observers are amazed at this spectacle, believing that their opponent was absolutely invincible. The general, meanwhile, flies into the wall and breaks it with his load. After this, he bounces off the wall several times, and it becomes clear that his face is covered in bruises and abrasions. Eugene looks at the creature he admired in amazement, trying to understand how it could be so weak. He states that this is impossible, and that it seems to him that this is an illusion, because no one can defeat such a powerful ancestor. The miners, watching the battle, are surprised, since a mere man was able to hit God. Looking at the main character, they wonder who he is and how he got such incredible power. Nathan says the recent chase has given him new insights, and he's now using them. Now he has learned to walk on air, since fire magic allows him to do even that. Nathan recalls that when the Emperor of Mankind's spiritual body dispersed, he left him with many fragments of memory. The defeated general says that a petty thief dares to attack the water element that he commands. He also states that if he only absorbs this spiritual moisture, he will fully recover his strength, becoming stronger. He joyfully commands this water, saying that all this belongs to him, and he will not give these riches to anyone. Nathan just snaps his fingers, looking at him in surprise and asking if he is sure of his words. After this, he approaches him on his dark phoenix and summons a giant tower behind him. He gives the order to collect water so as not to leave the general any opportunity to restore his strength. Nathan looks very menacing and continues to use hand gestures to command the tower to draw in moisture. The tower creates a giant whirlpool, which is so large that it can swallow an entire city. The general tries to stop him, saying that all this water belongs only to him and he is its owner. Nathan ignores his warnings and absorbs all the water, which is then sucked into the tower at high speed. Eugene and the military wonder how a brazen boy could steal from their family. One of them takes out a special artifact and orders the main character to die as quickly as possible in the name of victory. He immediately uses his mirror spirit skill to defeat Nathan. Immediately after this, he decides to sacrifice his blood to release the Jade Spirit. He orders the spirit to kill this scoundrel, in order to save the great ancestor of whom they are proud. Nathan summons a flock of firebirds and says that this toy is nothing to him. A flock of firebirds immediately attacks the spirit, ignoring all of its attempts to defend itself with a barrier. After a few moments, the Jade Spirit is destroyed, dissolving into thin air and unable to withstand the onslaught of fire. However, Nathan's opponents realize that they still have a few tricks up their sleeve to deal with him. Eugene decides to use the Dharma Lotos platform to cast a powerful defensive spell. He also orders the petals to destroy Nathan and directs them towards him. Nathan looks at these pathetic attempts with mockery and says that this family really does have a lot of artifacts. He then rides forward on his phoenix to easily dodge the attack. He also summons a large amount of water to heal and absorb her life force. Nathan says that if they don't try to stop him, all the water will run out very soon. Eugene and his comrades order the lotus to be thrown forward to destroy it. One of the seeds still bounces to the side and lands right on the golden coffin, slightly damaging it. The spiritual general orders his charges not to damage the coffin under any circumstances, explaining that it contains the secret of power. Suddenly, the coffin begins to sparkle, attracting Nathan's attention, who realizes that he must steal it. After this, he dodges all attacks flying towards him and redirects them back. He looks at Eugene, who is trying to prevent their treasure from being stolen. Nathan creates a powerful explosion right next to the general's face to stun him and temporarily incapacitate him. After this, he decides to use the power of his tower to absorb all the water that is there. Riding a giant phoenix, he makes his way towards the exhausted general, who is unable to rise. After a few moments, the coffin begins to move and shake, spreading an eerie aura around it. People watching this are wondering how this is even possible, and why it has become so cold. Nathan looks at his opponent defiantly and wonders what is inside the golden coffin. The general explains that, according to legend, the remains of the Celestials rest in the coffin, and whoever conquers them can become immortal. The coffin begins to shake more and more violently, as if someone is desperately trying to break out. Nathan realizes that something is clearly wrong here, and wonders how the general knows these legends. The immortal ancestor wonders how he knows this, and realizes that he cannot remember it. Meanwhile, a huge swarm of strange beetles bursts out of the coffin and rushes towards those around it. One of the unfortunate miners gets caught in the swarm's path and fails to escape, causing the insects to burrow under his skin. A painful fate awaits this man as his body begins to swell like a balloon. After a while, the locusts burst out from under his skin, leaving only a lifeless skeleton. The remaining miners try to escape, but a swarm of insects follows them, wanting to devour them. None of the civilians manage to escape because they are too slow. Eugene also becomes the target of the attack and tries to defend himself with a barrier. Looking at the artifact, he happily says that insects will not be able to penetrate it, which means he is safe. However, the insects suddenly line up in a tactical formation and form a special swarm in front of him. After some time, they finally crash into the protective barrier and make several cracks in it. Nathan watches in amazement as Eugene is being eaten by insects and realizes that they are very annoying. A few moments later, insects appear behind him and try to attack. Nathan uses fire attacks to scare them off, but discovers that they are resistant to fire. Some insects try to crawl out of the tomb to find more spiritual essence. Nathan calls upon his minions and says that the insects must be destroyed, otherwise the world will end. Lei immediately flies into the air to deal with the insects with lightning-fast attacks. He finds a particularly large concentration of beetles and prepares to strike. After this, he envelops himself in a sphere of static electricity and begins shooting lightning bolts in different directions. Lightning strikes insects and makes them unable to move. Lei watches their movements closely and realizes that his attacks are not strong enough. Quite quickly, insects gain resistance to this type of damage and rush straight towards it. The demon bear says that the insects seem surprisingly resilient despite the powerful attacks of the gods. Lei realizes that he needs to use the 1000 lightning skill to fight them. This skill is needed to isolate monsters and then decide what to do with them. The skill creates multiple spheres that connect with a discharge of electricity. Unfortunately, the attack is not selective, and miners are also affected. Ordinary people, not guilty of what is happening, receive serious electric shocks. The military, located a little further away from the miners, wonder what this strange phenomenon is. Moments later, they witness a powerful explosion, and some are killed on the spot. The fighters outside see a giant crack and try to figure out what happened. After some time, it turns out that the entrance to the mine was sealed with a lightning barrier. The soldiers note that a huge number of discharges suddenly poured out from that side, and it is necessary to report to the authorities. Meanwhile, the insects are trying to find a way out to swallow as many people as possible. However, when they hit the barrier, they are thrown back and receive severe shocks from electricity. They stop for a while and try to figure out how to overcome the obstacle. The insects depict the faces of a strange deity, wondering who dares to interfere. Immediately after this, they rush forward and try to break through the barrier, ignoring the electric shocks. Lei feels threatened and says he needs to deal with them quickly, or he won't last long. The demon bear rushes to his comrade's aid, explaining that he knows exactly what to do, while the general struggles to get up. He looks at the heroes with a crazy smile and begins to laugh, as if he understood the essence of the coffin. After a while, the giant swarm of bugs ignores him and heads towards Nathan and Serenity. Nathan immediately turns to the enemy and uses fire attacks to repel the insects. The demon bear reports that the general has become the mother body of an insect hive and must therefore be destroyed. Surprisingly, the general doesn't even try to resist the bear's powerful attacks, and only slightly blocks the blows. The demon bear is enraged that the pathetic little bug dares to resist in any way. The demon bear quickly gains the upper hand in the confrontation, and knocks the general aside with a powerful blow. After this, he jumps on him and says that he will now crush him with his weight. The general wonders where the bear learned the legend of the golden coffin, and something comes to his mind. To understand the origin of this coffin, we need to go back many years to the time of the War of 1,000 Gods. There were different warriors involved in this war, and the general was one of those who opposed Kaylee. It was she who commanded a swarm of insects that could destroy everything in their path. After the general was defeated, he tried to get up and saw the destruction that Kaylee could use. At first, the woman seemed truly beautiful to him, despite the fact that she was committing real atrocities. However, it later turned out that she was the queen of the insects, and decided to use the general for her own purposes. When she decided to create something terrible, it was necessary for a comeback in case of a serious defeat. She possessed his insects, and from then on controlled their will, forcing the general to be evil. The general realizes that he didn't notice this, and was constantly looking for the demonic artifact that she left behind. Not everyone understands his despair, but he joyfully reports that he has finally waited for the opening day. His cry is so powerful that it can push back even such a strong opponent as the demon bear. Immediately after this, he uses magical powers to create a weapon from a swarm of insects. He reports that he can only contain a small portion of the power of the goddess's true body, but it is enough. After this, he declares that destroying pathetic trash will be great fun for him. Nathan notes that he couldn't have imagined that the insect queen Kaylee left her incarnation here. The demon bear says that she dared to insult the master, and therefore she must be destroyed. After this, he jumps forward to kill the enemy with powerful blows to the ground. Avatar Kali asks the bear if he dares to resist her will and try to stop her. The demon bear declares that the perverted nature must be destroyed and torn to pieces. He adds that insects are not afraid of water and fire, and moreover, are capable of devouring energy. The avatar explains that there is still a way out, and for this it is necessary to use the triple true fire. She clarifies that this true fire is capable of melting not only insects, but also stars. Serenity reports that this fire is equal to and has the power of a powerful demon general. Nathan notes that for him, even the demon general is just a pawn, and he is capable of breaking anyone. To recruit a fighter, he heads to his tower, diving into the abyss of consciousness. After some time, they enter the second-level chambers and calmly move forward, without worrying about anything. After some time, Nathan notices that the child is back to his old ways, and Serenity begins to worry. She takes a few steps towards the camera to see what the demon is doing there. He is clearly communicating with someone else and ordering someone to make a move since it is his turn. He asks one of his shadows why she is hesitating, suggesting that she is tired of existing. Several servants look at him, hiding their fear, and try to figure out what to do. One of them realizes he has no choice but to make a move, no matter what. After this, he slowly extends his hand towards the demonic baby. Serenity watches this, not hiding her concern about what might happen. Meanwhile, the servant picks up a playing card and turns it face down. Serenity looks at this in surprise and wonders if they have been playing card games all this time. Hong Hair starts laughing and says that he got the Demon Joker card. Serenity thinks this is strange behavior for a demon, but Nathan decides to take the initiative into his own hands. Hun Hair hands over the cards, explaining that it is his turn to draw the next card and test his luck. However, after a few moments, all the demonic assistants suddenly disappear into thin air. Hong Hair, annoyed, turns around to see who ruined his day and sees Nathan. Nathan reports that the great saints master this game with only a couple of small soldiers, and notes that it is boring. He asks Hong Hair what he thinks about playing with him instead of the pathetic spears. Hong Hair asks how Nathan dares to follow him, and Nathan wonders if that's a problem. Immediately after this, Nathan passes through the bars, slightly frightening Hun Hair. Nathan claims that there is no need to be nervous, since they both belong to the fire element. Hong Hair orders him to leave immediately, as he is not going to cooperate even with Nathan. He gradually attacks in rage, declaring that Nathan is not some small evil spirit that can be dealt with easily. Serenity notes that this is good, as a demon's takeoff is always a dangerous situation. Hun Hair summons demonic helpers, and says that if Nathan doesn't leave now, he will regret it. Suddenly, a strange sound is heard coming from the protagonist's phone, and Hong Hair stops. Serenity watches this, unsure if this was the goal or if this was really how it happened. Hong Hair asks what this thing is, and Nathan tells him it's a mobile game. He immediately hands over a phone and some candy, offering to teach him how to use the game on one condition. Meanwhile, we return to the cave, where a large amount of lightning is still observed. Lei reports that he can't possibly take much more, and the demon bear notes that it's difficult for him too. They call upon the prison lord for help in the hope that he can help deal with this villain. The demonic general reports that he has prepared a whole pond of spiritual spring, but not a drop remains. After that, he states that 2 general-rank demonic beasts will be suitable for replenishing energy. Smiling, he says that he will be interested to see how they deal with the monster. However, suddenly a giant fire cloud appears in the air, which destroys all the insects. The spiritual ancestor, surprised, looks up and sees Hong Hair floating in the sky with his army. The demon's minions rush forward, armed with tridents and spreading the fire further and further. In this fire, not a single insect has time to move, much less survive after such destruction. They try to launch a desperate counterattack to destroy the helpers, but they are unsuccessful. Lei watches this in surprise and says that the insects have no chance of resistance at all. The survivors wonder what is going on inside the cave if there is both lightning and fire there at the same time. Meanwhile, the villains realize that these wars are created using triple true fire, which cannot be penetrated. Immediately after this, the warriors rush forward and attack the spiritual general with their hands. Hong Hair decides to use the Bloodblade skill to completely deprive the villain of his powers. The general, surprised, declares that this is impossible and looks at the killer. Hun Hare continues to enjoy the mobile game and says that he will defeat everyone who attacked him. After this, he decides to try the lollipop and says that he has never tasted anything tastier in his life. Nathan states that there are a huge number of sweets in this world, which he will gladly share after the mission. He clarifies that once they finish off the outer gods and establish order, he will be able to play every day. Hong Hare notes that this is incredible and decides to undergo the transformation into his new body. He states that there is no point in waiting, and that one must take this object as a sacrifice for one's own knowledge. He reports that there are soul imprints left inside the object, so the owner must be punished. The assistants say that if someone dared to create a mess on their territory, they should be charged a percentage. Meanwhile, we are once again transported to one of the Indian cities, where Kaylee is currently resting. She takes a bath and notes that she hasn't felt such relaxation in a long time. One of the servants approaches her and tells her that he has prepared a special drink for her. Near the palace there is a huge number of murdered bodies belonging to the dead. Callie happily drinks the drink and reflects on how quickly she is gaining an army of high-ranking followers. However, after some time, through a divine connection, she receives a special signal. She happily announces that the spiritual insects have finally hatched from their eggs and decided to reveal themselves to the world. She declares that there is now nothing in the lands of the Emperor of Mankind that can contain her spiritual insects. She decides to transfer her consciousness into the host body for a while to see how well things are going there. Her soul is placed into the general's body, and she wants to carefully examine the people's resistance. However, the sight that catches her eye does not bring joy. The whole point is that the body almost immediately receives a serious blow from the bear and falls to the ground. After this, Kali sees a strange bird using a special skill to spread electricity. However, even after this, she can only watch the gigantic number of Hong Air's henchmen rushing towards him. Callie realizes that she needs to break the connection with her body immediately if she doesn't want to die from the impact. Returning to her body, she wonders if this was the true flame of Samadhi. She is glad that she was able to break the connection in time, otherwise she would have been burned by a powerful spell. However, after a few moments, a crack appears on the face, from which tongues of flame begin to erupt. Hong Hair's minions appear out of nowhere and challenge the palace guards. No one can put up any serious resistance to them because they are too strong. The entire palace begins to collapse from the multiple explosions created by Hong Hair's flames. Kali looks at her opponents with irritation and reports that they were able to follow the soul mark's trail. A giant demonic face appears in front of her and tells her that someone told her to give her something. Nathan gradually materializes, and the creatures warn him not to stick his hands too far. He looks at Kaylee defiantly and tells her that she could get badly burned if she's not careful. After this, he begins to spew fire and laugh loudly to provoke Kaylee's emotions. Callie looks at him with irritation, rubbing her burned face, and declares that she will definitely remember him. After some time, her comrades come to the rescue, wondering what happened here. Callie reports that this is clearly the work of the Emperor of Humanity, as only he is capable of creating such a flame. One of the gods declares that the baby has clearly noticed her tricks, and Kaylee promises to tear him to pieces. Shiva notes that the opponent's trump cards come one after another, so one should not face him head-on, but only observe. Hun Hare turns to the protagonist and informs him that he has conveyed the words to the right people and completed the rest of the work. Nathan asks to wait a little, and the demon accuses him of stalling, because his patience is not infinite. Nathan immediately finds common ground with the demon and takes out a special bottle of dessert. He hands over a bottle and says there's one more fun game to play before he leaves. Meanwhile, we move to the area outside the cave, where the entire Yuan family has already arrived. They wonder what happened here, and the locals tell them that it seems their ancestor has awakened. They note that the earthquake has stopped, and the ancestor will soon be released. Therefore, the head of the family declares that it is necessary to arrange a solemn welcoming ceremony according to the ancient rite. In just a few moments, they prepare a special reception and begin carrying rich gifts. Grandfather stands near the entrance to the cave and taps the ground with his cane to calm everyone down. After some time, a giant carpet is laid out on the spot where he had just stood. A few minutes later, the grandfather turns around and sees a bright glow coming from the cave. He reports that, according to legend, immortality comes from golden lotuses, which means that an ancestor will soon appear. Immediately after this, he bows down, and all the others do the same after 7 days as a sign of respect to the ancestor. They declare that they are ready to recognize the ancestor as the Emperor of Humanity, who will lead their race and who will ascend. Nathan wonders if they really intend to honor him as the Emperor of Mankind. He quickly looks up and asserts that this is definitely not the voice of a divine ancestor. Nathan smiles and says that if his good descendants are trying so hard, he will be forced to accept the offer. A smile appears on his face as he wonders how these people will react to his appearance. The servants note that the divine ancestor looks too young, but this is not surprising. However, the grandfather interrupts their conversation, saying that they are facing an imposter and asking who he is. Nathan asks his grandfather with a smile if he doesn't recognize his ancestor after so many years. The soldiers report that they know this man, because he is the very same gifted fourth-rank person that the lady brought. They claim that this scoundrel has dressed up as an ancestor and is insulting them, and this deserves death. The father of the family immediately orders them to stop and says that there is no need to rush into a decision. He asks to explain what happened and promises to keep the man alive. Nathan reports that the scoundrel who claimed to be an ancestor has been brought to justice for his sins. He shows a special document and explains that there are no divine sanctions, and the body and spirit are scattered to the wind. This is a terrible blow for the family, as they have dedicated their entire lives to serving this order. One of the family members claims that this is impossible, and suspects that they are being deceived, since he is pretending to be someone he is not. The head of the family declares that spreading such heresy is a mortal sin that should be punished by instant death. The family members immediately rush to attack, trying to tear him apart with their abilities. Nathan looks at them dismissively and wonders if they will be so bold. Immediately after this, he uses an attack to perform a spinning kick to knock everyone back. The family's servants note that the man is a gifted rank 4, so they are unlikely to be able to cope with him. Grandfather says that they have hundreds of craftsmen, but only one person, so there is no difference. He orders the entire family to gather to destroy the traitor and cleanse the family of filth. Nathan notes that the side with more people always wins, which is somewhat true. After this, he opens a portal to summon a gigantic number of Hun Hare's assistants. The demons rush to attack and destroy any person they can reach. Some family members begin to give up, realizing that such powerful enemies cannot be defeated. The family's leadership steps aside, realizing that this is not a dream, and that the enemy was able to defeat many masters. They also suggest that if a person is so powerful, he could destroy an ancestor. Grandfather still refuses to believe it, and notes that several generations of the Yuan clan have been preparing the ground for the ritual. He turns to his grandson, who is also a fourth ranker, and orders him to kill the enemy. The grandson doubts, but declares that if he is given an order, he does not dare to disobey and will do everything. After this, it covers the body with stone and increases in size several dozen times. He rushes into the attack and says that a real man dies only after he has completely exhausted his strength. The enemy unleashes all his might on Nathan in hopes of breaking through his fire defense, but doesn't even scratch it. Nathan notes that the man has some courage, and he even feels sorry for killing him. Immediately after this, he delivers a powerful blow, which proves fatal to the opponent. After this, he remarks that no man would help a villain unless he wanted to become a laughingstock. Having received a serious blow, the enemy leaves this world, as the internal organs cannot withstand it. The older members of the family say it is impossible, but they still do not give up. They argue that the family must not be subjected to barbarism again and rush forward. However, a few moments later, a trident flies towards him, pierces his body and pins him to the ground. All present watch as the head of the family dies in just a few moments. Hun Hare, in demonic form, states that they are making the most of their time. Nathan orders them to kneel and surrender immediately, otherwise the enemy will face a painful death. The remaining members of the Yuan family decide to bow before Nathan, announcing that they no longer have any patrons. Nathan watches their group surrender and decides not to even take his hands out of his pockets. He notes that they understand the situation perfectly well, but not everyone has the right to surrender, and calls on Serenity. Serenity immediately looks at her intended victims and commands them to follow her in her dreams. After this, she decides to check what good deeds they have done to understand whether they have the right to live on. The spell brings back to life a brave grandson named Larry, who wonders in his sleep why his grandfather is so cruel. After some time, all evil people die in their dreams, but some still remain alive. They come to their senses and wonder what happened to them and why so many people died. Serenity states that the culprits committed suicide, and that those who survived the spell are good. Larry, along with the others, asks Nathan who he is and how he was able to reach such heights. Nathan states his name and declares that from this moment on, their lives belong to him, and therefore, he is their new master. The feeling of incredible fear of Nathan, who destroyed many people, makes them fall to their knees again. Nathan approaches Larry, ordering him to temporarily lead the people and invite the gifted leaders here. Meanwhile, we are transported to the city of Red Iron, which is located not far from this place. The survivors discuss how the Yuan family now invites the leaders of the gifted to discuss important matters. The messengers carry this news to their leader so that he can decide on further action. Their leader says that he will check who this person is and decide what to do next. He is advised to be careful, but he states that his abilities are too great to be contained. A girl appears nearby and asks why they should go there together. They jump back a few meters from her, surprised when she appeared. They ask who she is, and she reveals that she is a leader named Chelsea. The leader asks why he should go with her, to which she replies that the Yuan clan owns minerals and valuable resources. She adds that if it weren't for Nathan's intervention, the Yuan clan would have swallowed up the entire southern region, so they should be grateful. She also states that they are now in disarray, so this is a good opportunity to redistribute resources. She asks if Brother Hubert would refuse such a large share. Hubert notes that this is interesting information that completely changes his view of the situation. We are transported to the city of Blackshine, where one of the survivors fights off a crowd of enemies. He reports that today's goal of 100 infected killed is almost reached, and he has no plans to stop. He receives a message that the Yuan clan is inviting him to a council, but he states that he is not interested in this clan. The young assistant reports that this time the head of the family is different and names Nathan. Theo immediately turns around and asks if this is really the same Nathan. After this, he delivers another blow to the dead man who got too close and knocks him out. Immediately after this, he makes several high jumps from the walls to reach a high floor. He intercepts the message to read it himself and makes sure that it is indeed his friend. After reading all the information, he claims that his instincts were right and that this is indeed the same Nathan. He orders his assistant to prepare transport immediately, saying that he will leave there in the next second. The assistant asks what happened, and he replies that he needs to find the boss and talk to him. We are also transported to the port, where there is another leader of the Gifted who received an invitation. A girl named Sally asks Shelley and Beatrice if this is really the Nathan they were talking about. Sally notes that she likes their subsequent plan for the port, but she needs to make sure Nathan is a reliable partner. At this time, Nathan himself decides to retire for meditation in the mountains, rich in deposits of ore and abilities. He adopts a special pose to delve into the depths of the mind and reach new heights. He states that the area extends for several miles and is contaminated, but his superpower is able to cleanse it. He once again calls upon the power of the mighty tower to easily pass this test, difficult for others. After some time, it creates a powerful energy sphere around which a tornado forms. After this, the fire lotus opens above him, and he continues the cycle of meditation. He claims that he has never consumed the essence with such pleasure as now. He adds that now neither sword nor spear will take him, because his body is half divine, and his strength has once again broken through another ceiling. He understands that the transition from the 6th rank to the 7th is just a milestone that he will inevitably overcome. Now, he just needs to find an opportunity for another confident breakthrough. But for now, he doesn't understand where to get it. After a while, he discovers a small cult next to him and immediately grabs it with his hand. He looks at her and realizes that in front of them is indeed a fragment of the memory of the Emperor of Humanity, in which the method of breakthrough is recorded. He learns that he must go through a mortal battle, and only then can the connection between flesh and soul be broken. Nathan understands that the 6th rank is already equal to an ordinary immortal and can compete with a demon general. From his point of view, by absorbing the spirit of the Yuan family's ancestor and the remnants of the divine mark's soul, he lit a new lamp within himself. Smiling, he wonders if he should see who is already locked in the next cell. Nathan mentally dives into the palace of the mind and sees a huge corridor with spiritual lamps there. He understands that it is better to move forward right now in order to get to know this creature as quickly as possible. After a while, he gets to the 2nd floor and hears his new friend furiously playing on the phone. Nathan stops near the camera for a while to watch him and realizes that he is already completely drawn in. He is immediately told that he is behaving incorrectly, but he continues to stubbornly argue with other people. Nathan realizes that this red boy is raising his rank because he has a good understanding of the character's strength. After this, he notices that there is someone even more ferocious and terrible than this guy locked in the 2nd cage. He realizes that in the tower, under the control of the demons, he had already survived Lei's surprise attack and was not hit by the child's army. He decides to be cautious and creates a fire dome that is strong enough to withstand damage. He moves on, expecting a trick at every step, but surprisingly it becomes too quiet here. Suddenly a loud sound breaks the silence and he immediately turns around to find out what is happening. An unknown man makes notes in his notebook, reporting that the nobleman follows his own path. Looking closer, he realizes that the captive is a man who writes philosophical thoughts. He looks up carefully to take a short break, then tries to write something down again. However, during one of these breaks, he suddenly finds Nathan standing in front of him, surrounded by a ring of fire. The young man reports that the lord of the prison has arrived here, and asks for forgiveness for not having greeted him properly. Nathan replies that he will explain everything later, noting that he clearly expected a grand battle. The man says that he is a humble bookworm from childhood with poor health and asks him not to laugh. Nathan asks him his name, trying to be polite to a man who doesn't feel any animosity towards him. The young man, coughing heavily, asks for forgiveness, noting that he needs to rest a little. Immediately after this, he lies down on the ground, turns away, and almost instantly falls into a deep sleep. Nathan watches the man in surprise, trying to understand what kind of creature he is and what power he possesses. Serenity notes that there is no power wave emanating from the man, and he looks like an ordinary scientist. Nathan remarks that over time they will find out what this man's power is. When the man comes to, Larry approaches him and informs him that the leaders of the gifted have arrived. Nathan notes that it happened pretty quickly and decides to go there right now to meet them. After some time, they come to the council, where everyone else has already gathered to discuss important matters. They look around and exchange glances, trying to understand why they were all called here. Chelsea suddenly decides to use a spell and orders her little ones to go do the job. These strange creatures, very similar to fireflies, create a powerful dome, the meaning of which is unknown. Theo watches the creatures in the dome and wonders why this was necessary. Chelsea notes that they are in enemy territory, so they need to isolate the sound to speak calmly. Sally asks her what she wants to talk about, and Chelsea replies that she wants to discuss the benefits. She states that while she was walking here through the domain, she had already sent a demonic spirit on reconnaissance. She also reports that she discovered that the line had become greatly weakened, so she teamed up with Hubert to divide it. Theo asks if Lena is going to act against Nathan, and Sally also expresses doubts. Chelsea and Hubert unanimously declare that this man is only 4th rank and will not be able to resist them. They assume that the issue is almost resolved, since the head of the clan is too weak. Theo leans back in his chair and notes that the two of them don't yet understand what they're getting into. Chelsea and Hubert look at him in surprise and ask what he means. Theo states that they better keep quiet and stay away if they want to stay alive. Hubert tries to resolve the issue diplomatically and asks what Sally thinks about it. Sally replies that she will not interfere with their plans, but she does not intend to join either. Chelsea is surprised by this and wonders why they refuse to cooperate. After some time, Larry enters the room and loudly announces that the head of the family has arrived. Along with him, a large number of fighters, ready for anything, immediately come running here. Chelsea and Hubert note that they are facing 4th-rank gifted people, and that it appears to be the head of the clan. However, they all part and declare that they welcome the true head of the family. Nathan walks calmly inside, without changing his habits or taking his hands out of his pockets. He looks at his potential allies with defiance, but without unnecessary aggression. They are surprised and wonder who he is and why he walks so confidently. Nathan notices the soundproof dome and wonders why magic is being used here. Instead of asking for the spell to be removed, he decides that such issues need to be resolved by force. He uses a fire attack to destroy the dome and any obstructing creature. After this, he wonders if they will be able to communicate with each other now. Chelsea and Hubert look at him in surprise and note that they can see the depth of his power. Chelsea moves closer to shake his hand, noting that his name seems to justify his strength. She reflects that once she touches his body, she will be able to know the true level of his abilities. Theo throws the woman aside and notes that he really missed his beloved boss. He rushes forward and says that he is glad to see him and is ready to greet him with great enthusiasm. Nathan quickly steps aside, and Theo crashes full speed into Larry, who was behind him. After this, he states that ever since they quickly separated, he has been thinking about him all the time and looking forward to meeting him. He also reports that as soon as he heard that the head of the Yuan clan was Nathan, he immediately rushed to serve him. After this, he is informed that Chelsea and Hubert were planning to do something bad to Nathan, so they need to be stopped. He tears his clothes, preparing for battle, and notes that it is necessary to disrupt their plans, but at the same time one cannot act rashly. Chelsea puts up protective barriers and notes that it was just a misunderstanding and she didn't realize who she was dealing with. Theo, not being a very smart person, decides not to listen to the voice and continues to fight, even though no one asked him to. After this, he abruptly changes his target and rushes forward at Hubert, hoping to deal with him. Hubert accepts the challenge and also prepares to use his new skill. Thanks to his abilities, he turns into a wolf with enhanced physical abilities. He begins a fierce battle against Theo, noting that he will never lose to such an opponent. Everyone else watches this spectacle, although the fight does not seem to make much sense. Chelsea realizes there is nothing more to do here, and notes that it is time to leave. She turns and starts running, hoping to escape unnoticed. Suddenly, a multitude of plants appear in front of her, blocking her path, but they do not seem to be strong. However, the plants grow rapidly, blocking all opportunities for escape. Sally breaks her promise not to interfere and asks Chelsea where she went. Chelsea turns around in irritation and realizes that this girl's words are not to be trusted. Using her skill, she notes that if she wants to leave, none of them can stop her. Heading to the window, she announces that time is almost up. Larry asks them to stop and notes that any more and the senseless battle will destroy the house. Nathan realizes it's time to intervene and orders everyone to stop. As soon as he stamps his foot, all the gifted ones fall to the ground and look at him in surprise, trying to understand how this happened. Nathan puts his hands in his pockets again and asks if they are full or if they want to continue the fight. Everyone present is amazed that he was able to neutralize their abilities with a snap of his fingers. Theo notes that no one is fighting now and asks him why he gathered them here. Nathan explains that the city territories are located in the south of the province, and now he is taking control of them. He asks if they have any objections, and Theo, like an obliging dog, is interested in the rules he sets. Nathan reports that it's the end of the world. There are a lot of zombies around, and gifted people are appearing who need to be united. He notes that all gifted people should be included in a register, and their abilities and origins recorded. It also requires organizing people to jointly search for resources and accommodate ordinary residents. He adds that it is necessary to create special teams to investigate strange events and anomalous creatures. Finally, he states the need to establish contact with the leaders of other groups. All this is done so that they eventually begin to obey the main character. His temporary allies watch him closely as he outlines this plan. After that, they do not ask him if he has anything to offer to the fourth-level awakened ones, who are already feeling well. Theo immediately becomes a loyal ally of the protagonist and is prepared to protect him, which Nathan accepts. After this, he shows a huge warehouse with pills that allow you to get to other levels. Sally realizes that the one who bought the entire mountain on the pier was indeed Nathan. Immediately after this, he waves his hand, showing them his dimension in which he owns the resources. The leaders of the groups find themselves in a stunning place that can be called a piece of paradise. Chelsea says she can hardly believe it and cautiously approaches the apple tree. She looks at the apples and understands that this is not an illusion, but a real reality. She carefully tastes the apple and makes sure it is real. After this, she falls to her knees and asks for permission to follow him. She notes that she loves fruits and vegetables very much, so she is ready to carry out various orders for this. Hubert points out that a fourth-rank leader should not fall to his knees immediately, as this weakens his position. Nathan waves his hand again, and they see the source of spiritual energy, completely purified. Theo hears a strange sound and turns around to see what happened. This time, Hubert falls to his knees before the protagonist and declares that he will follow him to the end. Theo and Sally are surprised by such obedience of these people, although they initially intended to prevent Nathan. Theo pushes them aside and tells them to behave more decently. Larry states that their boss is not only very strong, but also wants to reunite the great country. Nathan looks closely at Sally and asks her if all of these things are enough for them to agree to cooperate. Sally looks at him with genuine surprise, despite the fact that she had previously been skeptical of him. She recalls her last conversation between Shelley and Beatrice, which took place while she was still in port. She wonders if he is capable of saving the world, and despite their agreement, remains unconvinced. She was a pessimist and believed that humanity was already on its way to the end, and was in a state of agony. However, now, looking at Nathan, she finally sees in him the real hope for saving humanity. After a short pause, she decides to exhale tensely to add more mystery to her decision. After this, she states that she will make every effort to fulfill the assigned duties. Chelsea and Hubert say they will also try their best to manage their responsibilities. Theo adds that he wishes to serve King Nathan, who has rightfully earned this title. They all bow before the main character and declare that the real king of this world is in front of them. Nathan nods approvingly and announces that he has prepared a special reward for those who agree to serve him. He creates a multitude of chests in front of all the participants and says that they know how to distribute these resources correctly. Chelsea and Hubert are very enthusiastic about taking on the task of reconnecting and organizing the gifted. Sally notes that a matter of such great importance requires detailed rules, and she will compile a report tomorrow. Earlier, the assistant reported that his family had been searching for artifacts throughout the region, and he wanted to report something to Nathan. Nathan listens to his assistant with interest and asks what exactly he wanted to tell him. The action takes place in an unknown city, where pockets of resistance among the dead are still smoldering. However, oddly enough, all the newly converted zombies flock to the suburban area near the city. They all head to a cave near the ancient city. The reasons why these zombies are gathering here are still unclear, so the heroes decide to follow them. Larry notes that there used to be a temple to the goddess Hutu here, but after the end of the world, an anomaly occurred. Larry claims that the dark energy is what makes the dead endlessly rank up and flock here. Nathan decides to analyze it using his special skill, and declares that there is something important inside. Theo notes that his original dream was to fight enemies and decides it is time to act. Immediately after this, he drops down to deal with his opponents and deals them several powerful blows. A large number of monsters come running to the sound of the fight, and they turn their attention to Theo. Theo decides to take advantage of the situation to improve his fighting skills. Nathan notes that Theo's strength is quite good, so he can be relied on in battle. Larry states that he wants to help apprehend these opponents and at the same time train his charges. Nathan confirms that he relies on them and thanks them for the opportunity to prove himself. Immediately after this, he covers his body with hard stone armor and orders everyone to follow him. After this, he leads his disciples, hoping to deal with a large number of enemies. A fierce battle begins, in which everyone gets the opportunity to show their best side. Meanwhile, Nathan continues to explore the area, moving further into the depths of the temple. He notices that the dark energy is starting to get stronger and tries to figure out what is inside the building. He decides not to waste time and goes inside to see everything with his own eyes. As soon as he enters, strong gusts of wind begin to blow on him, trying to knock him off his feet. Nathan tries to stay on his feet and peers closely at the source of these gusts. After some time, he discovers that in front of him is a statue of the goddess, which is the source of the problems. However, he also notices that the statue's body has cracked due to the large amount of corruption. Nathan realizes that the icy darkness is coming directly from the statue and tries to figure out the cause of this phenomenon. Serenity appears behind him and warns him to be careful as he is about to be attacked. She turns out to be right, because at that very second other stone statues rush at him. Nathan immediately grabs his fire staff and does a wide spinning attack to knock back his enemies. The blow is so powerful that the statue is seriously damaged. However, the stone statues continue to move and seem to respond to his voice. Their numbers are growing rapidly, and they come from all corners of the temple. Having surrounded the main character, they simultaneously attack him to give him no chance to counterattack. Nathan realizes that these are spirits born of darkness, and decides to destroy them with his great weapon. He unleashes a series of powerful attacks, and soon all the stone statues are reduced to nothing. Serenity asks him to pay attention to the fact that these fragments are not so simple. Soon the spirits of the underworld rise to their feet and approach him again. Serenity realizes that the situation is becoming more dangerous with every second, and now she will have to use other skills. The evil spirits rush forward, hoping to take over Nathan's body. Nathan creates a special protective capsule that they cannot penetrate, but he still does not understand how to finally defeat them. The spirits tell Nathan that all attempts are futile, because he is already in the underworld, and whatever he does will be pointless. Serenity states that the seed of the Scarlet Lotus streams must be used to destroy these spirits. Nathan calls upon the plant with a smile, and wonders if he is surrounded by the evil souls of the underworld. After this, he uses a special attack and announces that he will send the spirits back home. The righteous fire covers the bodies of evil beings, and they slowly dissolve in the flames. Gradually, not a single trace remains of them, and the main character carefully descends down. He realizes that these evil souls were generated by the dark energy emanating from the statue. He is trying to understand the nature of the spell placed on this place when the statue suddenly comes to life. The statue turns towards Nathan and announces that it has finally found him. The next second, a strange spell is cast on him, the likes of which he had never seen before. Nathan tries to understand what is happening to him, when suddenly his soul leaves his body and is sucked towards the statues. He understands that he will now have to fight on foreign territory, and decides to prepare for difficulties. After his soul is completely absorbed, a gloomy and complete silence reigns in the hall. Serenity, the demon bear, and Lei quickly materialize to come to their master's aid. The demon bear shakes Nathan and asks him what the hell is going on here. Serenity reports that Nathan has been sent to the underground court, and there is genuine concern in her voice. Lei explains that the goddess Hutu rules the underworld and must have summoned him for some purpose. The demon bear notes that if Nathan went to the underworld, they won't be able to get there since they are alive. Lei turns around and sees that the disciples who followed their master need serious support. Lei states that until the prison master returns, he needs to guard his body and do other things at the same time. Serenity asks with a smile if he wants to help temper the army through trials. Lei sternly replies that it is necessary to check whether they are able to withstand his presence. Meanwhile, Nathan finds himself in a strange world teeming with dead souls. He gets sucked into a strange tunnel, and he realizes he better get out of here. He looks around and feels a strange hum filling the air, but the noise of voices gradually fades away. He quickly realizes that he has ended up in the underworld, where he was pulled by a cursed statue. Looking down, he discovers a giant whirlpool in which unfortunate souls, left in the form of skeletons, suffer. There were clearly merciless battles here, leaving only ruins and remains. Suddenly, at the site of another battle, a multitude of spiritual warriors appear, who have also turned into skeletons. Nathan notices that the heavenly army of darkness is fighting an enemy that is the Legion of the Dead. Skeletal necromancers begin to hover in the air and order the resistance to cease. They report that all waves must submit to the Lord of the Underworld and stop interfering with him. After some time, a large portal opens, from which two strange figures appear. They look over the army and throw in a couple of coins, indicating that they will not harm these people. As soon as the coins fall on the dead, some of them feel an increase in strength. The strange creature explains that whoever receives coins for life must fight for it to the end. The levitating skeletons suddenly become hostile towards the emerging creatures and try to tear them apart. The two beings claim that the young master must close several threats, so it is necessary to join. The fight continues, but the reasons for the battle remain unclear to both Nathan and the observers. Nathan wonders how the Western undead could have gotten in here, since the way here should be closed. He also understands that, judging by what is happening, the battle has been going on for a long time. After this, he decides to slowly land on the ground, when he suddenly hears a strange growl next to him. He is hit with the most brutal blows, and he does not have time to react, flying to the side. A few moments later, he crashes into a stone wall and falls down. Immediately after this, he summons a fire shield, but realizes that his opponent is a formidable creature. He sees in front of him a bridge on which a little girl is standing, and a portal from which a three-headed dog is crawling out. The creature materializes in this world, looks around and searches for new prey. Nathan realizes it is a three-headed hellhound and decides to stay away to save his life. Suddenly the girl says that she does not understand where the wandering soul came from and asks to retreat immediately. Nathan wonders what this all means, but the giant dog is already trying to attack the girl. The girl absolutely fearlessly declares that since she stands here, this passage will be protected. Immediately after this, she rushes into attack and delivers a powerful blow with a small wooden spoon to the monster's head. Nathan is shocked by the girl's fighting spirit and notes that he did not expect such strength from a little girl. The girl continues to fight against a much larger opponent, but is unable to completely gain the upper hand. However, this does not mean that she is going to give up, and she rushes into battle again. Nathan guesses that the little girl is actually Meng Po, judging by the strange pot and ladle. Meanwhile, Meng Po continues to fight, but the monster creates a giant energy sphere. Meng Po fails to dodge and is seriously damaged, being thrown to the side. She reports that the blow was incredibly strong, after which she flies back. She manages to stabilize herself and takes virtually no damage from the fall. Nathan notices that she is still injured and asks her how serious and deep the injury is. Meng Po explains that she should run away, but the monster is already advancing and it is too late to escape. Nathan decides to summon fire to make it easier to deal with the enemy. Immediately after this, he fearlessly rushes into the attack, fully aware that he will emerge victorious from this battle. Cerberus opens his giant mouth, intending to swallow the protagonist and quickly digest him. Meng Po watches Nathan with fear, wondering if he has already been eaten. However, a few moments later, a powerful explosion occurs in the beast's mouth, caused by its opening. Nathan notes that he couldn't figure out a way to fill Cerberus's belly with fire, and that the opportunity presented itself. Jumping aside, he states that, apparently, the monster wants to destroy itself and decided to help with this. A few moments later, a similar situation is repeated with each head of the giant beast. This causes incredible damage, causing the beast to behave strangely and roll on the ground. Nathan realizes it's time to end this farce and launches a devastating attack on the monster. He also jumps forward to close the distance and gain some maneuvering space. Meng Po notes that Nathan's soul is incredibly bright because he was able to cut off Cerberus's head. She also states that Nathan must hurry and cut off the remaining heads, as this is the only way to defeat the creature. Nathan cuts off the remaining heads and gets a real treasure from them, which can increase his level. He looks closely at the sphere and notes that it contains the purest power of the soul. After this, Nathan attacks the remaining two Cerberus heads. Smiling, he declares that it is time to continue the fun. The giant monster realizes that he must flee urgently before it is too late. Nathan rises into the air and prepares to deliver a powerful attack on the enemy. Cerberus turns sharply from the blow and tries to escape as quickly as possible. Nathan calls him a damn coward and gives chase, asking where he's going. Meng Po abruptly blocks the road and warns that they cannot cross the bridge, so as not to worsen the situation. She explains that the afterlife beyond the River of Oblivion is already under the control of the Overlord and his army of Gila. Nathan asks him to tell him what happened, and Meng Po wonders if this is his first day in hell. Nathan tries to explain himself when suddenly the sky starts flashing with lightning from all directions. Mengpo reports that the very gods they are best not to encounter right now are approaching them. She immediately grabs Nathan's hand and runs away, saying that he must follow her into the city and not lag behind even a step. Meanwhile, the sky continues to thicken, creating an increasingly oppressive atmosphere. Soon, a giant chariot appears in the sky, on which an unknown figure rides, accompanied by a girl. These figures represent two gods, each of whom belongs to a completely different mythology. The man is the lord of the Underworld, Hades, who has reached the level of a king, and the woman is Hela. Nathan asks what they are doing here, but Mengpo states that if he knows these gods, he shouldn't ask questions. The guard explains that all the inhabitants of the shadow must take refuge in their homes, otherwise their souls will scatter and no one will gather them. Nathan quickly finds himself behind cover and looks around to see who else is in the city. He finds ordinary people living quietly within the city, as if nothing is happening. Mengpo pushes aside several people so that they won't interfere with her as she approaches the window and looks out unnoticed. She informs Nathan that this time the Overlord has personally decided to come here for an unknown reason. Nathan watches intently as the menacing chariot slowly passes over the city. He notes that Hades looks very strong, and Mengpo says that in alliance with Hela, they pose a serious threat. She adds that Hades had been planning this attack for 1,000 years and, at the moment of the end of the world, decided to strike suddenly, catching the Emperor and Huta off guard. Mengpo explains that if this battle is lost, the city will fall forever. Nathan is surprised and inquires about the consequences, and Mengpo informs him that the dead will no longer be able to be reborn. Nathan understands that all this is being done so that the people will be left without descendants. Mengpo explains that Hela has already stormed the city's army twice before, and now it is time for a general offensive. Hades and Hela carefully survey the city and prepare to destroy it forever. Hades drinks the demonic cup and says that he wants Fengdu's hell to finally disappear forever. Hela remains silent and gives the command to the dark forces to break through the portal. A few moments later, a huge number of horsemen materialize out of nowhere and rush forward. Together, they resemble a giant swarm of locusts that destroy everything they touch. Nathan understands that to fight this scourge, he will have to enlist the support of someone powerful. The two entities turn around and notice that the attack has begun, and they are a little late. A protective dome appears over the city, preventing enemies from breaking through and protecting residents. They constantly clash with opponents in attempts to break through, but this ends very unsuccessfully. Monsters, when confronted with the divine light of hellfire, are immediately disintegrated. After some time, a powerful figure of the Emperor appears in the city, which gradually materializes. The city's rulers create a special bright flash. The Emperor, who appeared to protect the city, is at the level of a king. Next to him, Hutu is a general level, which is on par with Hades and Hela's power level. Together they create a powerful barrier that pushes opponents back and gives them time to regroup. The Emperor announces that the external evil gods who have launched an attack are doomed to silent destruction. Hutu declares that it is necessary to strictly carry out the will of the Emperor, whatever it may be. Nathan and Mengpo observe the Emperor and note that he has an incredibly powerful aura. Nathan realizes that he entered the Underworld through the oncoming statue, which means he was pulled here on purpose. Looking at the goddess's face, he notices that she is looking at him attentively and is trying to say something. Nathan realizes that the goddess knows exactly who he is, and that is why she deliberately dragged him here. Mengpo notes that the goddess is looking at her because she is excited. This is her world. Hades reports that the Emperor was previously seriously wounded, and almost none of his generals survived. Hela points out that she broke her manicure, but in response, the goddess disfigured her face. She also states that today she wants to obtain Hela's divine soul to taste it. Hutu responds with a clever quote that she probably got from the book. Hades asks if they have any map and decides to do things his own way. He reports that he has 10,000 shadow soldiers and several 100,000 ghost generals. He also states that he cannot imagine how he could physically lose under such circumstances. He clarifies that the Emperor and Hutu are seriously injured and can only use 70% of their strength. He adds that unless the Emperor of Humanity is resurrected and his soul is transported to the Underworld, they have no chance. The Emperor looks at his opponent in surprise and asks with a smile how he knows that the Emperor of Humanity is not here. Hades and Hela look at him in surprise, trying to understand what he wants to say and why he is so confident of victory. However, they decide not to worry as he calls even more troops to his side. Hades reports that he heard that this land is famous for its empty city, and today he will be convinced that the rumors are true. The Emperor declares that he may attempt to enter the city and risk his own life. Hela finds this funny, as the Emperor of Mankind has been dead for 3,000 years and cannot come here. Hutu notes that if she is so sure, she can also come and check it out for herself. Gila notices her rival's incredible calm and realizes that there is certainly a trap here. Hades claims that they have been preparing an army for many years and cannot be afraid just by hearing the name of the Emperor of Mankind. Gila states that the city's defense rests with the Emperor, who is already gravely wounded and cannot endure it any longer. After this, she rushes forward with her subjects to tear the enemies to pieces. Hutu appears in her path and orders her to stop while she can still avoid a fight. However, Hela states that such power is clearly not enough to even stop her. Hutu grabs his weapon and orders a retreat, preparing a powerful destructive attack. The Emperor creates powerful barriers to protect the city from the invasion of foreign forces. Every few seconds, the barrier emits a pulse, destroying nearby enemies. If enemies get too close, they are instantly dissolved, but continue to attack. Hades notices that the Emperor has the appearance of a deity, but sacrifices himself to protect a crowd of worthless citizens. He calls it funny and attacks with his powerful scythe. He looks happily at his opponent and wonders how much longer he can endure, but the opponent remains silent. His silence and steadfastness do not help him to withstand serious pressure. Hades realizes that he was stronger than the Emperor and was able to destroy his barrier, but hope has not yet faded. The Emperor is seriously wounded, and part of the barrier breaks away, allowing troops to enter. Hades notes that he tried to intimidate them, but he himself is on his last legs. After this, he charges the weapon with dark energy and declares that when he carries out a new attack, the city's defense will fall on its own. He quickly rushes into the attack and prepares to celebrate victory after cutting off the enemy's head. However, as Hades approaches the Emperor, he, on the contrary, smiles, saying that he waited for this. Then the Emperor looks up at his enemy and makes it clear that he had been acting according to his own plans all this time. Hades doesn't have time to figure out what the trick was, and it becomes too late to escape. The Emperor decides to use the formation skill to close the trap. Immediately after clapping, a powerful seal is created, covering almost the entire city. Thanks to the seal, several towers rise from the ground, each of which has a meaning. Each tower represents a celestial structure that references Chinese culture. After some time, it becomes clear what the true meaning of these towers is. Hades suddenly feels a wave of weakness that prevents him from moving as quickly as before. The Emperor continues to use the formation skill to enhance the spell's effect. Hades wonders what this spell is and why it would be able to stop a real god. The Emperor decides to explain to him what the formation is based on and asks if Hades realizes his guilt. The god of the Underworld, for some reason, experiences feelings of guilt, which causes him serious emotional damage. He claims that this is a pathetic conspiracy, and the Emperor declares that in war, cunning is not the threshold. After a while, Hades realizes that this is just a trick and he did not receive any serious damage. After this, the Emperor uses a loud cry to release his energy and get rid of the weaknesses. The powerful shockwave from this scream proves destructive and sweeps away the Emperor's plans. His palaces begin to collapse at an incredible speed, and the whole plan goes down the drain. Hades looks at the even more weakened Emperor and notes that he will not be able to hold out for long. He also says that he will not be able to kill him, and the Emperor states that he never intended to do so. After this, the Emperor turns his gaze and declares that the one who can truly end the crisis is not him. Meanwhile, Hela watches what is happening and hopes that her comrade will cope. She doesn't notice that all this time a powerful sneak attack has been preparing behind her. Just a few moments later, powerful moonbeams pierce her face and leave a serious abrasion. Hela turns around to find her rival behind her, who has still not managed to reveal herself. She calls her a damned witch and declares that she will definitely pay for such actions. Hutu says that she accidentally scratched her face, but next time she will be gentler. Immediately after this, Hutu decides to use the mirror to fire multiple projectiles. Hela jumps to the side to protect herself from projectiles and take less damage. Hutu quickly turns around to check on her comrade and gives a short nod. After this, she creates a special spark, which slowly falls lower and lower. Nathan and Mengpo continue to monitor what is happening and try to figure out how they can help. Mengpo explains that the Emperor used information to contain Hades, but Nathan understands that this is a temporary measure. Gradually, the spark penetrates lower and lower and finally reaches their home. She stops somewhere in the middle of the room. After a few moments, the spark materializes into a small form of a goddess. Nathan looks at her in surprise and asks if this is Mother Hutu. People nearby immediately bow to express their respect for her authority. Mengpo also bows and notes that they are glad that the goddess has decided to honor them with her presence. After this, the goddess begins to attack Nathan and asks why he is standing still without bowing. Hutu suddenly turns to her and asks her not to be impolite, as the situation does not allow it. Mengpo turns to look at her in surprise, trying to understand why she suddenly took his side. Mother Hutu slowly approaches him looking at him carefully and her eyes full of sadness and calm. After this, she declares that she worships the Emperor of Humanity, which surprises everyone present. Mengpo looks at Nathan in surprise, as does everyone else, who does not understand such behavior of the goddess. He wonders if this is really the Emperor of Humanity standing before them. Nathan states that he is only the heir to the Emperor's will, so he does not need to bow. Hutu notes that she was injured, and due to the critical situation, she had to break the statue. She adds that this was all her cunning plan to attract Nathan and get his help. Hutu claims that he will not be mistaken, and even if he is not the Emperor of Humanity himself, he has a great connection with it. She adds that otherwise he would not have the tower that constantly accompanies them. Nathan asks in surprise if he can actually see the demon containment tower. Hutu reports that their people also took part in the construction of the tower. Nathan wonders what other amazing people were involved in this act. Nathan states that if Mother Hutu is confident that he can help, he asks for all the details. Hutu thanks him and notes that they will do everything to win the fight. She states that there is one person and one object in the tower that can resolve the situation. After this, she decides to tell him who this man is and how he can win. After some time, Nathan materializes inside the tower, where Serenity and the demon bear are already located. They greet him joyfully, but Nathan doesn't feel the need to greet them. They ask him what happened, but he keeps walking and doesn't talk to them. Serenity realizes the situation is serious and tries again to get him to answer. Nathan reports that they are in a dire situation and the Underworld has come under sudden attack. Serenity and the demon bear ask if things are that bad, and he confirms that they are. They wonder how they can help, going over options and demons that can be recruited. Nathan explains that Mother Hutu transported him to the Underworld and told him to find a certain person. They all ask who he is talking about, and he decides to show the person instead of explaining. After some time, they find themselves at a cell where a scientist was located who never gave his name. Nathan decides to speak up and quotes important philosophical lines to attract the scientist's attention. The scientist turns sharply and looks at him, asking if he really thinks so. His inquisitive gaze tries to understand whether Nathan really believes that the Book of the Sages carries only the truth. Nathan reveals that he believes there is a dragon hidden deep within this dungeon. The scientist explains that the dragon was not cast out, and he is imprisoned, so now he is deprived of power and strength. He will not even be able to tie a chicken. Nathan claims that he was told the dragon's story and has come to repay him. Immediately after this, he entangles the dragon with special energy beams to assess its strength. Serenity and the demon bear watch the scene closely, trying to figure out what kind of divine power this is. Nathan rises into the air and begins casting a spell to initiate the ascension process. The scientist looks at him with optimism and a smile that would be impossible to see on an ordinary person. Nathan reveals that he is using his title as the Master of the Demon Containment Tower and his powers as a human emperor. After this, he says that he wants to return power to the true ruler and the knowledge of the demons to General Zhong Kui. Serenity wonders if this scientist is the legendary Zhong Kui that is the subject of so many rumors. Zhong Kui gradually develops into a more formidable figure than a simple scholar. Nathan looks closely at his future ally and realizes that investing his strength in him is the right decision. Suddenly, he appears in another dimension, outside the tower, trying to cast a spell. His eyes instantly begin to glow with divine fire, guiding his new will. After this, he creates another tower, which is directed downwards at an incredible speed. Nathan places a special scroll under her to create a seal and fix the power of the command. After this, he hands the scroll to Zhong Kui, hoping that he will accept the offer. Zhong Kui immediately tears the scroll apart, accepting its essence, after which a special mask begins to descend towards him. Zhong Kui announces that he accepts the decree and brings the mask closer to his face. After this, he undergoes a complete transformation, gains his true form, and regains his powers. The demon bear happily notes that it is a powerful ally with a stunning aura. Serenity recalls that, according to legend, this man was incorruptible during his life and earned a special place with the Emperor. She is surprised that he has been hiding in the demon containment tower all this time. Nathan reveals that even before the war began, Zhong Kui had been acting secretly, and this was all part of his plans. Zhong Kui explains that as a true master of demon exorcism, he sets out to slay spirits and gods. Nathan looks at his friend with a smile and asks if he will no longer read the books of the sages. Zhong Kui explains that there is a proper time for everything, but it is better to speak rudely to this bastard. Nathan says he likes this attitude and sends him forward to charge. After this, he declares that he will grant a pardon, allowing him to use the weapon and cleanse the underworld. A bright Chinese character lights up above the tower, signaling the decree's entry into force. After this, the cage opens, paving the way for the long-time hero of the Underworld. Zhonghui threateningly declares that he accepts the condition and will begin to carry out the order immediately. Nathan reports that the enemy has 100,000 warriors and asks if he has a plan. Zhonghui replies that he would not be himself if he did not have plans, even for such an eventuality. Immediately after this, he rises above the tower to summon new allies. Other entities, similar to ancient warriors, gradually appear around him. He summons 100,000 night spirits, ordering them to fight to the last. Finally, he opens a portal to the Underworld to arrive with long-awaited reinforcements. Zhonghui rushes forward incredibly quickly and comes to the aid of Hutu, who is already fighting with all her strength. She continues her confrontation with Hela, hoping that Zhonghui can hold her off long enough. She understands that it will take even more time for reinforcements to arrive in full force. Hela, meanwhile, enters a state of true rage and reports that she has not fought so well in a long time. After this, she decides to use the Icebone spikes, despite the strange combination of elements. Hutu attempts to defend against the powerful attack by putting his hand out to form a barrier. Hades announces that his patience has run out, and he no longer intends to waste time on nonsense. Gathering his strength into a fist, he lets out a powerful cry to throw off all attempts to grab Hela. He summons his divine form, stating that using the skill will destroy everything around him. The Emperor continues to fight his enemy diligently, but his strength is already running out. Hades claims that no matter how much they prepare and whoever they bring, it will all be useless. He adds that power always solves everything and wonders who can stop him. A few moments later, a giant tower appears in front of him, towering over him. The enemies are surprised by the appearance of the tower, and the allies sigh with obvious relief. The monsters, observing the approaching shadow, understand that something bad is threatening them. A mysterious voice tells Hades and Hela that they deserve to die for breaking the laws. Nathan asks menacingly if they really won't admit their guilt for incredible crimes. Hades looks at the suddenly appeared tower with irritation and tries to figure out what he should do. Hela reports that these are quite formidable demands, given their current situation. She adds that they have many thousands of warriors, although they are exhausted by long battles. The Emperor's servants note that the monster's fear has been suppressed, and now they are no longer afraid of anything. Suddenly, a voice comes from the tower, calling the servants black and white, and also worthless idlers. They turn around and realize that the voice seems eerily familiar. Zhonghui jumps out of the tower and prepares for the decisive battle. Looking at his friends, he says that he is glad to see them alive and well after a long separation. After this, he calls his night guards and says that it is necessary to bring these scoundrels to peace. Having descended down, he begins to fight with small pawns and destroys them without any difficulty. He starts laughing and explains that participating in the battle brings him incredible pleasure. Every enemy who dared to attack him was brutally hacked into small pieces. He moves as if he were a sword dancer because his movements are so elegant. After he destroys enough enemies, he allows the use of heavenly path spells. His servants raise special lanterns to fill them with their power. This power creates a powerful glow that blinds the undead, who are unable to function in such conditions. Gradually, the light illuminates the villains, leaving them no chance of salvation. The servants rejoice that Zhonghui has retained his power, and now they are saved from certain death. Hades calls his opponents insignificant insects who will not change anything anyway. He rushes into action to destroy Zhonghui and weaken this kingdom once and for all. Zhonghui notices that the energy blade is aimed at him and points his weapon. He decides to use the skill of Clear Wind and Bright Moon to counterattack. After this, the battle between the two divine beings causes a powerful explosion. Everyone watches what is happening in surprise and tries to understand how their confrontation will end. Zhonghui remains undefeated and remains on his feet after the monstrous attack. Despite their satisfaction with the outcome of the battle, they understand that they cannot hold out like this for long. Zhonghui starts laughing maniacally and says that the feeling is truly amazing. It seems that for him there is nothing more important than battle and the endless flow of violence and blood. The servants are surprised that Zhonghui withstood the blow dealt by the embodiment of the master's power. Hela is also amazed by the power of the lesser being and considers it impossible. Hutu notes that Zhonghui gains strength through his unconditional faith. From her point of view, as long as Zhonghui's faith is intact, he will never know defeat and is almost immortal. The Emperor rejoices at the return of his old friend, who will now help lead the resistance against the villains. Zhonghui explains that after destroying the warriors in the Underworld, they must continue their offensive. He declares that they will go to the Underworld and destroy the outsiders so that the offspring can fully survive. Hela says that this is ridiculous, since if Hades were not bound, his power would not be limited to one blow. However, her speech is interrupted by a powerful ranged attack from her opponent. Hutu continues to attack her with beams and a mirror, hoping to do more damage. She also explains that this is just the beginning and they are not yet fighting at full strength. Hela looks at her in surprise and asks what this all means. After a while, Hades begins to laugh hysterically, realizing the plan. He explains that before this, they had simply been conserving their strength and waiting for the enemy to come out in full force in order to lure them into a trap. After this, he smiles and says that his opponents are overestimating themselves, after which he transforms into his true form. This form is so powerful that it changes the color of the sky to a bright red and threatening color. Hades transforms into a red demon, announcing that his power has now reached its maximum. He claims that in a battle 1,000 years ago, heroes and powerful deities sacrificed themselves. He reminds us that this sacrifice was meaningless, since now everything has returned to normal. He says that now the opponents will not be able to change anything, and their city is doomed to destruction. Hades makes this proud statement without expecting anyone to object. However, Nathan appears on his phoenix and states that he is not sure that will happen. All the characters look at each other and try to figure out who he is. The first awkward silence is broken by Hela, who asks what he is doing here and who he is. Nathan says he is a simple man and can't stand empty talkers. After this, he boldly declares that the city will stand forever, and Hades has come to an end. Hades looks at him appraisingly, trying to figure out who this boy was who challenged him. Suddenly, he throws down his weapon and wonders if this is the Emperor of Mankind standing before him. After this, Hades comes to his senses and notes that it seemed to him that someone else was in front of him. He decides to analyze the situation and realizes that the person in front of him is a 6th-level person. Hades wonders why this creature gives off such a strong sense of foreboding. He looks at the tower and realizes that it is comparable to a divine artifact controlled by such a weak person. He assumes that before him is a being who embodies the will of the Emperor of humanity. Hades understands that this man must be destroyed quickly, without holding back, since such an enemy cannot be left alive. After that, he decides to use the Scarlet Verdict Awakening skill to deal maximum damage. Allies observing him recommend turning their attention, as this attack is too deadly. Hela reflects that this is just a bug in front of them, and Hades is over-exaggerating his efforts. The Emperor's aides note that if the Lord of the Underworld uses all his power, then this person is finished. Zhonghui declares that trying to stop the chariot of the raised cap is extremely ridiculous and pitiful. The Harbingers claim that this boy is only human, so he doesn't have a single chance. Nathan watches the approaching shells carefully, but his body remains motionless. A smile appears on his face, and he says that this is exactly what he has been looking for a long time. He takes to the air to summon his giant phoenix. The phoenix flaps its wings to recognize the protective barrier. Nathan starts screaming loudly with his incredible fighting power to appear more threatening. He explains that all this time he was looking for a life-or-death battle to test Hades' strength. A powerful explosion occurs, spreading out into energy circles, each of which poses a danger. The shockwave from the explosion is too powerful to ignore. Meng Po looks at the battle site with fear and expresses hope that Nathan will still survive. The other participants in the action closely follow what is happening to understand what to do next. Hades also watches what is happening, hoping that his blow was fatal and further efforts will not be needed. The smoke gradually clears, and a silhouette appears in the air, looking as if it were charred. Hades looks at this picture with joy and understands that he has managed to defeat the enemy. However, after a few moments it becomes clear that he was hasty in his conclusions. Smiling, the hero Paphos announces that he has won the bet after all. Nathan happily explains that he cannot be killed, and the evil gods wonder how this is possible. Nathan claims that it was only after being on the brink of life and death that he was able to break through to the next level. He happily declares that now spiritual sources can be absorbed and become even stronger. Within moments, his soul powers reach rank 7, making him even stronger. The Emperor's servants, observing this, say that the outcome of events is incredible. Nathan realizes that after breaking through to the next level, he sees much more information from the Emperor's memories. He looks closely at the special sphere on his hand and studies it. Hades watches his enemy in surprise and tries to understand how a simple man could survive this attack. He adds that this young man is probably the variable factor they were talking about. The Emperor notes that heavenly secrets cannot be revealed, but it is already clear to everyone what Nathan's power lies in. Hades suggests that the young man is connected to the fate of the entire Earth, and therefore he cannot be left alive. After this, he comes to the conclusion that he needs to act as quickly as possible to prevent him from becoming stronger. He also understands that the tower hides a huge number of terrible secrets, trump cards, and divine powers. Suddenly he turns to his ally and orders her to share her power with him. Hela asks him how sure he is of this, because if he fails, it will be the real end. Hades screams that the fate of the Underworld will be decided here and now, and there is no more holding back. Hela irritably agrees with him, noting that they have no other choice. Hades says that in such a case it is necessary to immediately begin the merging process. A huge amount of force passes through his body and fills his muscles with new possibilities. However, the undead feel much worse next to them, as they sacrifice their strength. Gradually, streams of energy begin to be sucked out of the skulls, rushing towards Hades. Those undead that have already received serious damage fall down and can no longer move. This gives Hades a temporary ability boost and a significant attack boost. After charging his scythe to devour the souls of dead spirits, he releases a powerful explosion that blinds others. He then creates a true source that devours the world to create a passage to the city. Nathan watches the attack and is not at all worried about his own fate. Hades orders him to be afraid and declares that it is already over for Nathan. He then uses the skill to create an explosion that can dissolve everyone in the area of effect. The main characters watch in amazement, hoping that their champion will cope with this challenge. Nathan is unharmed and reports that he expected much more. He adds that while he is alive, he will definitely destroy the outer gods of the Six Paths. He emphasizes that the opponents are seriously late and can now only hope for a miracle. With these words, he slowly approaches and uses the knowledge of the human emperor's awakening. Hades and Hela watch in horror and wonder if he will bring the emperor of mankind here. Nathan, meanwhile, prepares to unleash the most massive attack he has in his arsenal on them. He puts his hand forward and begins to read some intricate spell that only he understands. The emperors and other creatures watch him closely and bow before him, not daring to contradict him. They all declare that they will follow the decree of the human emperor like faithful dogs until death. Matugka, Hutu, and the emperor of this city discover that bright clots of energy begin to rise from underground. These clots glow brightly and carry much more positivity and goodness than the energy of the underground gods. Gradually, these clots turn into a giant dragon, which is preparing to pounce on its opponents. This dragon, of course, is the embodiment of the emperor's will, and is preparing to obey Nathan's commands. Nathan also begins to levitate like a deity, and imitates the dragon's movements. The giant banner is proof of the incredible strength and power of this creature. After a few moments, the dragon completely dissolves into this banner, giving their protagonist new powers. Nathan orders to aim at the underground god and destroy it with a powerful shot. Hades doesn't have time to react, and a powerful cloud of light immediately flies towards him, suppressing all darkness. Hades and Nathan face off in another showdown, each hoping to gain an easy victory. However, gradually Hades begins to lose his strength, and a powerful explosion occurs right where he stands. Gradually the smoke clears, and it becomes clear that the winner is clearly not a representative of the kingdom of the dead. Hela looks at the results of this attack in horror, and says that this should have been avoided. Hades looks at the giant hole that is forming in his body and says that this can't be happening. Nathan, in turn, only smiles arrogantly, because he always knows that he defeats anyone in his path. Hades suddenly begins to lose his strength and loses consciousness, gradually falling downwards. His body also dissolves and he turns into his normal form, which he was in when he came here. No one tries to catch him, so he lands with a loud bang in the underground city. After a while, he rises with difficulty and wonders how this is possible. He asks him how he brings himself to the point where he loses in such an easy-to-win situation. He also looks at the Underworld and understands that his future fate will be very unenviable. Nathan decides to tell him a rather cold story about how all of this was predetermined from the very beginning. He claims that it is all about the notorious circle of reincarnation, which marks the end of the Underworld. He states that the banner of the human emperor is born at the creation of heaven and earth, and briefly delves into a very interesting history. After this, he declares that the Six Paths and the evil gods will definitely be destroyed until only one path remains. He summons a fiery sword and declares that there is only one pantheon of good gods in this world. After this, he cuts off Hades' head and declares that the world is finally returning to the order he sees it as. Hela and the other warriors look at what is happening in surprise, and try to understand how this is happening at all. Nathan is still levitating in the air, and Hades' head begins to slowly fall to the ground. After this, he states that as soon as he dies, the Six Paths will find out about it and want revenge. He also adds that he will no longer have time to rest between battles. Finally, he starts laughing loudly, and Nathan crushes his head with a powerful kick. After this, he smiles haughtily and says that the losing dogs must remain silent. He finally raises his head and says that it is time to deal with other opponents. Hela says she is not such a weak demon, but suddenly she gets mortally wounded. Hutu, despite the fact that all this time he has not been able to deal her a serious blow, suddenly still pierces her body with his hand. She says that the time is coming for her to return to death too, and decides to use a special spell. Hela says that she technically can't die because she is the daughter of the god of death. After her body dissolves, Hutu pauses briefly for dramatic effect. After this, she calmly lowers her gaze and says that everything is finally coming to an end. Zhongkui starts laughing loudly and saying that he hasn't been so happy about winning a serious fight in a long time. After this, he orders his night guards to rush into the attack to finish off the remaining survivors. He is joined by other fighters, who all this time have been hesitant to launch their troops into the attack. Together, they try to drive out the armies of the Kingdom of the Dead from their territory and establish order. Meanwhile, Mengpo continues to attack the Demon Hound, while it doesn't even try to resist. Nathan says this is some really crazy girl who needs to be calmed down. One of the emperors suddenly approaches the protagonist and says that he greets the Emperor of Humanity. Nathan says there's no need to stand on ceremony, since he's just a guy who's accepting the legacy of this deity. The Emperor, meanwhile, says that in their post, they are only doing everything that they were supposed to do. Hutu asks him about the Emperor of Humanity's future plans and what exactly they need to do.